5 o'clock. I will now call this meeting of the Industrial Development Authority to order and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Director Tremblay,
Here.
Director Santangelo,
Here.
Director Kildee,
Here.
Vice Chair Molche,
Present.
Chair Craven.
Here. Would you please rise and join me in the flag salute? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Are there any amendments to the agenda?
No amendments.
Are there any public comments for this meeting? I don't see any hands raised. There's a long list. Okay. No public comments. Consent calendar.
Madam Chair, move consent. Second.
There's a motion by Mr. Tremblay, a second by Vice Mayor Molche to approve the consent calendar. Could we have a roll call, please?
Director Tremblay,
Yes.
Director Santangelo,
Yes.
Director Kildee,
Yes.
Vice Chair Molche,
Yes.
Chair Craven.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Okay. There being no further business, I will adjourn that meeting and call to order the annual meeting of the Camarillo Capital Improvement Corporation. I'd like the record to reflect that all members are present. Are there any amendments to this agenda?
No amendments.
Public comments? I see two hands raised. I'm wondering if these people who would like to speak want to speak to the Camarillo Capital Improvement Corporation, or if you'd rather speak to the city council. If you're wanting to speak to the city council, please, rescind your hand. Okay, first, we have no raised hands for the Capital Improvement Corporation. So next item on the agenda is the consent calendar.
Move consent.
I'll second it, Kildee.
There's a motion by Mr. Tremblay, a second by Mr. Kildee to approve the consent calendar. Could we have a roll call, please?
Director Tremblay,
Aye.
Director Santangelo,
Yes.
Director Kildee,
Yes.
Vice Chair Molche,
Yes.
Chair Craven.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
There being no further business, we will close this meeting and open the meeting of the Public Finance Authority. So we're still not to the City Council meeting yet. This is the Public Finance Authority annual meeting. I'm asking the record to reflect that all board members are present. Are there any agenda amendments to the agenda of this item?
No amendments.
Public comments? I see no hands. Is there anyone who'd like to speak to the Public Finance Authority at its annual meeting? Seeing no one raise their hand, we go on to the consent calendar.
I'll move the approval.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Santangelo, second by Vice Mayor Molche to approve the consent calendar. Could we have the roll call, please?
Director Tremblay,
Yes.
Director Santangelo,
Yes.
Director Kildee,
Yes.
Vice Chair Molche,
Yes.
Chair Craven.
Yes.
That motion passes unanimously.
Okay, there being no further business, that closes this meeting.
I'd like to open the Camarillo Community Development Commission and let the record reflect that all commissioners are present. Amendments to the agenda. Are there any amendments to this agenda?
No amendments.
All right, that gets us down to public comments. Are there any public comments on the Camarillo Community Development Commission?
There are no public comments.
All right, that gets us down to item 3, which is a consent calendar.
Move consent.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Would you take a roll call, please, Ms. Madeline?
Commissioner Tremblay,
Yes.
Commissioner Santangelo,
Yes.
Commissioner Craven,
Yes,
Vice Chair Olshey,
Yes.
Chair Kildee.
Yes. So
That
that,
motion carries unanimously.
thank you. Okay, so with no further business, and we will adjourn the Camarillo Community Development Commission.
And I will call the Camarillo Library Board meeting to order. Let the record reflect that all board members are present. Are there any amendments to this agenda?
No amendments.
Are there any public comments? Oh, I see a hand raised. Okay, Kay, if you're ready, or Jeffrey.
Can you hold on 1 minute while I get the timer up?
Yep. So while she's getting the timer up, Kay, you will see the timer up on the screen, and it'll tell you how much time you have remaining. You have 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, my name is Kay Wolverton Ito, and I'm a resident of District 1. I was an employee of the Camarillo Public Library for 4 years until mid-January of last year. I'm in my last semester of getting my master's in library and information science, and last October I joined the board of Friends of the Camarillo Library. As a longtime patron of the library, former employee, and future librarian, I want to see our library survive the economic effects from the pandemic. I urge the library board to ensure that the library's physical and digital collections, its many services and varied programs are as accessible as possible while the library is still closed to the public. Curbside service seems to be the primary focus of library service, which I understand is due to a modified contract with Library Systems and Services, the corporation responsible for oversight of library operations. When the library was closed to the public last spring, it was understandable that events and many services had to be curtailed. However, pretty soon it will have been a year since the library doors were open to the public, and all indicators point to continued closure for several more months. I hope that you, the library board, proactively arrange for financial support for library staff to develop modified programs and services for Camarillo Public Library patrons. This might include virtual programming, community outreach, enhancements to the library's web presence and social media, and other areas. I don't work at the library, but I know my former colleagues have a wealth of skills and knowledge that are not being utilized due to staffing and budget limitations. The library is far more than the building or even the books, DVDs, and computers inside it. It is a public service that is in ever greater need as the pandemic continues to affect the ability of children, teens, and adults to learn, work, and live in our community. Please restore at least some of the cuts to funding so the library can function properly as the critical public service it is and will increasingly be in the months ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Okay, I don't see anybody else with their hand raised. So we'll move on to the consent calendar.
I'll move approval.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Jeffrey, can we take a vote, please?
Trustee Craven,
yes,
Trustee Kildee,
Yes.
Trustee Molshay,
Yes.
President Pro Tem Tremblay,
Yes.
President Santangelo.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Okay, so we'll move on to comments from staff, and I understand that Mrs. Patricia Crosby is here to speak.
Hi, good evening. Yep, I'm on an audio, just not video.
Okay.
So, yeah. Hello, everybody. Just wanted to say thank you to Kay. We appreciate that. And obviously, we also are eager and interested being able to serve the public in whatever way we can with any expanded services. Having said that, of course, curbside is still going strong. You've got all the great numbers in front of you, but still averaging about 133 fills per day. And we like to highlight the busiest day of the month, and that happened to be December 1st. And that was 211 pickups in one day. Also, due to some of the digging that's going on for the desalination project, we did move the physical location of curbside from kind of that side entrance, delivery entrance part of the building to actually the front of the building. And that went pretty smoothly. Staff actually appreciates it. It gives a little bit more wiggle room for filling the holds as well as moving physically throughout the building and getting them out to the patrons. And we've had positive comments from the patrons as well, saying it actually helps them be able to see where it is, because it's the first thing that you notice right when you pull into the parking lot. So that was actually a good thing and a positive move as well. So we've been very lucky because of the process of our contactless curbside that we were able to continue delivering that service when unfortunately some of our workers and colleagues throughout the county had to pause that for a little bit. But we were very pleased that, again, because it's such a contactless process, that we were able to continue that. So very pleased with that. And just the final update is that we are still obviously looking for the director. We do have a finalist candidate, and hopefully that person will be in town soon, and look forward to having that person meet you and the staff. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on. Are there any comments from trustees? No. Okay, I actually have one. I'm just wondering if, I appreciate getting the statistics, but it would be really helpful if I had last year's to compare to. So I'm just wondering if we could get that in the future or going forward.
We can definitely do that. Yeah. We can talk to John and see how that wants to be, kind of given to you, if you want it done as a comparative month to month, or if you just want a total cumulative sort of thing. But and I caution that obviously those numbers are going to look significantly different than what they are currently, and no surprise that it's like that throughout the entire country. And it's going to be a big difference in those numbers, but yeah, we can definitely provide those.
I totally appreciate that and expect that. And that's sort of the reason that I want to see it, because I want to see how drastic it is and compare the electronic to the physical checkout of items.
Sure. Yep, we can do that.
Great. Thank you. Okay. If there's no more business, then we'll go ahead and adjourn.
We'll go ahead and call this regular meeting of the Camarillo Sanitary District Board of Directors to order. I'll let the record reflect that all directors are present. Madam Clerk, are there any amendments to the agenda?
No amendments.
All right. Is there anyone in the public who wishes to make a comment? This would be the time to raise your hand to the Sanitary District Board.
I do not see any hands raised.
I do not either, Madam Clerk. So we'll go on to the consent calendar. Do I have a motion on the consent calendar?
Move the approval.
Second the motion.
All right, I have a motion and a second on the consent calendar. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Director Craven,
Yes.
Director Kildee,
Yes.
Director Molche,
Yes.
Secretary Santangelo,
Yes.
Chair Tremblay.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any comments from staff? Do we have any comments from directors? All right, with that, I'll go ahead and adjourn. Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Craven?
The CASA conference is ongoing, and
Yes,
I was
it is.
able to attend some of the sessions today, but not the roundtables, unfortunately. And they were very interesting, and the Federal Ledge Committee was very informative.
Right, and the CASA conference, the virtual conference continues tomorrow. Thank you, Mrs. Craven. Any other comments from directors? All right, we'll go ahead and adjourn this meeting of the Camarillo Sanitary District Board of Directors.
this just keeps going on for the public's information because every year we have one meeting at least of all of these agencies, and this is the meeting. This is the night that we do that. So I will now call the Camarillo Successor Agency, which is a successor agency to the former redevelopment agency. I'll call that meeting to order and ask that the record reflect that all council members are present. Do we have anyone who would like to speak to the successor agency? I see no hands raised. Members of the public? I see no hands raised. We'll move on to the consent calendar.
I'll move the approval of consent.
A second.
I'll give it to Susan.
There is a motion by Councilmember Kildee, second by Councilmember Santangelo to approve the consent calendar. Could we have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Kildee,
Yes.
Councilmember Santangelo,
Yes.
Councilmember Tremblay,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Molche,
Yes.
Mayor Craven.
Yes,
That motion carries unanimously.
and there being no further business, we will adjourn that meeting. And finally, we will call to order the meeting of the Camarillo City Council. I would like the record to reflect that all council members are present and ask if there are any amendments to this agenda.
No amendments.
Okay, that gets us down to the consent calendar.
Your Honor, may I make a comment before we get?
Certainly, Mr. Kildee.
I am going to have to recuse myself from item N on the consent calendar, the transit operations maintenance service, due to the fact that I have a business that is located within 500 feet of a transit stop. So I'm going to have to recuse myself on that. I don't know if you want to take them all at this time and take that separately, or how you want to do it, but whatever way we do it, I need to recuse myself from item N.
I think that we'll just take them all as a whole, and you have announced that you are going to abstain on item N, and it's because of a conflict of interest.
Madam Mayor, I do have a question on item N, as in Nancy.
Okay, is it something that there will be a lot of discussion on so that Mr. Kildee and I have to leave the room?
No, I don't think so. It's a brief question.
Okay, let me make the statement ahead of time. I also will abstain from voting on item N because my husband and I own properties that are within 500 feet of a trolley stop. And item N is on the transit agreement. So, Mr. Tremblay.
Yeah, Your Honor, this is Brian. My recommendation would be that item N be pulled, and that Councilmember Tremblay can ask his question. However, that you and Councilmember Kildee should, you can remain on video, but you would need to mute your audio, and then Councilmember Tremblay can ask his question. For efficiency purposes, perhaps the council could vote on item N while you're still muted, and then you could join for the rest of the consent item.
Certainly. Okay, so we will remove item N and we'll take it up immediately after we vote on the rest of the consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Madam Mayor, I
minus item N?
move the balance of the consent calendar.
A second.
Motion by Mr. Tremblay, second by Ms. Santangelo to approve the consent calendar with the exception of item N, which will be taken up immediately after this item. Could we have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Kildee,
Yes.
Councilmember Santangelo,
Yes.
Councilmember Tremblay,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Molche,
Yes.
Mayor Craven.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
And at this point, I'll turn the meeting over to Vice Mayor Molche.
All right, we're going to take item N, Trans Operations and Maintenance Services. Mr. Tremblay, you had a question.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. My question is to Mr. Klotzel. Dave, this is on the transit operations and maintenance services. This is the third amendment to the CAT operation and maintenance agreement. Dave, just a quick question. Are there any substantive differences between the new third amendment and the existing second amendment?
No, none at all, actually. It's strictly a time extension through the end of March, as we're working on a fourth amendment that you'll see for a longer term adjustment to the tiered structure of payment due to ridership reductions.
All right, otherwise then we're remaining in status quo. It just extends the existing agreement.
That's exactly correct.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Vice Mayor.
All right, in that case, do I have a motion?
I'll move.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Councilmember Santangelo,
Yes.
Councilmember Tremblay,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Molche.
Yes.
That motion carries 3-0.
All right, with Mayor Craven and Mr. Kildee abstaining. Mayor Craven, it's back to you.
That brings us to community development and the annual status update of existing general plan referral amendment, general plan amendment referrals. Could we have a staff report, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Craven and members of the City Council. So I'm going to be providing a status update on our existing general plan amendments that are referred for further study and under analysis. So a brief refresher, our city's general plan is required by the state of California under state law. Each state's required to have an adopted general plan that's current, and Camarillo's general plan consists of a total of 9 elements, with land use being the primary among them. It's a long-range comprehensive policy document, and it is periodically revised and updated. And amendments may be considered each year by the City Council in accordance with their policy 7.01. This is a map of the city that demonstrates the locations generally of the 4 general plan amendments that are pending, and we'll start at the east and the southeast. We have the New Urban West project that is over the Camarillo Springs Golf Course. And then moving towards the center of the city, we have the Roadrunner GPA at the end of Glen Drive. And then we have the Darling development in collaboration with the Oxnard Union High School District over a small portion of airport area. And then we have the general plan that is in the Springville area over towards the western portion of the city. So we're going to start with the status update on the New Urban West proposal. And as a refresher, the general plan land use designation over the Camarillo Springs Golf Course is currently quasi-public. And the zoning of the property is rural exclusive and rural exclusive 1 acre. So this was originally requested by New Urban West in September of 2017. And the City Council did authorize the filing of a general plan amendment application intended to change 30 acres of the Camarillo Springs Golf Course from quasi-public land use to low medium density residential, which is a range of between 5.1 up to 10 dwelling units per acre maximum, for up to 300 senior housing units, with the remaining 152 acres of the golf course property intended to remain as quasi-public for golf course use. Various studies were required at that time by the City Council as part of the referral application, and I'm going to just provide a highlight of what those studies were. The City Council did require a fiscal impact analysis. It was to be prepared by a consultant that would be selected by the city and paid for by the applicant. And the analysis should include a land plan and comparative analysis to be conducted on various sizes of the golf course formats, 9, 12, and 18 hole configurations. The studies were to include a pro forma for installation and ongoing annual operation and maintenance for the various sizes of the golf course formats. And this was to include, but not limited to, providing identification of the parties that would be responsible for the ongoing annual operation and maintenance of the improvements that would be constructed as part of the project, including the golf course and clubhouse. Was also to include a financial analysis detailing the sources and uses of funds necessary to operate and maintain the new amenities. Also to include analysis of capital costs for installation and ongoing annual operation and maintenance costs associated with installation of additional improvements as part of the proposed project, including but not limited to their proposed dog park, water features, and the range of pedestrian walking trails. The studies were also to include an analysis of potential impacts to property values of existing properties in the Camarillo Springs areas. And it would also consider how a new development of a golf course at a 9, 12, or 18-hole configuration, along with the new clubhouse, dog park, et cetera, would impact the value of existing properties in Camarillo Springs. Also, hydrology study and hydraulic studies are required, and those were necessary to analyze conformance with FEMA's floodplain requirements and to address the localized stormwater flow within the proposed development footprint. So the Nadelson Dale Group is the consultant that staff has put under contract, and they are preparing the studies on the fiscal impact analysis and the analysis of impacts to property values. New Urban Rest has been working with their engineer and city staff and FEMA and Ventura County Watershed Protection District. And they did receive confirmation that FEMA has concluded a technical review of their proposed plans. If the project is approved in the future for construction, then follow-up will be needed with FEMA to obtain letter of map revision for the flood hazard map. New Urban West has also received a concurrence letter from Ventura County Watershed Deputy Director Sergio Vargas, indicating that their staff has concurred with the preliminary flood safety design and proposed mitigation. However, additional information will be required if the project is approved, and that information would be required during final design and construction. We did have a triennial review last year of this general plan amendment referral on September 23rd, 2020. And the City Council voted 3-2 to allow the referral to remain in place and to continue processing the general plan amendment. The draft environmental impact report for this project was released for a 45-day public comment period. That started September 21st, 2020, and it ended November 5th, 2020. And we are currently working on responses to comments with our environmental consultant. The fiscal impact analysis is also being completed. We anticipate that report will be released for public review prior to public hearings, which will also include the CEQA document. We understand that in regards to community outreach, New Urban West has indicated that they are continuously working with an advisory committee. The advisory committees formed 3 subcommittees to address golf, food and beverage amenities, and open space. The applicant has stated that more than 110 hours have been spent engaging with the community and holding workshops, and that over 1,000 residents have been participating in meetings, workshops, and subcommittee meetings. The advisory committee has continued to provide regular project updates via their website and community newsletters. So in coordination with the EIR that's being prepared and finalized, and the CEQA review process, and review of the various studies that have been required by our city council, the proposed general plan amendment, change of zone, tentative tract map, residential plan development permit, and golf course conditional use permit modification applications will begin the public hearing process, which we anticipate towards the end of the second quarter of 2021. Next is a status update on the Roadrunners proposed general plan amendment. And the existing property is the agriculture land use designation, with the small portion being industrial, and the property is zoned agricultural exclusive. So back in February of 2017, the city council authorized this general plan amendment referral to change the general plan land use element designation from agriculture to industrial. It's a 3.4 acre site adjacent to Roadrunner's existing Vista bus maintenance facility. And the address is 240 Glen Drive. It's at the end of Glen Drive. The original concept the applicant requested was to expand the Vista bus maintenance station and provide additional parking. and some storage of non-Vista buses. Roadrunner has recently indicated that they've been delayed due to COVID-19. And they have indicated plans would be submitted to the city soon, but as of now, we haven't received anything yet. We did have a triennial review of the general plan amendment referral in January of last year, and the city council voted to allow the referral to remain in place and continue the processing. So this project will require a general plan amendment, a zone change, modification of the industrial plan development permit, and CEQA review. Next is General Plan Amendment 2019-1, which is the site of the former Bob Selleck project. And you can see that the general plan is a mix of commercial and research and development. And the zoning is a mix of commercial plan development permit and light manufacturing. This site's located south of the 101 freeway west of Springville Drive, and it's approximately 46 acres. The request is to change 26.1 acres of general commercial to approximately 16.5 acres of industrial and 39.5 acres of industrial to industrial, with 3 acres of general commercial for the property. So the intent is to provide various industrial uses with limited manufacturing, light manufacturing, and general manufacturing zoning, and to have 3 acres of commercial plan development zoning for general commercial, retail uses, possibly a service station. And then there'll be 4.29 acres of land dedicated to vehicle access and circulation. With the prior project, there are agreements that have been recorded on title of the property, and they stipulate that a regional destination retail user is to be located on the 26 acres of the commercial portion of the property. So this general plan amendment is subject to these current property owner and city approval agreements. Therefore, a termination of the existing agreements is necessary. The city would need to review and approve at a future city council meeting termination of these agreements as part of this project. The applicant has stated that this past year has been very challenging. Making progress has been tough based on COVID-19. They do not propose any modifications to the existing referral, and they're prepared to move forward with the project in the next 30 days. And they anticipate completion of this referral during 2021. So again, the applicant does intend to move ahead also if the project is approved with development of the property. This project will require the general plan amendment, a zone change, an amendment to the Airport North specific plan, termination of the existing agreements, an industrial plan development permit, tentative track maps, and potentially commercial plan development permit, or that could be deferred to the future. And of course, CEQA review for the whole of the project. And then now we have the general plan amendment that was referred last year. It's the Richard Darling development. It's existing public general plan land use and existing RE zoning. It's at the intersection of Airport Way and Pleasant Valley Road. So last year, the Darling development applicant had requested this amendment to the general plan land use element to change the land use from public to industrial for 3.29 acres. And the request was referred by the city council for further study. The applicant is proposing a project of multi-tenant industrial buildings with a commercial building designed now for potential drive-through restaurant tenant at the corner of Airport Way and Pleasant Valley Road. Originally, they were intended on doing a convenience store, but they've done some market research and feel that this may be a better commercial service use at the property. The proposed project does preserve the airport water tower and beacon as it's being designed at this time. And the commercial area of the proposed project, if it were to be a drive-through restaurant, would be allowed in the existing M1 light manufacturing zone, which is what they're proposing to do with a conditional use permit. So that would be folded into the entitlement application. Project does require a general plan amendment, a change in the zoning, and an industrial plan development permit, a subdivision map, and a CUP if they propose the restaurant, and of course, CEQA review. So staff recommends that the city council receive and file the 2021 annual status update on our existing general plan amendment referrals. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Okay, as he said, this is a receive and file item. We won't be taking action other than doing that. However, we do have several people online as well as our staff who can answer questions. So I think it's best if we take questions on a project by project basis. And I'm going to be asking in the order that Mr. Vaca presented them. Is there anyone, council member, who has a question on the New Urban West project?
Your Honor, I have a question, if I may add.
Mr. Kildee?
Yes, not to put you on the spot, Joe, but do you have any idea about how long it will take to tie up these loose ends, if you will, on this particular project?
Yes, we're working on the responses to comments to the EIR that we received, which was plentiful. And we do have our consultant, Nato Sandale Group, updating the fiscal impact analysis that was required. So we're hopeful to get that done within the next 4 to 6 weeks. And then we are also compiling our analysis and preparing draft agenda reports internally. So we are hopeful, as I have indicated, that we'd like to get to at least the Planning Commission towards the end of the second quarter.
Thank you.
So maybe by June is what we're hopeful, June or at July.
Okay, Mr. Mulchay.
Thank you. As a follow-up to Councilmember Kildee's question, Joe, what about the economic development studies that have been commissioned? When do we expect those to be finished and available?
Yes, we would expect to have those finished and made public before we actually take that item to public hearings before the Planning Commission and City Council. So our consultant that we've hired, the Nato Sandale Group, is currently preparing those studies as we speak.
Are you thinking it's going to be another month or two at a minimum?
Yes, I do. I think it'll be at least 6 weeks before we have a report that's in final form that we can share.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions by council members?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Tremblay.
Mr. Vaca, just a request that you give us as long a lead time as possible in the release of the economic studies and the FEIR. I assume they're going to be released concurrently, correct?
Not necessarily concurrently, but once they're in final format, we will release them, and we do want to give as much lead time as possible.
You're right, prior to the Planning Commission and then subsequently to council.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for the question, because they're going to be hefty documents and we need time to go through them. And it isn't going to be from a Thursday until a Wednesday.
That's correct, Madam Mayor.
Okay,
Yes,
any other questions on this item? Next is Roadrunner. Any questions on the Roadrunner item? Mr. Mulchay.
Thank you. Joe, I know when this came up in the triannual, there was very little hanging up on this. Is there a hang up?
we haven't received plans, and they've actually been trying to finalize their building permit that they had obtained prior to some enhancements to the existing Vista bus station, and they're continuing to wrap that up. So I think they've been focused on that.
Okay.
And we haven't received any updated plans in association with the general plan amendment.
Okay. Thanks.
Any other questions on Roadrunner? Okay, next is RIC Springville. Any questions on that one? Seeing none, how about questions on the Darling development at the airport? No questions on that?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, can I?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Kildee.
No, it's me. I was a little bit late. The drive-through there, is there any difference between drive-throughs, Joe? In other words, like if there's a convenience store drive-through, is there any difference in designation of that vis-a-vis a restaurant type drive-through?
It actually, they're proposing a restaurant drive-through. Yeah, not a convenience store drive-through. If you recall, when this was originally referred, convenience stores aren't necessarily allowed in that zoning district. So we were going to consider, if they want to pursue a convenience store, that we may need to do a specific plan for that area. And then there was also discussion, and the applicant and developer agreed that they would not sell alcohol and tobacco, and that would be drafted into the specific plan. And since that time, they've done some market research and feel that a drive-through restaurant may be more appropriate, and their market studies demonstrate that it may be more successful at that location. And that actually would be allowed in the proposed zoning district that they'd like to pursue with the conditional use permit. So
that would be permitted with the conditional use permit.
yes,
Same size restaurant, or just restaurant, or is it, you know, they have the conditional use permit, it mitigates all those other issues?
well, it would have to meet the standards that the city's established for drive-throughs. So it has to have a certain amount of queuing, appropriate circulation, obviously would need to meet parking. So it may be a challenge to fit that in the site. We're actually trying to work with various iterations of designs with our architect, Brian Poliquin, to make sure that it meets the city's development standards before that can proceed. So we're in the midst of completeness review, and they've recently submitted a second submittal that we're currently reviewing right now.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions on this project? Okay, seeing no council members having questions, if there are members of the public who would like to speak on this item, we're not voting on any of these tonight. This is a receive and file item, but we certainly want to give the public an opportunity to speak. Don Simmons. Before we start the public comments, I think we need to reset the speaker time. Let me just tell everyone who would like to speak to us this evening that speakers have 3 minutes to make your comments. There is a timer on the screen if you're watching. It counts down. When it gets to 1 minute, there will be a tone and the light will turn from green to yellow. When your time is up, it will turn to red, and we ask you to stop speaking at that point. If we keep everybody to 3 minutes, it's fair to everybody. So the first speaker I see is Don Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor Craven. Good evening. My name is Don Simmons, and I am a board member of the Camarillo Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of the Chamber, we wish to express our support for the Camarillo Springs project. The Chamber carefully considered the project and voted to support this important redevelopment opportunity. There are numerous reasons why this project makes sense for our local business community and area economy. First, the project will provide nearly $150 million in local economic impact, including creating over 650 jobs. The construction of a new restaurant, wedding venue, and event space will provide opportunities for local businesses to provide goods and services. Second, the millions in infrastructure upgrades will fix existing flood problems and deliver a new golf course for the entire city to enjoy. Critically, without this project, the golf course will close and our community will be left with a fenced, dilapidated former golf course that will be an eyesore and a nuisance for years to come. Home values will decline and our once beautiful community will be stuck with this problem eyesore. The Camarillo Springs project brings in millions of dollars of investment, creates jobs, increases local tax revenues, and supports local small businesses at no cost to taxpayers or the city. This project is a win-win for Camarillo Springs and our community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is John Gardner. Okay, you may start.
Thank you very much. Good evening. My name is John Gardner. I live on the golf course here in Camarillo Springs. And I've spoken several times in the past as a resident in favor of the project, which after spending many years on this, I'm still convinced that it's a good compromise solution to save golf at Camarillo Springs, to take existing homes out of the floodplain and provide needed senior housing. I just wanted to give one example of the need for senior housing in our own neighborhood. Just a couple of weeks ago, a house similar to mine sold after 2 years. It was sold 2 years ago and then just recently sold. And the price increase during that 2 years was 20%. So that's very indicated of very high demand, I think. Tonight, I wanted to speak as a local business person and a member of the Camarillo Chamber of Commerce. Wanted to, in that context, encourage you to approve this project. I appreciate Dawn's comments and just wanted to echo those. I think our local business people have struggled, obviously, during COVID, and I think this could be one of many hoped for bright lights in the business community. There'll be new revenue opportunity for vendors such as food vendors, restaurant supply vendors, insurance brokers, realtors, event planners, caterers, DJs, and many more. So all to say, I believe this project is a win-win for lots of people and businesses in Camarillo. And so I would encourage and appreciate your vote in favor of the project. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gardner. Next is Ron Kester. And you may start.
Hi, this is Ron Kester, again at another meeting. And I'm a longtime resident of Camarillo Springs and a co-chair of the advisory committee, as you know. I'm speaking tonight to let you know that I and hundreds of others continue to support the New Urban West Camarillo Springs redevelopment project. Of great importance to us is the developer's investment of $3.5 million in flood control infrastructure that will resolve major long-time flooding issues in the spring. Another concern expressed by some is emergency evacuations. The city's draft EIR included analysis and review by the fire department and the sheriff department. Both agencies found that the project meets all standards for emergency access, and evacuations can be completed safely even with the addition of new senior housing in our neighborhood. But to make any future evacuations more efficient and safer, the advisory committee, CCV HOA, golf course, along with the Ventura County Fire Department, just installed, tested, and approved a new emergency exit in the Camarillo Springs neighborhood, following the installation of new locks at 2 community emergency exits on the Margarita to Ridgeview access road. This is now an official emergency route for evacuations, accessible by fire department, CCV HOA, and the golf course, and gives a third point of emergency entrance exit to our community now and in the future. Making this exit available for emergency use was one of the recommendations made by retired Assistant Fire Chief Vaughn Miller as part of his review of the proposed New Urban West emergency evacuation plan. The advisory committee is also sponsoring coordination meetings between the several CERT organizations in Camarillo Springs to generate a comprehensive emergency evacuation plan that will allow more efficient exiting. We are working very hard to keep Camarillo Springs safe, and of course, always to save the golf course. But the fact is, without the New Urban West redevelopment project, there is no golf course, and no flood protection, and no acceptable future use of the property. As we say, the project is a win-win for all involved. I want to thank you again for your careful and factual consideration of the Camarillo Springs project. And thank you to city staff for their service and efforts on behalf of our community. We look forward to the new course, clubhouse, and restaurant being safe from catastrophic flooding and the improved recreation and nature spaces. And many seniors look forward to the new homes that will be available. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kester. Next is Gary L. Okay, you may speak.
Thank you. My name is Gary Lewis. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm a longtime Camarillo resident, and I've been in the golf industry for over 50 years. Matter of fact, the first place I ever worked in the golf business was Camarillo Springs early in the 70s. And I really appreciate this opportunity to address you, just to share with you my excitement for the proposed project, specifically the new golf course. The deteriorating state of the 50-plus-year-old golf course, Camarillo Springs, has been confirmed by many local and national experts in the field of golf course construction operations, agronomy, and architecture. There are those that oppose the project, and the proposed development at Camarillo Springs have made false statements about the viability of the golf course, such as all it takes is just a little bit more money and better management, and the golf course will be fine. Well, that's just not true. The facts are, without millions in capital investment, Camarillo Springs cannot and will not be able to sustain golf operations into the future. Every golf expert, true expert, who's evaluated this property has reached the same conclusion. Without a responsible plan of action to change course, the golf course at Camarillo Springs will close, and the city and neighborhood will deal with years of uncertainty, blight, and decay. The proposed redevelopment plan will offer a new beginning for the Camarillo Springs Golf Course and will help to ensure its sustainability into the future. I very much appreciate your careful consideration of this most important project. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Lewis, just so everybody understands, we're not voting on this tonight. We're going to receive and file all these items together. As the planning director said, it will probably be late June, maybe July, sometime in August before the planning commission and the city council hear this item and make a vote and then vote on it. Next speaker is Galaxy S9. I assume that's the type of phone you're calling from?
Hello? Hello?
Yes.
It's, I don't know why. Okay, that's Matt Lormer, basically.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
It's your
Okay.
turn, Matt.
Well, thank you. You know, when we look at this Camarillo project, Camarillo Springs project, I don't think it's a good project. So let's take number one. Camarillo now has the highest temperatures in the nation. It's reported a couple times. Okay. The reason why is we keep approving more development. Number two, traffic cannot be mitigated. The 101 freeway continues to grow and grow between building in Oxnard and Camarillo. Number three, this was bought by a developer to come in and buy golf courses. We know who this company is. They go around and they force this on because it's all about making the money. Number three, when you look at this project as a whole and you hear people say, well, senior housing is needed. Well, let me something. The city has not come forward. Do you have a list of people who are requesting housing on a golf course? I haven't heard that. And the idea that somehow the other gentleman said that 20% of the houses over there have gone up and they're going for a lot more money. Well, let's look at this. If you build more houses, the prices are not going to go down. They're going to keep going up. And the point is, Camarillo continues to over and over build at a point where you're going to end up like Ventura, where the roads can't be done. You guys will be gone as councilmen, and you'll leave Camarillo starting to look like the San Fernando Valley. I think that it's not a good idea to add it. Okay. And, you know, the city and a lot of you councilmen, some of the like Charlotte Craven and Kevin Kildee, you went on the record. You said, you know, we weren't going to keep building. And the point is this area, it's not necessary. The developer did a strong haul. He went to these people, promised them the moon. And you know who pays in the long run? The people live in Camarillo. Because when you go down that grade, they call it the Camarillo crawl. And the reason why, it's too much housing. That area will be greatly impacted. Camarillo cannot continue to make excuses and keep building. And just like the university, the reason you keep building more places because they never built enough places at the university. At some point, you gotta shut the engine off. If not, you're going to be like Orange County. And what's going to happen is you're going to have a situation where the quality of life goes down. Okay, so I hope you will look at these things that I've said tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, that, I see no more hands raised. Is there any other member of the public who would like to speak on this item? Shlomo Kreitzer? Okay, would you please unmute yourself?
Okay,
Yes,
can you
now
hear
we
me
can hear
now?
you. Yes.
Thank you. Obviously a first time for me. Um, let's see, my wife and I have been in Camarillo close to 5 decades, and we hope to remain here the rest of our lives. This is a great city. I just have one comment to make. I certainly recognize that the council members do their very best with times to raise money and times to spend money. I stipulate that already. I know of some of the council members. Secondly, I also respect that the council members consider not only money, but residential appearance and the aesthetics of the city and the open space, which is lovely in this particular city. I'm pleased to know that I live on a lake in this city, which many people don't even know about. It's a great aesthetic, open, friendly city. But the reason that I'm prompted to come here tonight to share something is what is most important to me, both as an individual and in the council members, is a matter of honor. When someone makes a promise, when I as an individual or you as a council, Camarillo City Council make a promise, I think it's very important to be very careful not to be casual about breaking promises. My understanding, and I hope it's accurate, is an agreement was made that when the golf course was constructed, that there would be no building coming into the domain of the actual golf course. And that's what's being considered now. I'm uncomfortable with that, both because of the aesthetics that would be lost to that part of our city, but even more important than that, I'm concerned that a promise, which means we will not build in this area, that a promise like that be made casually. I think that's a bad precedent, does not show honor and professionalism from my point of view. And for that basis, I'm hoping that this council is very careful to consider anything like changing that promise, because that might have implications for any of us and for any future businesses or people who would like to live here. I thank you very much for this opportunity to speak, and I wish you all best of everything.
Mr. Kreitzer, I have one question for you. We have 2 different golf course items on the agenda tonight. Right now, we're talking about Camarillo Springs in the eastern part of the city. During our 7:30 time slot, we will be talking about Sterling Hills in the western part of the city. You didn't specify which one you were talking about. Could you clarify for us which one you're talking about?
I'm talking about Sterling Hills, where I understand a promise may be.
Okay, that item is going to be taken up later. We have heard what you said now, but if you want to talk during that when that item comes up on the agenda, it will be taken up at 7:30.
Thank you for your flexibility. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I may call back.
Okay, thank you very much. Next hand I see is Randy. Randy, could you unmute yourself, please?
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. My name is Randy Churchill. I'm a local real estate broker for 40+ years. I'm here to support the need for senior housing in Camarillo and specifically the Camarillo Springs project. I've reviewed the project and I'm impressed with the layout of the project and all the amenities which have been mentioned: parks, walking trails, enhanced lake, restaurant, and a revamped golf course. My concern, we need senior housing. Current inventory as of today we only have in all of Camarillo, whether it's a senior or whether it's a multi-million-dollar house, there are only 36 units available for sale in Camarillo. 6 are for 55 plus. Of the 6, 5 are in Leisure Village, which is attached housing, and 1 is a mobile home where you own your own land. We have no freestanding senior housing, which this project offers, except for the Shea project, which is now in a process of being sold. I really thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight, and I really can encourage you to support this senior project at Camarillo Springs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Churchill. That's the last hand I saw raised. Is there any other member of the public who'd like to speak to us on this particular item? Seeing no other hands come up, is there a motion to receive and file?
I'll move to receive and file.
I'll second.
The motion by Mr. Kildee, second by Councilmember Santangelo to receive and file. Could we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Kildee,
Yes.
Councilmember Santangelo,
Yes.
Councilmember Tremblay,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Malche,
Yes.
Mayor Craven.
Yes,
That motion carries unanimously.
thank you. Next item on the agenda is new business, oral communications, informational items which do not require action. I'll ask the city manager first.
Madam Mayor, I do not have items at this time.
City attorney.
Looking for my mute button there. I have no items tonight.
Okay, I'll start with Vice Mayor Malche.
Sure. I only have a few items this night tonight. Meetings attended. Thursday, January 14th, I attended an airport authority meeting. Thursday, the 21st, an Association of Water Agencies breakfast seminar. Thursday that evening, Economic Development Collaborative board meeting, and then we also attended the annual meeting. On that, I do want to give a quick plug to the EDC because they kind of did a little review of their accomplishments over the year. And aside from how we as a council have worked in tandem with the EDC when it comes to economic development, particularly for Camarillo, they've been a great partner with the city. They kind of logged how many, excuse me, as you know, they had a hotline call team that they spun up in the wake of COVID-19. They had 17,766 requests for services and questions that they dealt with. They had 11,562 hours of technical assistance, and they assisted 1,886 firms throughout our region, throughout Ventura County. But I mean, that's really impressive. I do want to extend or applaud not just the whole team, but also Bruce Stensley, who leads the EDC. He has done a marvelous job in addition to the entire staff there. And they've been earning, they deserve every accolade right now. And they've done a really great job scaling up in the wake of COVID-19 and the unprecedented, if you want to call it a calamity, that it has kind of left in its wake from just from a business aspect, from an economic aspect. So they have done a really great job, and they've been a great partner to the city. So I do want to applaud them. Friday the 22nd, along with Councilmember Kildee, I attended the Economic Development Committee meeting. And aside from that, I do want to just echo the same thing we've been saying since, for almost a year now, right? We're coming up close to a year. And that's even though that restrictions in the state have been, certain restrictions have been lifted, the stay-at-home order has been lifted, we've returned to the purple tier. We still need to have caution, wear a mask, please socially distance yourself, and just take every precaution. The numbers are still higher than what anyone would deem acceptable. the deaths are still ratcheting up there. The hospitalizations in the ICU and those number of individuals on a ventilator, which I heard, I think over by the weekend was 44 people were quote unquote fighting for their lives as they were hooked up to a ventilator in our county. So this is not, by no means is it over. Just because we get to eat outside again doesn't mean that the worst is necessarily behind us. We need to use caution and we need to use good judgment. It really just comes down to that. It's really come down to that. So aside from that, that's all I got.
Councilmember Tremblay?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And we may want to let folks know that we're going to be taking up the Sterling Hills matter at 7:30. We won't be doing it until then, just in case folks want to take a break. As far as meetings attended, I had a meeting of the statewide California Association of Sanitation Agencies Board on January 14th, a Board of Directors meeting for Metrolink on January 22nd, and a Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Agency board meeting with which the mayor is quite familiar earlier today. Just a couple of comments. I want to echo what Vice Mayor Mulchay has said, just in terms of our urging folks to continue following the public health protocols. I said at the, I want to repeat a couple things that I said at the last meeting though. I think our county public health department has done a terrific job for the last year, and so has our city staff in terms of all of the demands, the public health demands that COVID has placed on them. I also know that the public health department for the county is caught between a rock and a hard place because they're waiting for orders to come down from the state of California and from the California Department of Public Health. So it's really difficult for our county public health department. And we're, as a general law city, we're obligated to follow along or follow the directives of county public health. So I think they're doing a terrific job. That said, I do want to continue to advocate on two fronts. One, with respect to the vaccination rollout, and second, with respect to the business rollout. With respect to the vaccination rollout, it was very welcome in my view, I guess personally with what the governor did on Monday. I also think it was welcome that the governor made public more of the modeling on which the governor's office is proceeding. I think that's very important in terms of public trust and public confidence in the transparency. We know that this is a vicious virus and it has, we're still in a very, very difficult place. But apparently based on the modeling, the governor said, okay, I'm going to go ahead and lift the regional stay-at-home order for all regions. And so now we're back in the purple tier. What I would like to encourage the county public health department is to consider continuing to improve in its communication to people on when they believe there may be the vaccinations. And for example, representing Leisure Village. And I met with those folks yesterday at a socially distanced manner on TV, and people called in questions. There's still a great deal of confusion about how do I sign up? When am I going to get my shots, et cetera. So I would just encourage county public health to do everything that they can to, through all the different media, get information out on when folks can or sign up for the vaccines. And we know that not only is it online registration, but there's now a telephone number for that registration for shots. And right now, if you're 75 or over, you are in that phase. That registration phone number, and I'll just repeat it since we're on the air, is 805-477-7151. And if you want to register online, it's VenturaCountyRecovers.org/vaccine. The second thing, I'll try to, with respect to the actual vaccinations, I know that I have been hoping that county public health, that there will be some mobile vaccination sites or temporary vaccination distribution sites here in Camarillo. So folks do not have to go to the Ventura Fairgrounds or to Oxnard or to Thousand Oaks, to the Goebbels Center for that matter. I'm hoping that county public health will establish vaccination sites, for example, at the community center at for Pleasant Valley Recreation and Park District on Burnley, at Leisure Village, and other places. And I would really hope that the county public health will do that in terms of trying to get vaccine out faster. And I also know, there is a problem in terms of supply, or a challenge in terms of supply. So I'm hoping that with the national administration's moves yesterday, we start seeing more of a supply of vaccine. Finally, with respect to the business reopening, I think we as a council have been very good in terms of what we've been doing for our business community. We've done the grant program, we've done a loan program, we've done the barriers program for reimbursement. We also have to remember that when we're talking about impacts of this terrible pandemic on business, it has the same impact on many, many employees who have been thrown out of work. And I'm very concerned about those employees. And so my message tonight relative to communication is I'm hoping that the governor and the county public health division will improve in terms of their business communication or communication to our business community and our employees about what they see in our months ahead as a rollout. We know we have some businesses restored now on limited outdoor operations, but it would be helpful that if we could have as much forward thinking and forward planning as possible and communication as possible, people could start to plan. And so those are my comments for this evening, and I'll yield back my time. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Santangelo.
Thank you. For meetings attended, I just had the Finance and Investment Committee that met yesterday. I can't keep track of my days. On the 25th. I'm going to just tag on to the discussion about COVID. I think the public is probably noticing that the number of positive cases is going down, but the number of deaths and hospitalizations and ICU hospitalizations are not. Some of that is because those are lagging indicators. But today there were 18 deaths and 82 people in the ICU. So this is not over. And I don't want to scare people or put fear in people, but part of the reason that it's so hard to give an idea of what the future looks like is because now we have variants. All viruses mutate. They mutate all the time. And especially when you have a pandemic and so many people infected, they're replicating even faster and faster and faster. So most of these mutations are nothing, or they kill off the virus because they can't survive. And then every so often you get a mutation that actually changes it it makes a significant change. One of the variants is a California variant. And they're studying it right now, and they believe that the vaccines are going to work against it. But the thing that these variants have in common is that they're highly transmittable, much more infectious than the strain that we've been dealing with. So, while we may be seeing our numbers go down right now, this is the last time for anybody to relax and think we've passed the hump. This variant of the strain we've been dealing with is highly transmittable. And there are some studies that the British or the UK variant may even have a higher rate of severe illness and death associated with it. So it's difficult to really know where we stand yet. They're studying it as we speak, but this is not over. And I think it's really hard to know what's going to happen in the future. What I can tell you is we can have an impact on the future by what we do. And that's wearing a mask, staying home as much as possible, and not gathering. I know that I will not be dining outside, although it's allowed. When you dine, you take off your mask. When you take off your mask, you spread infection, you spread germs. So if you're able to, you can still support our restaurants with takeout. The other thing about the vaccines, and Mr. Tremblay, just to respond, one of the reasons it's so hard to set up mobile sites is because of the storage. of the vaccines and how work intensive and labor intensive and resource intensive it is. You know, the Pfizer one has to be stored at a very low temperature. Moderna also has to be refrigerated, not as low, but they also have to be mixed right before administration. So it's not like the flu vaccine that they all come loaded up in our syringes and we'll reach into a box and pull one out. It is a lot more labor intensive. I'm going to be volunteering this Saturday at the fairgrounds, and we'll be vaccinating, and we'll continue to do that every Saturday. I know that in addition to the resources that the county has put out, I am posting on my Facebook page for any of you out in the community listening, whenever I hear of other appointments being made available through private pharmacies, because I also get notifications through medical associations. So I'm trying to share that as much as possible. So I do urge everybody who can get vaccinated to do so. Right now, vaccines are being distributed to the county on a weekly basis. So Monday morning, jump on the computer and check for available appointments. I think they will come. I think things are going to get much better in terms of vaccine availability. Two more things. The first is today is Holocaust Remembrance Day. And it's a day that we join with people internationally to remember the 6 million Jews, as well as Roma, Sinti, Slavs, disabled people, and LGBTQ people that were murdered by the Nazis. We celebrate on this day because 76 years ago in 1945, it's the day that Auschwitz was liberated. Elie Wiesel said, and this is a quote, "I swore never to be silent whenever and wherever human beings endure suffering and humiliation. We must take sides. Neutrality helps the oppressor, never the victim. Silence encourages the tormentor, never the tormented." My hope for this day is that we not only remember those who lost their lives, but that we open our eyes to the dehumanization that allows these atrocities to take place even today, and that we fight against it with all our hearts and souls. So the last thing that I would like to talk about is sort of related to COVID, and I am looking for some support from my fellow council members. The pandemic has affected our local small businesses and restaurants drastically, and many are still struggling to survive. And I'm always trying to think of ways that we can help them. And I regret that I did not know about this months ago, but I am learning and I don't want to wait any longer. And what I've learned is about the third-party food delivery services. And these are the Ubers, the Uber Eats, Postmates, DoorDash, Grubhub, that are now charging upwards of 30% from restaurants. And they're charging 30% to the restaurants just to deliver their food. This percentage used to be around 5 to 10%, but with the pandemic and the inability for restaurants to continue with dine-in service, these third-party delivery services are cashing in. They are huge multi-million and multi-billion companies, in my opinion, exploiting small businesses. Uber Eats, for example, bought Postmates for $2.65 billion. And DoorDash went public with one of the biggest IPOs of the year. I don't want to see any more of our restaurants close while huge companies are making money at their expense. And the restaurants are sort of caught because if they don't use these platforms, then they lose the advertisement. If people go on DoorDash to see what they want to eat, if they're not there, they're not going to get orders. So a lot of them felt forced to use these delivery services. It's also very expensive to set up a website with online ordering and delivery that takes payment very easily and is very convenient to customers. So I would like the council to consider what other cities are considering. Los Angeles and San Francisco have done this, and I'm sure there are smaller cities across the state doing it. But I would like to seriously consider an urgency ordinance that would cap the fees that these third-party delivery services can charge to our local restaurants at 15%. I would also like the ordinance to include that all tips would go to the person that is doing the driving and delivering. The things that we would consider are whether it would be for the duration of the public health order that limits indoor dining, or whether we wanted to extend it a bit after the order so that we could continue to help restaurants, or whether we wanted to continue it indefinitely. I think this is one more way that we can support our small business restaurants. And so I'm hoping that someone else will join me in asking for this to be placed, hopefully on an agenda at our very next meeting with a staff report and a city attorney report. And I have a number of articles about the numbers and the businesses and what's happening that I am happy to share with all of you. And that's all I have.
Councilmember Kildee. Let me ask you a question, Ms. Santangelo. Are you asking at our next meeting, which is a special meeting for goals session? Or are you asking a regular meeting?
At the next regular meeting.
Councilmember Kildee.
Yeah, well, first of all, I'll support Ms. Santangelo for putting that on the agenda at a future council meeting decided upon by, the length and the dates that we have open. I have to say, before I get into this, I've had several calls from restaurants, especially smaller ones, that 20 to 30% is a real bite. So I don't want to get into conversation with this, but I have also had conversations with several restaurants. Okay, meetings attended. Economic Development Committee of Mr. Molche, at a Finance and Investment Committee meeting on Monday with Ms. Santangelo, and I haven't been on this committee for a while, and we're still doing well. I was very pleased to see it, and I do, keep up with it, with the reports, but even during the pandemic, I think that we have a very good consultant, I think, that's been with us for a while, and I personally think that they do a real good job. I did also attend a VRSD meeting as well. I agree with what Councilmember Tremblay and Councilmember Santangelo and Councilmember Molche has said about the vaccine and the COVID. I appreciate the telephone number. I too, as I know all of us have had several calls about, hey, when can I get, the vaccine? And my understanding, listening to the Board of Supervisors meeting yesterday, it's not necessarily, at least in Ventura, a rollout issue. It's more of that they just don't have enough vaccines available. It's just a shortage right now of the vaccine. They feel that the infrastructure either is or can be there on a relatively short notice. What they really need, not mutually exclusive to our county either. I think this is, other than perhaps a very few states, an issue that they just don't have enough vaccine production yet. But as Mr. Tremblay has said, I believe they're working on it, and hopefully that will improve. Have one other question from staff. We had a horrendous windstorm here last week. It was winds that I haven't seen practically ever here. So perhaps Mr. Ramirez or some other staff member, was there any damage with the city that has not been able to be cleaned up? Like, for instance, in our shopping center, we lost a tree right by the Taco Bell, and it was a big tree, and it takes a lot to blow one down. So the question is, was there any damage to any around the city that has not been able to be cleaned up yet? And Your Honor, that's all I have tonight.
I'll defer to Mr. Klotzel on that.
Okay. Yes, the majority of damage from the winds was tree related. As far as any other significant structure or other damages, say to our traffic signals and whatnot, we did not sustain anything of that sort. Mostly all trees down. That one, that was a pine tree on Daily Drive. I think you mentioned in front of Taco Bell that was removed by city public works staff. And the bulk of the cleanup has occurred. They're still following up with continued cleanup in some of the less severe areas. But yeah, no other significant damage to report, just numerous trees down.
Your Honor, if I could just chime in just really quickly, I just really fast, I want to commend staff for the job that they have done, specifically on that issue with the tree, but also several other significant situations around the city. The staff really got on that really quick. And I don't know if you've ever seen a cleanup of a tree of that size, but it takes time, and they really got on it, and they were very professional, because specifically where that was, there was a lot of traffic there. So I commend Mr. Klotz, if you pass it along to your employees, what an outstanding job they did. I really appreciate that.
Absolutely, thank you, I will.
I'll second that. And while Mr. Klotzel's there, I have a question for him. I had several calls about the debris basins above Camarillo Springs on Conejo Mountain. And people were just concerned with the predictions of heavy storms in the next 48 hours. Those debris basins have been checked recently. Is that correct?
Yes, they have. And maybe I can add a little bit of information on that for the good of information for council and also the public that may be listening. Actually, it was 5 years ago that those debris basins were constructed at the end of December 2015, January 2016. Shortly thereafter, in that year or shortly after, we did have significant rains, high intensity, higher than what we're expecting in this coming storm here. And debris did come down and was trapped, especially above the two upper debris barriers. They functioned as designed, and some debris in the lower barriers during that time. And that was then cleaned out. We performed a full clean out of the basins or the basins behind the barriers. And to this day, they still remain in that cleaned out stage, in that cleaned out status. So since then, the rains that we have had have not been as intense, along with the regrowth on the mountain has occurred and is really helping to keep any further debris from flowing down. So our approach has been in the last several years, since we haven't had extremely significant rainfall, we check them after the threat of significant rain each year. So spring, early summer, staff checks the barriers, and each year since then, they've remained in the empty, no debris condition. So of course, if there is a significant high intense storm that comes through, when it's safe, staff will go out and check if needed, and then annually be checking after the rainy season to ensure that the debris barriers are standing there ready to catch anything that might come down in the future.
Thank you. Okay, I attended the Airport Authority meeting on the 14th. I attended some of the CASA conference today virtually, but I wasn't able to attend all of it. However, I did attend the Federal Legislative Committee meeting, and we have a full agenda for the year on that one. I would report that last Thursday, I got my first inject COVID-19 vaccination. I registered on Monday as the announcement came out that people over the age of 75 could, and I selected Thursday. I do have to say that by Thursday, and they've been doing it quite a while, it was quite a wait. My appointment was for earlier, 4:20. I didn't get in until after 6, and I didn't get home till about 7:30. So if you make appointments, do plan to have some time. If you go to the fairgrounds, remember that it's a long ways to go from the California Street off ramp all the way into, and you don't use the first exit into the parking lot because they're not in the first parking lot. They're all the way at the back by the rodeo grounds. So it's a long way. And so people who are going to register for the fairgrounds, plan accordingly. You cannot go until your assigned time, but you certainly don't want to arrive after your assigned time either. But I do urge everybody to go when your age group or when your occupational group comes. I urge you to sign up and register and get the vaccine. The only other thing I have is to ask the council to adjourn in the memory of a former city employee, Assistant Traffic Engineer Bill Golubix. Bill was with us many, many years. At times he was in ill health and had to work part-time, but he came back. My favorite memory of Bill was at an employee recognition dinner. It was the night after the hillside at Camarillo Springs came down. Mr. Golubik's house was one of those houses that was completely filled with rocks. And I saw him sitting at a table and I went up to him and I said, Bill, I'm really happy to see you here tonight. I heard about your house and frankly, I'm surprised, but I'm so happy to see you. And he said, I knew something was going to happen to that hillside tonight. I just knew it. So I moved my recliner to where it would be saved and I packed a bag. And in my bag, I put a suit so I could come here tonight. And he said, I came here to make sure that everybody knew how happy I was at the response the city had that evening. And even though my house is filled with rocks, I know that what the city did helped other people. And that is a very, very, I think, nice remembrance of Bill. Bill passed away on January 6th, and I would ask the council to close in his memory this evening. So,
Rhonda, can I make, I know it's
certainly,
really quickly, I knew Bill very well, and we were so lucky to find Bill. I believe Bill was a refugee from the city of Simi Valley, I believe, and he had retired. And I believe then Tom Fox found Mr. Glubix. And as we all know, it's extremely difficult to find traffic engineers. And I thought Bill might stay a couple months, 4, 6, 8 months, but he really loved working for Camarillo, and he stayed a long, long time. And I know a great person is, overemphasized, but he was a truly great person. He was a gentleman and a gentleman. And I really enjoyed working with him in my limited capacity with him. But when I always had a question and called him, he always got back to me. He was always calm. He never got rattled or rarely rattled. And he was just a professional's professional. So I'm going to really miss him. And he was a great employee for our city. Thank you.
okay, there being no further business for this session, we will recess until 7:30 when we will take up our public hearing item.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes. We're now in the longest minute before the meeting will start. Is Councilmember Tremblay present? I don't see his video on.
I'm here. Can you see me, Madam Mayor?
No, I can't, but I'll take your word for it.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Okay.
We can see you.
Yeah, I see
Thank
it.
you, Susan. Okay.
Okay, with that, I will call the meeting back to order and ask the record to reflect that all council members are present. I had announced earlier this was a public hearing. It is not. As a departmental item, the item to be considered is a consideration for the 2021 general plan amendment
Mayor
referral.
Craven, we
Yes.
want to start with general public comments.
Thank you. This is the time for public comments on items that are not on the agenda. If you would like to speak on an item that is not on tonight's agenda, which is the general plan amendment referral request at Sterling Hills, then please raise your hand. If you'd like to speak to us on that item, please wait until we take up that item. So the first name I have is Matthew Wayne Lorimer, not Galaxy S5. Mr. Lorimer, you have 3 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mayor Craven. That's very nice of you. I'd like to say a few comments. You know, tonight, I know you guys were at City Council, you didn't hear, but ABC News and also the CDC confirmed that it'll take 500 million doses to take care of this. And we are out of the vaccine, unfortunately, which is not good. They're working on it, but the president has ordered more vaccine, but it's very sad. What's alarming is so far, we've only, in California, have only administered 3.6. That was the last report. So if we get close to 4, maybe 4.5, 5 for this month, if you take that statistic and round that out, and now we have to wait for more vaccine, we're looking at maybe 2 years to get all this out, which is very alarming. So I thought the city council should know that, because we do need to control costs. And this brings me to the desalination plant. You know, I remember back then when we talked about this, the desalination plant seems to get more and more expensive, and we're not even in operational mode. You know, the city of Santa Barbara, I remember talking to them and I asked them why you abandoned it. They said basically, as time goes on, the cost to run it versus buying the water is very expensive, and it becomes like the Yugo where you can't get parts for it. So it's very alarming. So hopefully we can that doesn't happen to Camarillo. The next thing I'd like to talk to is prevention. You know, somebody died in the Lamplighter Mobile Home Park during gang members. I've said for several years that we need to learn about the word prevention. I think the city council, we must do things. We cannot have a city grow to be like Los Angeles, where we accept murder as just a routine thing. And it's happened in December, and now it's in January. The safety of all citizens near the Lamplighter Mobile Home Park, the Village of the Park, Woodside Greens is very important. And you know something? I believe that we need a bicycle patrol, because Crown Vics cannot go on bike patrols basically along under the freeway pass. So bicycle patrols are needed. They work in Thousand Oaks. We also need a police substation. And we also need rewards Crime Stoppers in the Acorn and Thousand Oaks newspaper. You know, the bottom line is prevention is very important. I know good ideas don't have to come from inside of Camarillo. Good ideas come from everywhere. And prevention is so important, because nobody wants to go home and see a loved one lost. And I hope the council will have an open discussion and really look at the fact of the prevention, because that's the key to life. Would you go on a trip and not have money in it? Would you go with a car that needed work? So I hope you'll look at it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lorimer. The next person to speak is Alan Mishkin, but before I ask you to start talking, I need to restate our public comments rules, policies. You have 3 minutes. The countdown clock is on the screen. When it counts down, and when you get to 1 minute remaining, it will turn yellow. When your time is up, it will turn red, and we ask you to stop. The reason we limit people to 3 minutes and hold you to 3 minutes is because it's fair to everybody if you all have the same amount of time. We do appreciate people who don't have to take up the whole time, but that's another thing. So, Mr. Mishkin, please start talking. You just muted yourself, sir. Could you unmute yourself and begin to talk again?
Okay, is that better?
That's fine. Now we can hear you.
Thank you. So good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Alan Mishkin, and I have built and owned and operated 25 golf courses beginning in the 1970s when I purchased the Arizona Biltmore golf courses. Some of the other projects of ours have included the Telluride Ski Mountain in Telluride, Colorado, Druids Glen in Seattle, Las Palomas Resort in Mexico. That early project.
Mr. Mishkin, let me ask you, you're on my list as one of the proponents for the Sterling Hills request. Okay, is that what you're talking about? Because
yes.
This is for items not on the agenda. That item is on the agenda. So you
okay, I'm sorry.
You might want to, unless you have something else you want to talk about.
No, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Okay. So is there anyone else who would like to speak to us about on an item that is not on tonight's agenda? I see no hands raised, and we'll ask the city clerk. Do you see any hands raised? I don't.
No hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this time, we will move to the departmental item, which is to consider the 2021 general plan amendment referral request. And we're first going to ask for the staff report.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Craven and members of the City Council. So we will be presenting tonight the one general plan amendment referral request we received for this year, and that will be for the Sterling Hills Golf Course project and concept. So this map shows the pending general plan land use amendments that we're currently working on, and it does show in red the location of the proposed general plan amendment referral request out at Sterling Hills Golf Course in the northwest portion of the city of Camarillo. John Zaruka is the applicant, and he's proposing a development that has been named La Vida at Sterling Hills. And it's a request for an amendment to the city's general plan land use element to change the existing designation of a portion of Sterling Hills Golf Course from rural density residential, which currently allows up to 2.5 dwelling units per acre maximum, for a request to change it to low medium density residential, which would allow a range between 5.1 to 10 dwelling units per acre. And it's on a 19.83 acre site at the northern portion of the golf course. And the concept plans that have been submitted do indicate that the development would accommodate up to 79 single family homes. And this development is not currently allowed under the existing zoning at the subject property. If this proceeds through a referral, in addition to a general plan amendment application, this application would also need to include a zone change application, a tentative track map, a residential plan development permit, a modification application to the existing conditional use permit 150 over Sterling Hills Golf Course, and then environmental analysis subject to compliance with CEQA requirements. This is an aerial photograph of the Sterling Hills Golf Course, and the golf course is located at 901 Sterling Hills Drive. The area that's shown in yellow hashing is the subject site, and it's generally located south of Beardsley Road, but it's on the northern portion of the Sterling Hills Golf Course. Surrounding land uses include large lot single-family residential neighborhoods to the north of the proposed development footprint. We have the Sterling Hills Golf Course and single-family residential neighborhoods to the south of the proposed development area. And then there are agricultural areas to the west located in Ventura County unincorporated area. And we have a residential neighborhood to the east also within Ventura County unincorporated area. This is the existing general plan land use map that shows the current designation again as rural density residential, which does again allow up to 2.5 dwelling units per acre. That density is covering the entire Sterling Hills Golf Course, including the residential components. Next, I'm showing the zoning map for the Sterling Hills Golf Course and adjacent neighborhoods within the golf course. The golf course itself is zoned open space, and the area where the proposed development is shown is zoned open space. So the concept for the La Vida Sterling Hills project would again allow up to 79 single-family homes that would take access off Beardsley Road. There would be 2 points of access with 2 entrance areas off of Beardsley, leading to residential streets that are double loaded that end in cul-de-sacs on both ends of the street. Their proposed gross density would be 3.98 dwelling units per acre. So it's important for the city council to know that in our city's general plan, our Camarillo general plan does have a category that is low density residential, and that land use category allows up to 5 dwelling units per acre. This proposal in the application had been going through design iterations, is what we understand from the applicant, and at one point they were considering up to 100 homes, and the 100 homes would have been in the low medium density range. But since that's been reduced, the new concept would now be in the low density residential land use category, not the low medium density. This project also includes preservation and redesign of the existing 18-hole golf course at Sterling Hills, and it would be a par 71, 6,200 yards in length. This is a blown up version of the proposed site plan concept, and you can see the access points off Beardsley Road. This exhibit demonstrates 59 lots in this street that ends in two cul-de-sacs, separated by some open space. And then another street that takes access off Beardsley Road, again, ends in two cul-de-sacs. It's only front-loaded on this portion of the proposed concept. And this demonstrates 16 lots at this time. So this design proposal here demonstrates 75 residential lots. And the application materials indicated up to 79. So tonight, the city council will then receive a presentation from the applicant and of course, receive public input. And ultimately, we need a motion to provide direction on the request from John Zaruka for the concept of La Vida at Sterling Hills to determine if the referral of a general plan amendment would move forward or would not move forward at this point to allow an update to the city's land use element. Please note, City Council, that if this project is referred for further study, staff does recommend that the pending general plan application in the future, should it be filed, should be for low density residential land use, which allows up to a maximum of 5 dwelling units per acre, not low medium density residential, which allows for a range between 5 and up to a maximum of 10 dwelling units per acre. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Are there any questions? Mr. Tremblay?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a number of questions for Mr. Vaca, if I may.
Certainly.
Okay, Joe, let me start off by, and I apologize to you and to my colleagues, but I need to get into the weeds here for a minute in order to help me clear up some confusion on my part. The first, and we literally, so that members of the public hear this, we literally have several hundred pages of documents. So I'm going to try to refer to page numbers as we go. Joe, what I would like you to do is first go to the city's pre-application review letter to the applicant from August 9, 2019. And for members of the council, that's big page 176, item 8. Big page 176, item 8. Joe, in that item 8, it says, and I quote, special conditions numbers 164, 168, and 197 of CUP 150 all pertain to a covenant to be recorded limiting the use of lots 208 through 212 to golf course related uses. And I may just simply refer to that as a restrictive covenant from now on for purposes of convenience. But when I go to special condition number 164 of CUP 150, that you've talked about in this letter, and that's on red folder page 26. That special condition number 164, all it says is all approved conditions for tract 4948 apply to this permit. It doesn't contain the it doesn't refer to the covenant. It just incorporates by reference the approved conditions for tract 4948. And so it's confusing. Was the letter from Community Development Department, the August 2019 pre-application review letter, did that mean instead to refer to condition number 164 contained in the tract 4948 conditions? That's in red folder page 86. Council members want to look at page 86 of the red folder. That condition 164 in tract 4948 is identical to condition number 180 in the conditional use permit number 150. Am I reading that correct?
Yes, that you're correct. There is a lot of overlap. And so that may have been a typo that should have been included also in the tract map conditions.
Well, alternatively or conversely, did the Community Development Department mean to say that it was incorporating all the conditions of tract 4948 in that CUP 150?
Well, we want to make sure that we were covering all of our bases as best we could, understanding that we were looking at a preliminary concept plan, and we just wanted to predominantly daylight the issue that there are several conditions that were adopted with the existing entitlements that we wanted them to address.
Okay, and by conditions, what you mean also, I guess what I would call restrictive covenants, correct?
Yes.
Okay, All right. So I'm trying to understand the history here, and like I said, there are several hundred pages of documents that we've all been going through, and many of them have come in just in the last 48 hours or so. Your memo in red folder, page number 1, that indicates that the red folder contains the recorded final tract map. Is that the red folder pages 89 and 89? Or was that map the amended final map?
That is 89. That's correct. It starts on page 89.
Okay, was that the amended final map or is that the final map?
That was the original recorded final map.
It was the original. Okay. All right, thanks. Still staying in the weeds, and I apologize, Joe. I want to confirm my understanding of the original conditions, the original, what I will call restrictive covenants. So the first one is on red folder, page 27. And that's condition number 168. And 168 says, am I reading this right, that the golf course property shall be used for golf course uses and ancillary functions such as catering parties, a restaurant and retail store, and only with appropriate structures to support these purposes. The golf course use and function shall be set forth in a form prepared by the applicant, approved by the city attorney, and recorded to run with the land. Am I understanding condition 168 properly?
That's how I read it.
Okay. Then go to the next page, which is condition special use permit, or I'm sorry, conditional use permit, condition number 180. And that says, and that's on big page 28. That says, prior to recordation of the final map, the developer shall dedicate the development rights to lots 208 through 212 and lot 214 of tentative tract 4948 to the city of Camarillo, accepting the use of that property for golf course and ancillary uses. And it goes on to say the developer shall submit a form for review and approval by the city attorney and the director of planning and community development dedicating the development rights. And that would be to the city, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then the next, and that's a condition whereby there would be a specific dedication of development rights to the city of Camarillo, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then the next special condition that I want to ask you about is condition number 197 on red folder, big page 30. And it says, and I quote, a covenant shall be submitted for review and approval by the city attorney and the director of planning and community development and recorded, which runs with the course of the project, limiting lots 208 through 212 to golf course related uses and offering the right of first refusal to the city for acquisition of the course for public purposes. Following construction of the golf course and prior to each subsequent sale of the golf course, the agreement shall be recorded prior to or concurrent with the recordation of tract 4948 and or issuance of grading permit, whichever occurs first. And I'm going to deal with the right of first refusal issue in a minute because that got eliminated. But is that an accurate rendition of that condition?
Yes.
Okay. And if I'm understanding it correctly, is the project which the applicant is proposing on or applying for, that's on lots, is it 208 and 209 or 209 and 210? Can you refresh my
It
recollection?
is in one of the open space lots that is covered by the condition that you read, yes.
But it's specifically within that 208 through 212 window, correct?
Yes.
I think it's two of those lots and I just can't remember what the numbers are. Okay. So ultimately, I'm going to ask you in a minute or two about some of the language that is that's in the master CC&Rs. So Madam Mayor, thank you for your patience. I'm getting to the point here. So tracing out this history, which is what this is in 2003, the documents reveal that the city and the developer had a dispute concerning their respective rights under a waterworks agreement. Is that consistent with your understanding?
Yes.
And I refer to red folder page 173 for that dispute. And it appears that in settling the dispute, condition 197 in CUP 150, which we just talked about, that was modified, eliminating the city's right of first refusal. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that modified special condition, 197, which is on big page 173, and it was, for reference purposes, passed as part of resolution PC 2003-53. That's very specific. It limits the use of lots 208 through 212 to golf course related uses, right?
Yes.
And it eliminated the right of first refusal language.
Correct.
Okay, so now I want to move to the Master Association. So trying to track this out, and again, thanks for your patience helping me understand this. I want to move to the Master Association CC&Rs, which were recorded for the golf course property. And those are included in our additional information from the applicant, a set of documents which were provided to us, I think, yesterday. And the first thing I want to look at is in that folder, it's on big page 37. Those are the master declaration. These are the master declarations of CC&Rs, right?
Yes.
Okay, and I'd like to refer you to page 46 of the master CC&Rs and specifically section 1.18. And that 1.18 is a definition of the golf course property. Am I right?
Yes.
And it says, the very last sentence says that the golf course property shall not be used for any purpose other than a golf course, restaurant, assemblies, weddings, and any other uses not prohibited by zoning or other ordinances, right?
Yes.
What I'm focusing on, Joe, here is the last clause of that CC&R, which says, and any other uses not prohibited by zoning or other ordinances. So let me go next to section 10.3, and that's on page 30 of the CC&Rs. And for my colleagues, that's on big page 72 of the additional information applicant. And that section 10.3 says, the golf course shall only be used for golf course, driving range, clubhouse, pro shop, retail shops, restaurants, assemblies, weddings, and any other uses not prohibited by zoning or other ordinances, right? Am I reading that right?
Yes.
So that language in 10.3, that last clause is identical to 1.18, right? Am I reading that right?
Correct. Correct.
Okay. Were these master CC&Rs approved by city staff prior to recordation of the final map, the one we talked about a few minutes ago?
I don't know.
Well, it appears that they were recorded in November of 1998. So query, I don't recall offhand when track 4948 or when that map was recorded, but it was back in 1998. But do you know whether the CC&Rs were approved by city staff prior to the recordation?
Unfortunately, I don't know for sure, so I don't think it'd be appropriate to say yes or no.
Yeah, I mean, I know, Joe, it was all before our time, right?
Yes.
Would you expect, as a typical course of action, that when restrictive covenants are placed by a council in a conditional use permit and followed by the tract conditions, that before the CC&Rs are recorded that give life, as it were, to those conditions, that city staff would typically review those?
I know that that's current practice for sure, yes, and I think that would be how it would have occurred.
Okay. So
and then I'm looking at the track map that's recorded.
Okay.
It does have a date of September 1997. And I'm
okay, so that's September 1997, and then what's followed in November of 1998 is the master CC&Rs.
And then it's signed, yeah, and it's signed in 1998, so it was probably recorded around a similar time.
Okay. So just looking at sections 1.18 and 10.3 and the last clause in each of those sections, do they appear to be consistent in all respects with the project, with the language of the conditions adopted by the city council in CUP 150 and track 4948?
Yes.
Well, let me take it from a different angle. Where in the project conditions, the CUP 150 and track 4948, do I find the language contained in the Master Association CC&Rs, and specifically the last clause in section 1.18 and 10.3? And the
About the
language that I'm
zoning?
looking at is, and any other use is not prohibited by zoning or other ordinances. Where does that language?
Yeah, that
appear?
doesn't have an exact mirror image to the language and the conditions in the resolution.
Right, so that language is different or was somehow inserted in there. And
Yes.
again, this is way before our time, right? But somehow
Yes.
that language got into the master CC&Rs.
Yes.
Okay. A couple more questions, Madam Mayor. Now I want to go back to the city's August of 2019 pre-review application letter, starting at big page 175. That's in the red folder, pages 175 through 181. And in items 7 through 9 of that letter, and that's big page 176, staff asked the developer to address the recorded covenants that limited the use for lots 208 through 212 to golf course related uses. Did the city subsequently receive an explanation from the developer? And that's not Mr. Zerka, that's Lewis Land Developers, if I'm reading it correctly. Did the city ultimately get a response?
No.
So nothing in writing?
No, not until this past weekend. I emailed their development team and referenced that we had requested that information back when we drafted this pre-application review letter in August of 2019. And if we could please at least see the existing documents as it pertains to those conditions. But we do not have any clear direction on how they would propose to address those covenants, conditions, and restrictions.
So the January, just so make sure we're all on the same wavelength. The January 25, 2021 letter from Jensen Design and Survey, that's Mr. Waldron's letter. That's the response. That's the one that's on the additional information from applicant, page 1 at SEC, right?
Yes.
So there was no response from 2019 until a couple of days ago as to items 7 through 9 of the pre-application review letter.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thanks. I don't have any further questions right now, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, do any other council members have questions of staff?
I have a question.
Councilmember Santangelo is next.
Yeah, I want some clarification on what was just spoken about. First of all, the condition, there's no reason that the CUP can't be amended, correct?
That's correct.
And was not, or help me understand that we received a letter that made the point that because the CC&Rs said that those lots could not be used for anything except for the golf course, that we would not be able to change the zoning or the land use to allow the development of the homes. And I'm wondering if the city attorney might be able to speak to the response to that.
Yes, Mr. Pierik, can you please help address this?
Yes, I can do that. So if you look to the sections that Councilmember Tremblay was referring to in the CC&Rs, he referred to 2 sections. One of them was section 1.18, which was the definition of golf course property. And the last sentence reads, and I'm quoting, "The golf course property shall not be used for any purpose other than a golf course, restaurant, assemblies, weddings, and any other uses not prohibited by zoning or other ordinances. And that sentence also, that I just read, also appears in section 10.3, as pointed out by Councilmember Tremblay. So it's my opinion that the golf course property, as it's indicated in the CCNRs, could be used, as is stated here in the CCNRs, for other uses that are not prohibited by zoning or other ordinances. So if your ordinances, including your general plan amendment, your zoning code, did allow, for example, the proposed use, then that would be a use that would be permitted within the meaning of the CCNRs. I will acknowledge that that is subject to interpretation. Some might say that the examples of uses that precede the words prohibited by zoning code or other ordinances, such as golf course, restaurants, etc., are intended to identify the types of purposes. However, it's my view that the more likely interpretation or the better interpretation would be that as long as the use is not prohibited by zoning or other ordinances, that it would be a permissible use.
So would it be, so the second interpretation would mean that the CCNRs are saying that we are not allowed to change the zoning or the land use?
Well, the second interpretation would be one that would lead to the result that the uses would be limited to uses that are similar to golf course, restaurant, assemblies, weddings, and let's say, and other similar uses, if we wanted to insert those words. Now, I will point out that the CCNRs don't use the words or other similar uses, which is why I'm suggesting to you that I believe the better interpretation is that as long as the use is not prohibited by zoning or other ordinances, that it would be a permissible use. However, if the, let's say the second interpretation, to give it a number, the second interpretation that it must be a use similar to a golf course or a restaurant is applied, then the CCNRs would need to be amended in order for a project of this nature to go forward. But as I say, it's my view that the first interpretation is the one that is the more reasonable and more supportable, based on the language in the CCNRs.
Thank you, I appreciate that. The other thing, I don't know if, Joe, if you want to bring up the slide with the land use designation, probably be easier.
Yes, I can. Just one moment.
This one, yeah. Or actually the zoning then. Yeah. Because what I wanted to, actually both slides are applicable to what I wanted to say or make sure I understood. The zoning, the land use didn't have to be changed for the original development, because when you take that entire piece of land and the acreage against how many homes there are, it did not exceed the density. Is that correct?
Yes. So the original development originally included a general plan amendment and a change of zone also for the entire area. And the entire Sterling Hills Golf Course area, everything south of Beardsley, was changed from agriculture to the general plan designation of low, the rural density residential at up to 2.5 dwelling units per acre. And then it clustered the residential units into RPDs and created open space zoning over the balance of the development area for the zoning of the project.
And so what you have are a zone of RPD 10, so the 10 dwellings per acre, and
Yes.
another larger one of 4 per acre.
Correct.
And this request is for, as you've suggested, it should be amended to, would be for the land use change, but the density would not be any higher than what's already there.
It would be within the range. So the density currently is spread out over the entire 220 plus acre site. And it is on average at or below the 2.5. So the proposed development area at its own density would be at 3.98.
Okay. And again, just for anybody listening, this is not an approval for the project, correct?
That's correct. This is only a decision whether or not to move it forward and allow the applicant to submit a formal general plan amendment application to be referred for further study.
And also on one of your slides, I think you talked about the other things that would be needed, which would be a zone change ordinance, the tract, a number of other things, and especially an EIR,
Yes.
which typically includes a traffic study, noise, environmental impact, and such.
Yes, and water, would analyze water, look at geology and soils. Yes, it'd be a very thorough environmental analysis and the environmental impact report.
Okay. And then also for the, when the track map, I believe, we've spoken before, so I believe you said that when the track map is recorded, that's what triggers in lieu fees if they're not able to provide park
That's
area.
correct. So yes, so you're right that when a track map is recorded, they either need to provide park land, and if they don't provide land to the Parks District, then they need to provide the submittal of a payment in lieu of providing that land. And that would go to our Parks District, and then they can utilize that to refurbish or maintain existing parks or find new parkland to develop.
Okay. Okay, I think that's all I have now. Thanks.
Thank you. Before I
Sorry,
stop
I didn't
sharing,
unmute myself. I was going to say, Councilmember Kildee.
and then if you don't mind, before I stop sharing this, I just would like to know from the council if they'd prefer me to leave the presentation open during questions.
If you, Joe, this is Kevin, if you would.
Okay, no problem.
Could you go to the next slide, Joe, that says it's a larger picture than next one, where that one there. Now, Beardsley Road, County Road, Joe, is that a county road?
I don't think so. I'd like Dave Klotzel to confirm. I'm not sure.
Okay, what about like Camino Concordia and those roads, Ramona?
The interior or private?
They're what, I'm sorry?
They're private streets.
They're private streets.
Correct.
Mr. Klotzel's here if you'd like an answer.
I'm sorry, Beardsley Road is a city road, public city road.
All of it?
I'm not positive if it, as it goes out to, no, it's basically only the loop around the outside of Sterling Hills.
Right.
If you get going towards Central, then that's county.
Right. And my understanding, like Concordia and Ramona, I believe that's a county road. I don't believe they're part of it.
Correct. To the east, basically to the east of the Sterling Hills Golf Course, up into the Las Posas Estates around the golf course. That's all county.
That's all county. Yes, that's my belief as well.
There is, I will accept that there is a piece of Ramona that was annexed into the city. Right. It was related to a sewer, providing sewer service up there.
It was, but just a piece.
And then I believe I misspoke. I think all the internal streets within the Sterling Hills community are private, is what I was referring to. Isn't that correct, Dave?
Okay.
That's correct.
Yes, okay. Next question is elevations. I don't know if they've gotten into that, but elevations on Beardsley Road vis-a-vis views. And would that be delineated if in fact this does get referred for more study? Am I articulating my question to you?
Yes, I think what you're asking is, would there be a view analysis done as part of the review if this is referred, and that can be included? And if that's something the council feels is important as part of the referral, they can add that as a special study.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Mulchay.
I don't have any questions at this point.
Okay, I have some. Mrs. Santangelo asked a question about the CC&Rs. And at one point, the city attorney said, well, the answer to one of her questions was that would require a CC&R change. Can the city itself make a change to the CC&Rs?
I could take that one. The answer is no. The CC&Rs have a specific provision in them with respect to how the CC&Rs are to be amended. It's section, getting to it here, 13.3 under amendments. And it shows under 13.3A, it can be amended by the declarant, although the declarant now is been replaced by the members. So you go to B, which is the members. It would require a 66 2/3 vote of the members. And then also under section C, if it's an amendment that would be material to the mortgages on the properties, and that's quite a long section, so I'm not going to read it, but there are some circumstances where the lender's approval of the amendments would be required. And then finally, under section D, there's some amendments that would require approval by the city, and specifically those sections that are identified in section D of 13.3. So that's kind of a long answer to your short question, but the bottom line is that the city cannot unilaterally amend the CC&Rs.
Thank you. I have another question. Don't go away. Mr. Tremblay brought up condition 180, which refers to a requirement to dedicate the development rights to the golf course property to the city of Camarillo. And there was supposed to be a developer shall submit a form for review and approval by the city attorney and the director of planning and community development, dedicating the development rights. Was that done? Does the city have the development rights?
Well, this was before my time as city attorney, so I don't know the answer to that question as to whether or not there was such a dedication. We would need to do some research of city records. My recollection is that we didn't see anything in the preliminary title report on that, but we would have to double check. I should mention that this being a condition of approval, that the city does have the legal authority to amend the CUP, and that would include this condition as well.
I'm not sure what you mean by that, to amend it and rescind that requirement, or to force the owner to donate those to the city?
Well, it depends on how the project is developed. Right now, you are considering a referral for a general plan amendment. As Mr. Baca indicated, there would be a number of other approvals that would be presented, or entitlements that would be presented for council's consideration at that time, including the zone change, an RPD, CEQA, as well as potential modifications to the CUP that would allow for the development to proceed, assuming council gave the green light to the project. It's my opinion that you do have the legal authority to modify the conditions so that the project could be moved forward. And if this is one of those conditions that would need to be modified, that could be one that's changed.
So I guess where I'm going is, when I voted for these conditions, I thought somebody was going to follow through on them. So if there was follow through, and if the city owns the development rights, I think we have a whole different conversation.
I would say that we have not found any record that the city has the development rights as written in that condition. So we haven't found evidence of that. We asked the developer to provide that back in August of 2019 also. And then we recently received what we were told was a current title report. We reviewed that. We did not see that in the title report either.
Okay. I'll take that up later. That's all the questions I have. Did anybody else think of any of Ms. Santangelo?
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up. If the language, and this is probably for Mr. Perrick, if the language in the CC&Rs are the golf course property shall not be used for any purpose other than golf course, restaurant, assemblies, weddings, or any other uses not prohibited by zoning, then if the zoning is changed, why would the CC&Rs have to be changed?
Well, that goes back to the interpretations that I provided in my earlier comments. It's my view that the better view is that the CC&Rs would not have to be changed because by the express language in section 1.18 and 10.3, when it says other uses not prohibited by zoning or other ordinances, that would allow the proposed project to proceed, assuming, of course, that the council, referred it, approved the general plan and all the other entitlements. Because if you did that, then it would be a project that is not prohibited by zoning or other ordinances, so it would be a permissible use. As I indicated, there could be another view on this, which is that the uses would be limited to golf course, restaurant, or similar uses. However, the CC&Rs don't say that. They don't say or similar uses. If they did, then this is probably a project that would require an amendment to the CC&Rs. But the CC&Rs don't say that. They instead say other uses not prohibited by zoning or other ordinances, which is why I believe the better view is that if the city council decides to refer this and to approve a general plan amendment and all the other entitlements that are required, that this would then be a use that is, quote, not prohibited by zoning or other ordinances, and it would be permissible, and there would not be a need to amend the CC&Rs.
Thank you.
Charlie, you're muted.
Madam Mayor, you're muted.
Thank you. Okay, I had first asked, are there any other questions from any other council members? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to ask the developer and his team if they have words to say on this. And I have several names here. Would members of the developers team raise their hands, please? And I'm trying to match them up. Okay.
John Zaruka, John and Linda Zaruka.
No, I see that now, but your hand wasn't raised at the top.
Okay, all right, where is it?
I'm looking here at raised hands because I have other raised hands, and I'm trying to recognize. So, Mr. Zaruka,
that's me.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to you because I understand there are several members of your team who would like to talk. I'm going to give you, we have 96 people lined up, ready to talk. And so I'm going to give you 10 minutes to make your presentation.
All right, you ready for me?
I sure am. Thank you.
Okay, do we have a PowerPoint by the city to set up here?
Yes, we
Understood.
do. Jeffrey, if you could please screen share and share the applicant's presentation.
While he's doing that, I want to clear up something. Councilman Tremblay brought up this 2019 application. That was put in by another developer who I was talking to. The team that we have together now, council member, is a different team, and they did not receive this question until last week. I think maybe even Saturday. And I think Joe will let you know that they had a review of that, but no one asked us for that information, and so I want to make sure you understood that was the situation. We have it yet?
Just hang on a minute, and then
Okay, I'll go ahead and get
when the city clerk gets your PowerPoint up, because it wouldn't be right to have you talking without the pictures you brought.
Well, I'll start just by introducing myself. John and Linda's with me here. Later on, she might put her hand up to speak for her 3 minutes. We've been Camarillo residents for many, many years. We've been doing business in the county, serving millions of customers at our three facilities in the West County, including Camarillo, for many, many, many years, since 1986. When we bought this facility, we did our research about whether we could develop it further, and all the indications were that it was just we'd be able to have to get a zoning change, etc. Kevin is going to follow me, and he's going to talk a little bit about those entitlements. We want to make things have changed since 1999. The golf industry is different. The economic conditions of the golf course are different. We knew that going in. We let everybody know that we were going to do this, that we would have to do something to make this a viable situation. Here we go. Go on to the next one right there, please.
Next slide, please. Oh.
Okay, that's wonderful. What we're going to talk about is the changed environmental economic conditions, that the fact that we've had meeting with community outreach forever since we took over, land use and community compatibility, that'll be Kevin, and then the great golf course architect, Forrest Richardson, will finish our presentation. And if you have any questions, we'll go on. So next slide, please. The prior ownership, both of them, there were two of them prior, they deferred maintenance. They didn't have a capital investment fund and so on. As you're well aware, a golf course can get old, and stuff gets old, and has to be replaced and updated. If you don't do that, you're going to have a situation where it's going to get too expensive unless intervention occurs. We have a plan. We have good foresight to make sure we can save this golf course and save that open space. And we're going to save the water. There's a lot of great things about what we're going to do, and I'll let the later on speakers talk about it. Next slide. What we want to do is preserve public golf in Camarillo. The people that are opposing this, and I and my wife and our team, have the same objective. We want to save the open space, and we want to save the golf course. It's a question on who can do this. So we want to preserve and enhance the golf as a recreational opportunity. It's a great asset. It's going to be the only 18-hole regulation course in the city. It's also the only privately owned golf course in all of West County that's public. We're going to work on enhancing the views through design and we've been working with the community like crazy on what we could do, how we can do it. and we'll be speaking about that later. And we think the property values will be enhanced due to the fact that these are executive homes. And we listened to the local, to all our neighbors. They said they didn't want the smaller. The original idea was to match the fairways. We said, no, we're going to build bigger and fewer homes to match the values, and even better than the Sterling Hills development. Next slide, please. So we've met with people since the day we took this over. We've let everybody know that this is what our plan was. Something had to be done. We've had 3 years worth of events with the residents, and just since we announced our team and the proposed plan, we've had over 30 meetings, some personal, some with groups. Anybody wanted to meet with us, we gave them every opportunity. We sent a package. I think you all got a package. There might have been a lot of information in there, but we wanted to make sure we're very transparent. We listened to the community. We had significant changes to the plan. For example, I mentioned the size of the homes. We believe we have very strong support from the community. There's 3 constituencies. You have the residents, which are we've stayed very close to. We have our golfers. We listen to them. What do you want? And the general community, because this is a community asset. And we have committed as a family that any income that we derive from the sale of the homes, because we're partners into the home sites as well, will go to pay off the debt and renovate the golf course. So that's my part of the program, and look forward to questions a little later on. And now I pass it off to Kevin. Put your hand up, Kev, baby. Maybe.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Mayor Craven, council members, my name is Kevin Waldron. I'm a land use planner for a local firm, Jensen Design and Survey. Let me see what I can do with my video.
My name wasn't up. I didn't have my picture.
There we go. And what we have here today is what Councilmember Santangello was saying is residential plan community development. Sterling Hills is on a general plan land use designation of 2.5 dwelling units per acre. And there are higher clustered residential developments throughout it. If we could go to the next slide, please. The proposed project is essentially an extension of like size dimension clustered single family residential development. And the general plan policy definitions I have up here. This is the background on Sterling Hills. It's a residential plan development zone is intended to encourage imaginative residential design. The other definition, open space, this is the other zone on this property, is established to preserve valuable recreational resources. And so what was approved under this project was the city used general plan residential land use implementation policy section 4.6, saying there may be flexibility in zoning to permit a variety of types of housing as long as the overall density is not violated. So today's existing conditions is you have Sterling Hills is 1.3 dwelling units per acre. The way that this development team has taken a look at the property and proposed a max 79 units, single family homes of similar compatible size, it would be 1.7 dwelling units per acre, still well within the 2.5 dwelling units per acre. And one of the things that we first brought up to the city is the idea that the city does have the flexibility in the zoning to permit a variety of types of housing as long as the overall density is not violated. So if using the precedence of the 1994 approval, this project actually wouldn't necessarily need a general plan amendment. It would just need a zone change. It would go to planning commission. It would go to city council. The modifications to CUP 150 would occur. There may be modifications to the CC&Rs at that time. So the general plan actually already meets the other ordinances that we've talked about. And Councilmember Tremblay, thank you for bringing up those segments of CC&Rs and the track conditions and the CUP conditions. I am 100% available to answer any questions you guys may have on that. I think City Attorney, thank you, Joe Vaca, for just helping distill that. So if there's any more questions on that, please, by all means, use me. Next slide, please. this is just talking about the compatibility. The proposed project is been driven about golf, and I don't mean driven as a pun. It is 4 to 5 dwelling units per acre, and it's under 4 if you take the gross acreage, and that's very compatible with Golf LOA at RPD 10 and all other streets RPD 4, and that's our proposed density. I wanted to make clear the city has the housing element, general plan section 7, and one of the criteria to look at general plan amendment referrals is a general plan amendment is evaluated lands shall be considered for reuse, mixed use, and infill potential. So this project certainly meets that criteria for reuse and infill potential. And so considering these, and what John substantiated was physical, social, and environmental conditions have changed. This council has even approved general plan referrals for other golf courses in the city. And that's just recognizing the merit that there are different changes and conditions around golf courses than were present in 1994, 1998. And so we feel that those changes in the physical, social, and environmental conditions merit a general plan referral. I'll hand it off to Forrest. He is the golf course architect, nationally renowned, and he can describe what the golf course is all about.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello. Okay. I know time is brief, so let me just, I won't repeat anything, but I'll get right into it. First of all, thank you. I met the Zarukas in 2005 when I was doing work for the city of Ventura at the 2 golf courses there. That's where their base of operation was. And when the possibility came up of them acquiring Sterling Hills, they contacted me. They said they wanted to maintain the banquet business they had, but they wanted to know what could happen on the property with infill. And I was very clear to them. I said, well, it depends. If you let the golf drive the residential planning, it'll probably come out okay. But if you do it the other way around, it's going to be a disaster. And that's kind of where we're at today. We're at a point where I've driven the plan to preserve the golf. And that's the only way that I would work on this. And I want you to know that, because it's an important part of this particular plan is the golf has driven the entire plan. And that was my response to them. Simple as that. With Parks Legacy on board now, you have a group that is all about doing residential development with the idea of preserving golf courses. And Mr. Mishkin is here tonight, and I hope you give him just a minute or two to talk. The plan before you, I want to point out, uses 12% of the current golf course total acreage. So it's a very small percentage of the golf course. And we've configured these residential infill lots away from existing homes with separation of fairways and green space. In summary, I don't want to get into the details, but we're keeping 13 holes, but we're enhancing them. The 5 holes we're changing maintain a par 71, 6,200 yard course, as Kevin mentioned. We've removed the practice range to do that, which is a decision made early on to preserve what we feel is a viable golf course. And there are new ways to practice now indoors with technology. And we can get into those questions if you have it. We've taken a very, very strong look at the deferred maintenance. I want you all to understand that this is a 21-year-old golf course, and I've been hovering around it for 3 years now. And I can tell you that every time I look at something, I ask the question, has something been replaced? Has it been, renovated, whatever? The answer is no. The only thing that has ever been done to this golf course is what the Zarukas have done in the last couple of years. And that's very important, because this is a property, and I have 35 projects going on around the country right now. This is a property that has all the classic signs of just spiraling further and further and further into a deferred maintenance condition. The plan before you, and again, I'm not going to cover it in detail, but I'll take any questions, completely restores the landscape areas, begins to work on the irrigation system, the drainage, the trees, and the features, as well as the reconfiguration. So over the past several weeks, and last week during the windstorm, I met with 30, I think it was 36 people at the end, and we focused on the neighbors that I would say are most affected. They're closer to the new development, and we're pledging to do our best to continue to work with them. And again, I just want to reiterate that the golf is driving this plan, which I think is very important. I can tell you that when these things are not driven by golf, they typically don't go well. And I'm giving you my professional experience and message in that. So thank you again, and tried to do that quickly, but I am here to answer any technical questions that you may have.
Mr. Zaruka, is that the end of your presentation?
I think as a summary, if we could go to the next couple slides.
Okay, and you're now into 15 of your 10 minutes, so
Okay.
we'll ask you to wrap
You
up.
can go to the next slide, please. So this is just an artist rendition, and there was a comment about grading. There has been some preliminary grading plans created in order to preserve views. That's one of the big design for existing views and to enhance them. And next slide, please. This is a closer up to that. So this is available for our questions. And then the next slide should be our question slide. So these are the names of the three speakers here. And again, we're requesting that council grant the general plan amendment referral request. We also believe that if the council wishes, that it is full well in the general plan policy to have flexibility in zoning as long as the overall general plan density is not exceeded. So the council does have the option and authority by general plan policy to direct staff and planning commission to see this, and a general plan amendment would not be required. It would just be going underneath the existing general plan 2.5 dwelling units per acre. There is an animation video. It's about 1 minute. If you guys want to see it, we can do that, but otherwise we'll take questions. Thank you for your time.
I'm going to ask the council if they have any questions of any of these people on the request team. Councilmember Kildee.
Yeah, let me put. Can everybody hear me okay? I have a question. I think maybe Mr. Richardson can ask this, but my understanding is that the redesign of the golf course is going to affect about 5 holes that are going to be changed. So if that's the case, how are you going to protect, let's say, like an errant golf ball or something to somebody that has a current house up there that hasn't had to deal with this, but perhaps might, if in fact the golf course is changed, specifically the 5 holes that will be?
Sure, it's a good question, and it's come up in the neighborhood meetings. First of all, I'm regularly an expert witness on errant ball and golf safety. I've written 5 books on golf architecture, including one that's sort of the Bible, if you will, of layout and design of golf courses. And what we've done, Councilman, is to arrange the holes so that we're not narrowing any of the corridors. We're getting rid of the driving range, sliding hole 1 over, and then the 2 par 3 holes at the top dovetail together like opposing ice cream cones, if you will, which is very efficient. The Zarukas are committed to rebuilding and realigning tees, the landscaping I mentioned, adding forward tees. And my commitment is that at every hole, we have a list of about 300 individual improvements on the golf course. And at every hole, almost every one of those has something to do with mitigating errant balls. So when we're done, we're going to have a inherently safer Sterling Hills golf course. I guarantee that. And we're doing that, again, by rebuilding tees, realigning them. But none of the new holes and the reconfiguration, which is the heart of your question, none of those holes are any less in setback from best practices. Keeping in mind, of course, that Sterling Hills was 22 years ago. The design was actually 25 years ago. So there were a little bit different standards back then. We're aware of that. And whenever we work on an older golf course, we endeavor to improve things, certainly not let them go the other direction.
May I have just one quickly follow up? With the design of the golf course, I understand you're going to have more par threes than what they have currently. And if that's the case, does that affect the quality of the golf?
Well, I don't think so, because I enjoy par threes more than any other kind of golf hole. But there are no rules when it comes to that. There are some famous courses around the world that have 5 and 6 par threes. We think that it'll be a fun, enjoyable golf course, probably even more suited to the current player profile than when Sterling Hills first opened. So if you looked at the brochures and the scorecard when the golf course was first opened, you know, all the marketing copy was about a championship golf course with challenge and all of that. Well, we still have the challenge, but we have a much more playable, friendly golf course. I'm all about scoring success. And I think that that's an important part of the game, as is the fun. And people today are looking for fun experiences. So I can tell you that the par 3 course that we finished here in Arizona, Mountain Shadows, 18 holes par 3, is one of the favorite golf courses of all the Arizona Cardinals and the Arizona Diamondbacks, because they just have a complete hoot playing it, because they're playing par 3s. But we have the par 5s, we have the 550-yard holes, and so it's a real good collection, I think, at the end of the day.
And can you
Good
talk,
question, though. Yeah.
and just one really quick wrap up. Can you talk about the size of the course and how viable that will be?
Well, it completely fits within reasonable acreage. It's 100 and when the 20 acres, the 12% of the land is taken away for the infill residential lots, the resulting acreage is absolutely okay for a 6,200 yard course. It's probably a little more acreage than you might find at some courses of 6,200 yards. So I've worked on courses before, even in residential areas, where dealing with 125, 130 acres. Right now I'm working in Boise, Idaho, on a course that was perhaps not very well planned. I hope they're not listening. It was a long time ago, so no one currently is at fault for it, but it's about 125 acres for a 6,600 yard golf course. So that isn't what you have here. You have a good acreage for the amount of golf that we've configured.
Thank you.
Can I just follow up on that, council member?
Certainly. Go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, we brought Forrest on before we had any kind of developer so we could concentrate on what we could do for this golf course. And his charge was to make a regulation golf course. We wanted par 70, 71. 95% of our golfers play it at that level, at that distance now, 6,200. I also wanted to make it so it's better for seniors. It's difficult for women. My daughter plays, Stacy, she's out there all the time. They can't reach par 4s and 2. We want to make it better for women, juniors. I think we got a junior or so coming up, going to speak tonight, and beginners. So plus people that play all the time. So we think he has met that challenge, and he's the best there is. So thank you.
Okay, are there any other council members who have questions? Council member Santangelo.
Mr. Zaruka, this question is for you, and I'm just going to be really, really blunt. You've said in this presentation that you've committed that all the money made from the housing development will be put back into the golf course and maintaining it. And I guess what I'm wondering is, we've gotten quite a bit of feedback from the community, and there are frankly some people that don't trust that. So how transparent are you going to be? And, how are you going to convince us in the community?
I'm willing. I've said all along, council member, that we're willing to share our investment. What we did say is we have a debt on it. The previous owner took a second on it when we took it over. So we'll pay the debt off, and we're committed to doing the renovations that Forest has, and anything that comes our way will go there. And I'm happy to be transparent. I think we've been very transparent in this whole process, what we wanted to do, how we wanted to do it, the changes. We listened to people. We made a lot of changes based on their feedback. We will continue to do that as the process goes on.
And I didn't mean to imply that you weren't.
Okay. No, there's no question. Yes, we're willing to do that. I think I put out a kind of a quasi P&L of what happened the first 2 years because of all the capital investment we already put into the facility with new carts, new maintenance equipment. We had to put in a new pump. My management out there, local guy, Lee Harlow, been around for years. He warned me, he says, John, every time you have an expense at the golf course, it's 5 figures. So I've learned that, but I kind of had an idea going in. So thank you for the question.
Yeah, I think it's important in terms of if, as you said, the shared goal is the sustainability of this golf course, then I think that's part of the decision making.
Yeah, let me just add one other thing. One of the great questions that came up 2 years ago, they said, John, we get what you're going to do, but you may not own the course down the road. So how do you know somebody else is going to come back and do the same thing and try to do more development? And part of our package that you received, we are all committed to putting a very strict deed restriction in now, so that'll never happen again. We want to maintain that open space as well.
Thank you, Mr. Zaruka.
Thank you.
Mr. Tremblay.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I have a couple of questions for Mr. Zaruka. And Mr. Zaruka, thanks for your application. Before first question, I just want to point something out though to you. I'm aware now, I wasn't aware that your team had changed from your team in 2019. And you told us tonight that you have a different team now. And that new team didn't receive the question until last week. I presume that and maybe I'm incorrect, that the August 2019 pre-review application letter was provided to the new team, because the application that you made was supplied to the city in just about 2 or 3 months ago. The issue with respect to the CUP conditions and the CC&Rs has just come up in the last few days. It's a very important issue to me. I've had less than 48 hours to sled through those documents that were supplied in Mr. Waldron's January 25 letter. So I just wanted to give that to you as some context. But my question to you is this. Your materials, and I've read all your materials, and thank you very much. And by the materials, I'm referring to what you provided in the SHIP project to all the residents. Thank you. It discusses the state of the golf industry. And as I read them, the state of the industry appears quite bleak. And you indicate that several local courses have closed, and I'm aware of that anecdotally. But on the other hand, I'm also aware of information that the National Golf Foundation, in its 2020 industry report, which was released pre-pandemic, asserts that there's been an increase of 6.4% in golf participation in the prior 2 years, and that's 2018 and 2019, and there's reason for optimism in the industry. So could you help me reconcile those competing views? Is the National Golf Foundation wrong? And I'm sorry, Mr. Zaruka, I can't hear you. I think you have to unmute.
That's a national report. There might be I think there may be some golf experts going to speak to you later. The golf industry in this county, and I think Lee Harlow, when he gets on, we used to do Buenaventura, for example, we were there, we used to do 85,000 rounds. Now they do somewhere in the 60s. You cannot count this year. This year we've had a little bonus, and because big bonus actually, I'll be honest, because of the COVID, because there's nothing else to do. But the experts I talked to says that has no legs. That will dissipate. We also have a county that's gotten older. Younger people don't play. My son, for example, you may hear later, he plays occasion golf. He has kids that play. They play occasionally because they have other activities, youth activities to go to. They play sports. So it has dropped. There's a reason all these courses, it seemed like, and when a course closes in Ventura County, we think we're going to get busier, and we don't. Look, this will cure, it will make us a viable golf course in the future. If we can get the debt and get the place back, we're not pleading poverty, but we're looking at the long term, what would happen when, as it gets down the road. And this is the best solution to get this place back onto good financial footing. Did I answer that question okay for you, Councilman?
I think so. I'm struggling with the fact that the National Golf Foundation has put out a 2020 industry report that even accounting for COVID, the number of rounds, the amount of equipment sales, and the viewership on golf have all.
Yeah, that's this year.
Well, but there was also the pre-pandemic report issued for 2018 and 2019. So help me, but I understand your answer. I'm struggling with reconciling.
Well, look, our numbers went up a little bit, but that was because we worked hard on it and got it and did some good marketing and so on. But it wasn't substantial. I mean, this course used to do 50,000 rounds. When it was handed to us, did about 37,000 rounds, 36. And we climbed it to like 39, but we had to give a lot. It was originally set up to be a $75 golf course and a $100 golf course. And that was a bad plan. There's courses all over the country like that have closed. And, I am not a total prognosticator, but, I think it's going to go back, and, we'll go back to that kind of a level of golf, and we can live with that, with a new golf course, and then we can get a little bit more income because we'll have a newer, better golf course. And frankly, we have built our market share because we've worked really hard at it.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Zerka. I had one other question for you, and mine will be a very direct question, like Councilmember Santangelo's question was, which I appreciated. We've had all kinds of emails and correspondence from Sterling Hills property owners who are very concerned about additional density and additional homes on the golf course. So could you, in a nutshell, give me your response to those property owners who were aware of the restrictive covenants in the CUP and the CCRs when they purchased those properties and relied on those conditions? What is your response on that?
Well, my response is, when I did my research, we didn't think there was there was certainly not a deed restriction. And I was advised that yes, this could be done with a zoning change. We didn't think it even had to have a plan amendment, but we went ahead and we are going through this process because your legal counsel believed it was the best way to go. Okay, we're going to do that. We think that it was perfectly legitimate opportunity to do, and those homeowners, they misunderstood it. I think obviously you've had a discussion here, and it is a little confusing. But I think the attorney, I'll refer to my planning people, but I think your attorney kind of said it. That last sentence in that restrictive CUP or I guess the CC&Rs is it leaves us an opportunity to do this. And I wouldn't have bought the golf course if I didn't think I could do something to do the land to generate the income to do the plan, some kind of a plan. And no, I kept asking everybody else, what plan do they have?
Well, no, I appreciate that. I'm just struggling with the fact that the language in the master CC&Rs is not in a significant way, is not consistent with the language that was in the CUP conditions. And I'm struggling with that. And the answer that I got was, we don't know. And this is all before you and I ever came on the scene. So I am struggling with that.
I wonder
So, okay, I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Can I?
Could Kevin maybe address it a little bit more?
Well,
as long as Madam Mayor allows it.
Well,
Sorry.
John,
I
can
have
I
a
make-
Patrick Lohman. Is he
Yeah.
part of your team?
I'm the lawyer for John. I'm just here to answer questions. I'm not part of the presentation, but I've listened carefully to the issue that I have been focused on, which is this confusion over whether there's a deed restriction or a covenant or what have you. I'm just going to be very brief because you got a lot of people you need to listen to, but I don't see it as a stumbling block to your ability to consider this application on the merits. It's even if there were additional documents that should have been or not done, our position, frankly, is that the CC&Rs are it. As I have nothing to add to what the city attorney has already said.
Okay,
Even
thank
if
you.
that those can be amended. It was not a bar that prevents you from exercising discretion as to the merits. So I agree with the city attorney. I have nothing further to say.
Thank you. Mr. Tremblay, do you have more questions?
No, I don't. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. I just want to say I read the materials that were sent to us, except I believe around noon today, I found some more things from you in my inbox, and I didn't have time to read them because I was doing other city business. I think that developers need to know that if you send us a lot of things at the very last minute, there's a chance they might not get read because we do have other things that we do related to the city and related to jobs for those people who work. But at any rate, I've really been struggling with the same things that Mr. Tremblay has apparently been struggling with. And I haven't talked to him except on this Zoom meeting. So with all of that, are there any other questions? Oh, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor Mulchay.
Thank you. I have two questions. Mr. Zaruka, I'm going to point them at you. In your application, I'm looking at big page 7 for my colleagues. In regards to its 1.2.2 preserve home values, you mentioned a number. You expect to invest approximately $90 million in new home subdivision improvements and the rejuvenation of the golf course. I mean, obviously, you wouldn't be here unless you had penciled all this out, but how much of that 90 million do you anticipate being allocated towards rejuvenating the golf course? And you're on mute, by the way.
Okay. Zero. The golf course renovations income that I receive will go towards the renovation. And also there is a possibility, the probability that the partners are going to partner with me and buy percentage of the golf course, so we'll have that money. But the golf course responsibility renovations are strictly under my wife and our family's obligation. Did I answer that question? So when they're talking about the 90 million renovate, that's for the home developments. Doesn't include the 1 to 4 million, depending on what we do, 2 million we're going to do for the golf course. And yes, we penciled it out, and we're pretty proud of it. This is never going to be a big bonanza for us. We love golf, and we love this community. So we want to make this happen, and we can do this.
With that, so here's a second question. I mean, considering golf, I mean, golf is foremost. You guys are saying that the golf is leading it. You're doing this in order to preserve golf, obviously, at the Sterling Hills. Why do you choose this route as opposed to alternative means by which to raise capital for reinvestment in the golf course to create a sustainable golf course? I ask that because this must be, of all the options, this must be the hardest, most arduous, longest, most complicated.
Vice Mayor, I questioned the same thing, and I asked and asked and asked. To get a loan to do something like this is difficult. You have to have pure capital. We have enough invested into the golf course. We didn't want to invest much more without an opportunity to generate a little bit more income that would help pay for this. Look, we looked at different alternatives. I asked all the neighbors, what do you think? We looked at senior housing. We looked at assisted living housing. We looked at a lot of different options. And we looked at originally, I think when you and I spoke a couple of years ago, we talked about the matching what was at the fairways. Well, the Sterling Hills had a little objection to that, so we changed it. Originally, my original plan with the original people I dealt with, I was going to sell them the land, and they'd come to you and say, well, this is what I want to do. In this case, I am a partner into the actual development, so we're taking a risk, but we're willing to take that risk.
And if Madam Mayor might indulge me, I have one more follow-up or a clarification. So the application on that big page 7 I had initially referenced, it said, and rejuvenation of the golf course. So the $90 million will not go towards rejuvenating the golf course. What you said is, ideally, if you will rejuvenate the golf course through either partners investing in and or through free cash flow develop that the golf course generates, effectively use the profits and or selling partnerships, shares, whatever. And you're on mute again. Sorry.
Can you restate the question? I didn't quite hear that one.
No, yeah, I want to understand how the golf course renovations would be funded. And it won't come out of this $90 million through the development and the sale of homes.
Let me try again.
Okay.
Since I'm a partner into the homes, as we generate income, I'll have income to pay back the investment I will put into the golf course. One of the things that we're going to do the golf course before the development gets done. And I'm going to front the money. We can do that. Linda and I have dedicated ourselves to doing that. Did I answer the question that time?
Yeah, and actually that was kind of where I was going to. I was wondering where the redevelopment of the golf course would land in relation to the development of the homes.
Yeah, we're going to do that first.
Okay. All right, that's all I had. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Does anybody else have any other questions for the development team before I start with the public comments?
Your Honor, I have one question, but I'd like to wait until after public comments, if I may.
Sure. We can ask questions afterwards. I just thought you might want something clarified beforehand. So at this time, I'm going to open it up for public comment. I will ask people to click the little raise your hand button. I have hands over here. Right now, there are 24, 25. They're going up all the time. There are 90 people out there. And so we may enjoy several hours here together. I will take people in the order in which they click the raise your hand button. I'm going to explain now the rules we have for speakers' times. You will have 3 minutes. It shows on the screen 3 minutes. And the countdown clock will start when you start talking. When it gets to 2 minutes, there'll be the green light will turn to yellow. And then when your time is up, the light will turn to red. I'm going to hold each person to their exact 3 minutes. So when you see that turning to yellow, start wrapping up. Otherwise, it just wouldn't be fair to all of the people who want to talk before it gets way too late. So,
Madam Mayor?
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Tremblay.
Well, actually, I think Miss Santangelo beat me. Go ahead, Susan.
We might be thinking the same thing. I'm just wondering if we can make sure we get a break in sometime.
I had planned that.
Okay.
I think we'll take a break. Well, maybe it'd be better to take a break now before the public comments. We'll keep it in the order in which the The hands were raised. And let's take a break until 9:15. According to my clock, that's 8 minutes. And then we'll come back and take the public comment. When we come back, if we go longer than 11:15, we'll take another break then.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Ms. Santangelo asked the question I was going to ask.
Okay. We will be in recess until 9:15. Okay, it's now 9:15 and I will call the meeting back to order. We will begin with public comments. As I said earlier, when I gave the rules of 3 minutes, I will call in the order that hands were raised. The first name I have is Lisa, no last name. Lisa, you just muted yourself, I believe. Could you unmute?
There's a few Lisas, so I'm not too sure if that's me.
Well, you're talking and it says Lisa, so I
Sounds
think
good.
you're
Sounds
okay.
good. All right. I've been a resident in Sterling Hills for 18 years, and I'm an avid golfer. I play Sterling Hills at least twice a week. I also belong to the women's club here. When the Zaruka family bought this course, it was in terrible shape. The previous owner had done nothing to improve it. Mr. Ruka has already made many improvements to the course with new sand traps, beautiful landscaping in some areas. I've seen the open space improvement plan, and I think it is an excellent plan to improve the course. And I know people in my neighborhood who are already hoping to buy one of the new one-story homes. The Zarukas have been transparent in my dealings with them, and I appreciated that they and the designer reworked the plan after meeting with homeowners to satisfy some concerns. I feel our homes will only maintain their value if the course is renovated. And one last comment, because I'm sure it will come up in your other comments. I drive down Beardsley multiple times almost every day and rarely, if ever, see more than 2 other cars. I hope you will allow the next step in the planning process to begin. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll reset the clock and the next speaker is RNC Hirschbach. Could you there you go. Thank you.
Thank you, esteemed council members, city staff, and attendees. My name is Robert Hirschbach. I'm a Sterling Hills homeowner. I am strongly against Mr. John Zaruka's proposed zoning change to allow up to 79 homes to be built on the Sterling Hills golf course. As you know by now, the majority of our neighbors and residents in the 207 homes of the Sterling Hills development are also against this proposal. After your review of the original agreed upon resolution PC 94-40 and resulting CUP 150 documentation from the original plan development, I trust you will decide to vote no. As stated in project condition 168, quote, the golf course property shall be used for golf course uses, end quote, not new constructions. This agreement by the city should morally bind your decision, regardless of how the title and CCNRs that are clearly required by the project conditions 197 and 198 are interpreted by the applicant. Inasmuch as CUP-150 conditions 168, 197, and 198 corroborate our reasoning, we also point out the loss of our open space, home views, country ambiance, and potential property values. Cross traffic through our streets also increase at unsafe speeds. We would be used as a shortcut to the city center via cars following residents through our gates. Many adjacent developments are also negatively affected, as you have heard from those homeowners in the public comments. Through my accounting, all the petitions received in the public comments listed on the city's website are close to 1,200 votes against and 408 in favor of the project. Please affirm our faith in our elected representatives. Thank you for your consideration and public service. It's not appreciated enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hirschbach. The next speaker is Matthew Wayne Lorimer.
Good evening, council. Tonight, the word is trust. When the public elects people to office, this was clearly one of the things they expect is trust. The CC&Rs are very correct. Basically said retail, golfing activities, and that's it. One of the things tonight I thought was very interesting is the developer had 3 people talking. And all of them really didn't give any legal basis. In fact, their attorney said, well, I agree with the city attorney. Well, let me just tell you what the city attorney said tonight. The city attorney said, I wasn't there then. I wasn't working in there, but I'm just giving you my guess. So you're a city council. Your job is to have facts basic. They have made no legal arguments regarding CCRs tonight. The city attorney is not supposed to work for the developer. And what it sounded like was the city attorney was making an attempt to approve this project by making comments. It's wrong. It is up to the applicant to come forward and make a case. He did not make a case. We heard tonight, well, I bought this and I expected to make, here's the bottom line. This is about money. He bought it to make money. Okay. Mr. Moshe asked him, hey, well, how much you going to plan to put in that thing? He didn't give any figure, nothing. The bottom line is this. You know something? All over Camarillo, we have a problem. We need Dr. Phil to have a talk with the city council and developers. They keep coming to town. They want to turn every section of town into the San Fernando Valley. The other golf course, what's next? Are we going to take the grave site and put apartments there? Last time it was Kmart. You know something? It's very clear. The CC&Rs are very clear. It tells you exactly what was meant for this property. And if you as a city council do not follow what was the public's trust at that time, then how can we trust elected officials? And that's what it comes down to. And again, they made no legal argument, not one legal argument on why this development should be approved. The city attorney has become part of the developer. Even their attorney said, well, I agree with the city attorney. That is not a legal basis for you as a council to move forward and approve this. And if you do it, then you're basically saying to the public that anytime anything is written, the council will ignore it and do whatever they want, and they will not work for the people. You are elected to work for the people, not for people who want to come into town, buy golf courses, and then complain because they expected to make a huge profit. That's not the reason to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lorimer. Next is Dan Bodemeyer, and if I pronounced your name incorrectly, I apologize.
You pronounced it very well. Thank you very much. Good evening, and thank you for this time to speak. I would like to recommend that the City Council consider for approval the plan amendment for the Sterling Hills Golf Course residential area. I realize this is a complex issue, but I believe that Mr. Zaruka has gone above and beyond in attempting to satisfy the concerns of the Sterling Hills residents. As a resident of Sterling Hills community, I would appreciate the golf course being preserved, improved, and made sustainable. Mr. Zaruka has made extensive efforts to ensure and guarantee that this will be done. This particular golf course suffered under previous management. We now have a local resident, one of our people from Camarillo, who has made a significant promise and has offered guarantees and transparencies that the course and the surrounding areas, our homes, will benefit from his plans. As a resident of Camarillo, I am both a Sterling Hills resident, a business owner. I'm also a volunteer youth soccer coach for 15 years, and I'm the Scoutmaster of Troop 225 in Camarillo. As the Scoutmaster of Troop 225, I've enjoyed participating in a couple of recent community service projects that our troop has been allowed to do in and around the Sterling Hills Golf Course. One of these projects, which was a significant Eagle Scout project, involved the building of monarch butterfly sanctuaries and landscaping. This isn't done typically by a business who's in it just for the money. The willingness of Sterling Hills Golf Course to be an active participant in the community is a plus for our neighborhood and for the Camarillo City as a whole. Thank you for your time and consideration on this topic. Expansion cannot be avoided, but this kind of thoughtful expansion can be beneficial to the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bodemeyer. The next speaker is David Keith.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, my name is David Keith. My wife and I have been here at Sterling Hills for 17 years. We live on the golf course and we love it here. We're transplants from Oxnard, and I'm seeing a lot of the not in my backyard sympathy here, comments being made by a lot of people. And I'm just grateful for the fact that that NIMBY didn't exist 17 years ago and enabled us to move to this wonderful area. So I hate to see that happening. I see a lot of that right now. Once I'm here, close it up for everybody else. And I just don't think that's a very healthy or fair way to think. Anyway, 17 years we've been here. We live on the golf course. And again, we love it here. We've known Mr. Zaruka for more than a decade. And we both have the utmost respect for him. He is a very decent, honest businessman who's been very successful building a multi-million-dollar business in the hospitality field. Clearly, he knows what he is doing. There's no question about that. And we're in support of the council to allow the project to be studied. We think it's the best way that we can get through all the clutter, the rumors, the innuendo, frankly, that have surrounded the project for many, many weeks. Why not look at it with an objective view with respect to traffic, congestion, and everything else that's being bandied about? Don't kill this thing without studying it. That's just not the right way to do things. At least look at it. And if you look at it and it doesn't pan out, fine. But you need, in the interest of fairness, there's nothing wrong with looking at this and taking a step further so you can study it and not just be filled with rumor bill, the things we've heard in the last few weeks, a mailer we got yesterday, which was incredibly wrong and biased. We want you to look at this objectively. So we do have concerns about the future of the golf course, but Mr. Zaruka is right, and golf is a business right now under tremendous stress. This proposal could be a reasonable solution that could secure the future of the course for decades into the future. I'm also a golfer, and I've been very impressed with the changes that he's made in the few years he has owned the golf course. It is a much improved golf course, and I look forward to many more improvements in the coming years, hopefully with this project. So please support the application to move forward so we can study it in a fair and balanced way. Thanks for your time this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Keith. The next speaker is Mike Panesis, and if I pronounced your name wrong, I apologize.
That's okay. My name is Mike Panesis. I'm the executive director of Cal Lutheran's Dorfman Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship, and a 20-year resident of Sterling Hills. My wife and I raised our kids here. We love our community, yet we're a 20-year-old community, and it's starting to show its age. And I think that the Zarukas have been very transparent, have listened to us, and that their proposal is worthy of consideration, and that we at least need to know the full story, and we can't get that unless we proceed with this project. I've lived here long enough to remember the prison hospital. Hopefully some of you remember that proposal. I don't even remember how many years ago it was, but the state proposed putting a prison hospital as our neighbor, and the community came together to fight that, rightfully so. What puzzles me now is I hear the same kind of rabid resistance to this reasonable, in my opinion, proposal that preserves a golf course, that preserves a business in an industry that's struggling to our benefit. From a homeowner's perspective, I look at the plan. I wasn't thrilled about the first one. This one, I see bigger houses that are more likely going to be worth more than my house. One of the maxims of home ownership is that you should buy the worst house in the best neighborhood. We own far from the worst houses, but I think and a study would bear this out, that that our property values are more likely to increase than decrease. So please, council, I know this is a difficult situation for you, and that any proposal like this that's this complicated and this involves this much conflict, please at least give us the opportunity to let the Zarukas do their complete study so that we have the facts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Panasas. The next is Mary Jo and Steve Wolowitz, and I don't know which one's going to speak, but you're up next.
Hi, I'm going to be speaking. I'm Mary Jo Wolowitz. Honorable Mayor and council members, this presentation is from myself, Mary Jo, and my husband, Steve Wolowitz. We live in Sterling Hills community. Steve is a former council member and mayor for Rancho Palos Verdes. We are members of SSOS, Save Sterling Hills Open Space, and we are grateful to your dedication to our city. We attended several events where the developers presented their plans. We concluded that their proposal is only beneficial to them and is of danger to our community and city for the following reasons. One, the income for the additional 79 houses will primarily go to the builder, Mr. Mishkin. He is very candid in stating he will retain most of the proceeds of the sale of the homes. He explained he is not participating in ownership of the golf course, only sales of the home. The remainder of the proceeds are effectively targeted for closing the purchase from the current debt holder, Mr. Parks. Effectively, this is a short-term financing scheme. Two, as part of the original plan, the city of Camarillo had carefully designed open space for the community, not just for Sterling Hills, but also for the surrounding neighborhoods. This should not be taken lightly. Once open space is removed, it is gone forever. The proposed narrowing of a golf course mean damages to neighboring homes and a diminished golf course. Of greatest monetary concern is that existing homeowners will lose value through the loss of existing views. Crowding of homes, increased congestion, all of which is just to raise money for the golf course owner. Extensive increases in infrastructure for water, sewer, and traffic control can be very expensive for the entire community. The upheaval is reckless. It is not practical or necessary. This is all due to the fact that the developer is woefully undercapitalized at the detriment of our community. The three closest large golf courses are in the process of retaining new management to reinvigorate these courses without new construction. Also, low housing arguments don't really apply to houses in this area. This city has done a great job in planning for the low housing. The current owner purchased the golf course to increase his wedding business, but he wants to disrupt the existing homeowners, the existing open space, and surrounding infrastructure at the expense of the homeowners. None of this makes sense. There are much better and less disruptive alternatives. Do the right thing. Say no to this reckless proposal. Thank you for protecting our community.
Thank you, Mrs. Wolowitz. The next speaker is Dawn Duncan.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm Don Duncan. I live on the 9th hole overlooking the Sterling Hills Clubhouse. Last week, I sent a letter to the city council members addressing development concerns and my support for the development. I'd like to focus on one issue that I'm concerned about, and that's the sustainability of the Sterling Hills Golf Course. My wife and I moved to Sterling Hills in October 2017, the same month that John Zaruka took ownership of the course. I joined the senior men's club and played the course once a week. My initial assessment was that the course was in need of maintenance and capital improvements. We moved from Carmel Mountain Ranch Golf Course in San Diego. 9 months later, after we moved, the Carmel Mountain Golf Course was closed because the owner could not operate or maintain the course based on the revenue stream, even after a $4 million stipend from the water district to put in water drought mitigation. The course is currently in weeds. I went down there about a year ago to visit some of my neighbors, and it's appalling to look at that course when it was such a beautiful championship course. New Urban West developer is proposing 1,200 housing units on the fairways. 2 to 4 story structures will be built 50 feet from the backyard of the homeowners. Also, 2 other courses, one of which I was a member of, Escondido Country Club and Penasquitas Golf Course, with proposals to build over 1,000 units on these courses. The concern I have brought to the attention of other Sterling Hills homeowners and the opposition group is that this course could turn into weeds based on the economics and sustainability of the course. I have been saying, be careful what you wish for if you're opposed to any development. I have reviewed John, Allen, and Forrest proposals, and I feel they have put together the proper team and plan to enhance the golf course, the landscaping outside home fences, home values, as well as sustaining a championship golf course for many years to come. I'm really disappointed that the Sterling Hills Board of Directors sent a resolution to the City Council opposing development without really providing all of the facts to the homeowners for development and requesting homeowner input. I recommend that the City Council approve the general plan amendment subject to the deed restrictions that John has said that there will be for future development once it's approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Duncan. The next speaker is Otto Canny. I think you're on, Mr. Canny. Mr. Canny, you don't appear to be muted. I'll ask the city clerk to see if something's up there. It shows to me that he's on.
He appears to be on. I suggest we go on to the next speaker and he can raise his hand again later.
Okay. The next speaker will be Brian Morris. Mr. Morris, could you unmute your microphone?
My name is Brian Morris, and I represent the opposed Camarillo Springs building team of over 650 registered members. I'm here tonight to talk about the Sterling Hills matter, which is not much different than our continuing golf course and home development nightmare in Camarillo Springs. We hope it ends tonight for the homeowners of the Sterling Hills community with a request denied decision. We ask that all of Camarillo take pause and reflect on our building decisions. Just because a owner wants to build homes on his property should not automatically open the door for a referral approval and thus kick the unwanted decision down the road. They can be told no without the city being sued. The local homeowners' wishes and those of the larger Camarillo community should be considered before the expansion of an already profitable business. The same endless ordeal will come to the Sterling Hills homeowners as it did 3 years ago when you approved the New Urban West referral. Granting a referral approval tonight will free fall the Sterling Hills homeowners into an uncertain and worrisome world filled with a pounding of hired seasonal professionals honed at driving their narrative with misinformation. Every one of the city council and planning department members that are here tonight know full well that the vast majority of Camarillo citizens want the overbuilding of their community and the plugging up of their roads to stop. Let us separate the Camarillo citizens from the golf course customers who come in droves from all over Ventura County and beyond to play at Sterling Hills and Camarillo Springs. Business is great for both, but we're told they can't make it. We have a copy of a coupon distributed to at least the Sterling Hills golf course customers, offering a $10 discount for a round of golf if they or anyone will send an email to our city council stating, I quote, "I support the Sterling Hills Improvement Project," end quote. Just as in the endorsement petitions you received from Mr. Zaruka, the signers are golfers playing at Sterling Hills, not homeowners. Selling out your fellow man for $10. How do we attract these people? If need be, our recommendation to the Sterling Hills homeowners is to play hard, but be honest and be factual. And good luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. The next speaker is Lee Harlow.
Thank you, Mayor Craven, council members, and city staff. My name's Lee Harlow. I'm the general manager at Sterling Hills currently and a 30-year golf executive with a focus on public golf. I'm a member of I was a member of the City of Ventura team that oversaw the $18 million rebuild of Olivas Links in Buenaventura that did not include a clubhouse. A few facts on the local market. Fact number one, Las Posas, Spanish Hills, and Satacoy Country Club have all changed hands in the past 3 years due to declining revenues and seven-figure infrastructure needs. Fact two, the County of Ventura, City of Thousand Oaks, and City of Ventura have invested an estimated $25 million plus in their 4 courses in the last 15 years. Fact three, the proposed development would take 12% of the Sterling Hills course while leaving the rest open space protected by a deed restriction. Fact four, a quality public golf course in Camarillo offers affordable recreation to its residents and guests. By being privately held, the city, its residents, have a beautiful 18-hole golf course, but they don't have the responsibility to invest in the infrastructure as the municipalities above had to do. Fact five, golf provides a unique recreational experience to players from all walks of life. I encourage you to spend a Sunday morning at Sterling Hills and to see the diverse group of people that enjoy the game. Fact six, the proposed development ensures a high-quality golf experience for decades to come, once again while preserving 88% of the course for open space. Fact seven, 4 courses have closed in Ventura County in the last 5 years. During that time, rounds have remained flat prior to COVID-19. Fact six, nope, I'm sorry, I'm missing my numbers now. My 23 employees and I have benefited from greater job stability, improved working conditions, and rising wages since the Zarukas bought the property. And for that, we're very grateful. Fact nine, I appreciate what council members and staff do. This makes me see how hard your job is. And we appreciate it. And I'd like to recommend that you approve the plan amendment referral. And finally, to Councilmember Tremblay and the National Golf Foundation, they have a history of being overly optimistic. In the early 90s, they suggested that golf needed 1 new golf course a day built. And that is one of the reasons that we have such a oversupply of golf courses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harlow. The next speaker is Jerry, and the sign-in doesn't have a last name. So Jerry, you're on.
Okay. Yes, my name is Jerry Schrum, and I'm a resident of Sterling Hills, Camarillo. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm part of an advocacy group, the Save Sterling Open Space, a group of over 200 homeowners in this area who've come together to oppose this project. As a measure of the area homeowners' overwhelming opposition, our group has submitted over 329 signatures of residents who actually live here in Sterling Hills, Bella Vista, or Las Posas Estates, the areas that are most affected by this project. Additionally, I point out that, again, the Sterling Hills HOA and the Bella Vista HOA have both presented resolutions to the council opposing any change to the open space zoning of the golf course. Additional petitions have been posted on the city website by others in our area, further documenting this opposition by a large number of people in this area. I also want to address the questionable strategies of the applicant in soliciting community support. As noted in several posted letters to the council members and mentioned tonight, the applicant solicited supportive letters directed to council by offering golfers a $10 coupon for each support letter. At best, this is unseemly and merely serves to clutter council mailboxes with junk mail. Additionally, the applicant sent out emails from a SHIP website containing a web form that allows auto mailings of boilerplate letters to council members. Generating this kind of fake support dilutes the legitimate concerns of real people who actually live here and who will be affected by this proposed development. Although I'm sure the council members will recognize these boilerplate messages, the fact that such ploys were done makes suspect other messages and violates the norm of civil debate. I'd like to address briefly the issue of the CUP 150 that clearly indicates that the intention of previous city councils from 1994 through 2003 was for this golf course to remain as open space and to be used for golf course purposes only. I think this is an opportunity tonight for the city council to deny this application and reaffirm that decision and that commitment to homeowners who purchased homes here thinking or assuming that it would remain open space. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Schrum. The next speaker is Bob Dan.
Thank you, Mayor. I will make this quick. I've been living in Sterling Hills since 2007. I'm a Ventura County resident since the day I was born. I have a few concerns and I want the city to know about it. I'm very concerned about the traffic. We already have too many cars cutting through our neighborhood. I'm worried about the increased traffic through my neighbors' neighborhoods like Bella Vista, Las Posas, and Spanish Hills. I'm worried about the impact on the overall area. We are on the outside of the city. We're basically in the countryside, and now that is being looked at and could change. I did not like hearing that the owner of the golf course, Mr. Zaruka, was offering discounts for people to send letters to the city. I just don't feel that is right. I also don't understand the owner's income statement that he released. He forgot to mention the revenue from his wedding business, his catering business that is derived at Sterling Hills. All golf courses with such facilities always include that revenue as part of their way to make money. He completely omitted that. That business could be in the over $1 million to $2 million a year in the good days before COVID. I'm worried about the lot sizes. I'm worried about the environmental impact in our area. And I'm worried for my neighbors in Sterling Hills. Some of those people are going to lose their views, or they're going to be staring into the backyards of new homes. This is not what they signed up for. Lastly, I think the Zarukas knew the risk they took when they bought this place. They shouldn't have bought it with this intention of selling and building homes. Golf courses are doing great right now. You can't even buy a golf club if you wanted to. And the fact that golf courses are doing well, they're putting money back into their golf courses and back into capital improvements. Lastly, Mr. Rizuka has offered no dollar amount of what he plans to put back into this golf course. All he says is, I'll put money back. What does that mean? It means nothing. We don't have a dollar amount. We don't know if he'll put any back. I appreciate your time. I appreciate my neighbors, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Dan. The next speaker is Mark, and there's no last name on the sign-in. Mark, you're on. Okay, it looks like Mark took away. Oh, there he is. Are you there? Mark? Okay, we'll go on. And if you're there, you can raise your hand again. The next speaker is Sandy Seekins. Sandy, would you unmute yourself, please?
Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I would first like to thank you and the rest of the council people for the opportunity to express my support of the Zaruka family application for a plan amendment referral before you today. I'm not only a resident of Sterling Hills, but I'm also a realtor. I encourage the Sterling Hills Improvement Project, as it will not only preserve our golf course and open space, but it will be very beneficial to our neighborhood and our golf community, not only in Camarillo, but also in Ventura County. I ask you to please consider supporting the application and looking at this project further. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Seekins. The next speaker will be Ron Marcus.
Hi, my name is Ron Marcus, and I'd like to take this opportunity to maybe fill in a little background on John Zaruka and his family. I've known them over 40 years. We started out professionally in the management of hotels. He was in Boise and I was in Anchorage, Alaska. As circumstances happened, we both ended up in Camarillo in the 1980s, and I watched John as he developed what was a three-time failed business at Buenaventura Golf Course, and he turned it into a successful business operation and a successful model. He took that operation and he duplicated it across the United States in 40 plus sites that now exist, and they're still expanding. The reason I mention this in part is because you can't expand to 40 different operations and have 40 different partners unless you do what you're saying you're going to do. The first thing that happens is they go back and they check what is your reputation with your other partners. And John has been successful in doing exactly what he says he's going to do. He is transparent to a fault, if nothing else. And so he's enjoyed the success he has in his businesses because he can be relied on to do what he says. Also, John is one of the other hallmarks of John's career is giving back to the community. He's an active participant in supporting the Boys Club, the Food Share, Turning Point, a number of other nonprofits in the Ventura area. He not only opens up his checkbook, but he opens up his time. Not only him, but Linda and the rest of the family are all committed to projects that will help the community and give back. And I think that's an important part of what John does in any business location that he's involved in. It's part of the culture of his event centers throughout the country. I would say what you're getting with John in this project is, one, you're getting a good businessman that can be relied on to put the Sterling Hills golf course in a sustainable, long-lasting business model that can contribute to the community for years and years to come. you're also getting someone who knows how to give back to community and has a long history of doing so. You have a person that will be a good steward of the open spaces that are out there. He wants, and his family wants, to be proud of what they do out there and how that's maintained, and have not only his family, but the community and city proud of that golf course and how it's maintained. And finally, he will be a good neighbor. He's not leaving anywhere. He wants to be your neighbor out there in the community and have a stake in that, in how that community maintains itself in the decades to come. And finally, he will pass it on to his daughter eventually, and she will continue that tradition into the future. So as you consider what the options
Thank you,
are.
Mr. Marcus. The next speaker is Alan Wharton.
Members of the City Council, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. My name is Alan Wharton, and I'm an original homeowner in Sterling Hills. Thank you for your time and service. I'm vehemently opposed to Mr. Zaruka's attempt to rezone the Sterling Hills golf course to crowd it with more homes. What if you decide to rezone? Would it end there, or would the precedents it set just open Pandora's box? By the way, how do you keep open spaces when you build on open spaces? They're no longer open anymore. In December of 1998, my wife and I were one of the first families to meet with Western Pacific Housing and place our names on the waiting list to build our dream home for our retirement. We specifically chose Sterling Hills and our specific lot on Patina Court based on its location, the wonderful community of Camarillo, and the open space rural living our city and this development had to offer. I'm a field application engineer and have worked in the Los Angeles area for the past 30 years. Typically, I commute back and forth from Camarillo to Los Angeles every day, knowing that when my wife and I retire in our beautiful home, we would no longer have to deal with overbuilt cities like LA. Unlike Camarillo, they had no CUP 150 to protect them, and I thank you for it. At the time we purchased our home, we were provided a preliminary title report which contained a copy of the CCNRs for which we had to sign in acceptance, just like Mr. Zaruka. The recorded CCNR stipulated the golf course property could only be used for golf course purposes. Item 10.3, which was discussed earlier on page 30, the second interpretation is correct. The last part states how the golf course should be used, not developed. I hope you understand that Mr. Zaruka's desire to change CUP 150 and CCNRs is very disturbing to us and all surrounding communities. We've lived here for 20 years plus and never missed a payment of our property taxes. The same cannot be said for Mr. Zaruka. As I've noticed, his lots are in tax default as we speak. His new partner and investor, Alan Mishkin, resides in Arizona and has suffered a Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Not the sort the city and its citizens can trust, is it? The golf course went down due to drought, just like our homes. We are finding resources as residents that we need to replace our landscapes without affecting our neighbors, including the golf course. All the golf course needs is grass, water, and TLC, but that's always the case with golf courses. Ourselves, along with other residents of Sterling Hills, Bella Vista, and Las Posas Estates and Spanish Hills, all purchased our homes based on the peaceful and ruralness of our area. I kindly but strongly ask you not to allow Mr. Zaruka to change our development, or any other development for that matter, and keep Camarillo.
Thank you, Mr. Wharton. The next speaker is Kathy. There's no last name in the sign-in.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm a resident of Las Posas Estates. In fact, my home backs up to Sterling Hills Golf Course. So when Mr. Zaruka says that he has reached out to all of the immediate neighbors, my home will probably be affected, and everybody on my street, Ramona, on this side of our street will be affected probably more than a lot of the homes in Sterling Hills because of the way we back up. We have never heard one thing from Mr. Zaruka. We didn't know about this until just literally a few months ago. So the fact that he never even bothered to mention the other neighborhoods, Las Posas, Bella Vista, Spanish Hills, that's just, I mean, it's like we're not even important. We're going to be affected as much, if not more, than some of the people that actually live in Sterling Hills. So some of the major concerns I have are the Camarillo City Council overturning the open space zoning and the conditional use permit that were required conditions for the original creation of the Sterling Hills development. If the open space zoning is overturned, this sets a precedent for additional segments of this and other golf courses in our city to be developed. And that's important because it's becoming a trend. First Camarillo Springs, and then Sterling Hills Golf Course. So what's next? When we buy homes in an area and we buy them for the ambiance and the lifestyle of that area, and then we count on our elected officials to do what's right for the people that elected them, their constituents. And that's not what's happening here. So I ask that you as elected officials put the needs of the many, which is 3, 4 really amazing neighborhoods, ahead of the needs of 2 individuals that are trying to dig themselves out of financial situations at our expense. Please give us the peace of mind that we can trust our elected officials and that you will listen to the people that put you in office to take care of our needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy. The next speaker is Joshua Smith.
Yes, good evening, City Council members. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you for letting me present to you guys this evening. I primarily want to, first, I'm Joshua Smith. I represent Save Sterling Open Space, group of concerned Camarillo residents and property owners who reside near the golf course property. We serve as legal counsel, and you have received a couple letters from us detailing our objections to this GPA. In this comment period, I want to focus primarily on the project conditions that were approved by the city in CUP 150, specifically those project conditions that appear to provide a restrictive covenant to limit the golf course property to A, only golf course uses, and B, that were purported to restricted development rights to the city of Camarillo. Under California law, conditions in a conditional use permit are recognized as restricted covenants that run with the land. And so these restricted covenants apply to subsequent property owners, including Mr. Zaruka. These restricted covenants and the conditions on the conditional use permit continue to run with the land unless they are voided, terminated, or amended. That brings us to the next point, where Zaruka claims that both the residents and the city misunderstood these conditional the terms under the conditional use permit. However, it's a clear intention by the city to show that they intended this to remain open space when they incorporated these into CUP 150, B, amended the conditions in 2003, which required them to recognize that the conditions were in place and maintain the condition that the golf course property be used as a golf course. That was maintained in CUP 150 when it was amended in 2003. And lastly, when Zaruka submitted the request for a pre-application review, the city once again brought these to Mr. Zaruka's attention. Not only did Mr. Zaruka not address these requests and outright ignore these restrictive covenants that are contained in CUP 150, but now the claim is that because the CUP requirements weren't incorporated properly into the CC&Rs as the city requested, that Mr. Zaruka can now undermine these restricted covenants and develop the golf course property. This is a bad, dangerous precedent for the city to take, not only because is open space a limited resource within the city of Camarillo, but because it is a dangerous precedent to have a developer ignore a condition implemented and incorporated by the city. So I highly recommend and we request that you oppose this project and not grant Mr. Zaruka's request for the GPA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. The next speaker is Chris Amond. If I pronounced it incorrectly, I apologize.
Hi, this is Chris Amond. I'm a Camarillo resident, golfer, and monarch butterfly advocate, and I'm supporting the Sterling Hills Improvement Project and would like to share my reasons from a conservation and environmental aspect. Sterling Hills Golf Course provides a sanctuary to golfers and to wildlife with the natural habitats it provides. Butterflies, birds, bees are just a few that call the golf course their home. In June 2020, with a seed grant from Audubon International, I helped create a monarch butterfly conservation habitat where one did not exist previously in an out-of-play area off hole number 11. Some costs of the project were absorbed by the golf course, but the most important part, the actual land, was donated by the Zaruka family. I've included details, pictures, and 2 letters of support from Audubon International and the Ventura County Resource Conservation District in a PowerPoint presentation I sent to the City Council. The Zaruka family is committed to creating new protected conservation areas as part of the proposed improvement project. This is a carefully planned and supported effort because the monarch butterfly species is literally on the brink of collapse. The Western monarch has experienced a 99% population decline since the 1980s and is on the verge of being declared an endangered species. By converting out-of-play rough into naturalized areas with little to no pesticides or maintenance, the monarch butterfly can breed and live undisturbed. The golf course can provide a significant positive environmental impact to our community with this project to help increase the monarch population. The golf course is already a valuable part of the Camarillo community, offering open space public recreation. But I urge the approval of this project for a more important reason. We as environmentalists and community members have this unique opportunity to preserve and enhance wildlife habitats and conservation areas with this project. Also, mature trees will be added, native milkweed and nectar sources planted, wildlife corridors preserved, and invasive plants removed. If you vote no, this amazing opportunity will have been lost. But the golf course operation as is cannot be sustained. If the course is closed or maintenance reduced while waiting for a new buyer, the conservation efforts we have already made will be wasted. Once a golf course is closed and left unattended for as little as a year, nature will reclaim the unmaintained land quickly, leaving an unsightly and weed-filled wasteland. The current owner is already committed to restoring the golf course for open space recreation and is making a significant contribution to a bigger environmental effort. I urge the City Council to recognize this because there may not be a better offer to do both. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Scott Corey. Please unmute yourself, Scott. Scott removed his raised hand, so I think he's not intending to. Okay, it's back up. Scott, can you hear us? You're muted. We can't hear you. Okay, we will go on to the next speaker, and Scott, you can raise your hand again and speak again, or try to speak again if you'd like. The next speaker is Roberto Martinez.
Hi, thank you, Mayor Craven and City Council and City staff. I am not a resident of Sterling Hills, but I am a resident of Camarillo, and I have known the Zarukas for the past several years. The Zarukas own and operate numerous successful businesses across the country, and here in Ventura County, they own successful businesses and employ multiple residents. They are also residents of the county where they have lived for over 30 years, and they live right here in Camarillo for over 20 years. They are incredibly involved and invested in our local community, being active in local chambers of commerce, local service clubs, and donating to numerous of our local nonprofits and charities, including Ventura County Food Share, Turning Point Foundation, and several local Boys and Girls Clubs, including the Boys and Girls Club of Camarillo, of which I am the CEO. I want to be clear that I am not here speaking on behalf of the Boys and Girls Club of Camarillo or of our board of directors. I'm here speaking on my experience with John and Linda Zaruka, who I have known to love our community, as evidenced by everything that they have done here locally. They are both hardworking, intelligent, and forward-thinking, and they're also very passionate about the game of golf. So I encourage the City Council to consider their local community involvement in considering the plan amendment, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Next is Debbie Tapas or Tapas.
Okay. Hello, Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for this opportunity. My husband and I support the Sterling Hills Golf Course Improvement Project. We purchased our home in Sterling Hills, which backs up to the course, nearly 12 years ago, because we love the house, we love the course view, and we wanted to play golf here as often as possible. The Sterling Hills Golf Course is an important resource for the city and surrounding communities. It will become the only 18-hole public course left in Camarillo, and that's not a small thing. Not everybody wants to be a member of a private country club, nor can they afford to be. This opens up golf to all the residents of the city of Camarillo. And above all, we do not want to see this golf course fail. The course needs a huge capital infusion. Building 75 estate homes on less than 20 acres of land will fund the needed improvements, give all the citizens of Camarillo a beautiful course they can be proud of, while maintaining the rest of the acreage as open space. John Zaruka has been listening to homeowners' concerns, and as a result has made adjustments to the proposed project all along the way. For the 290 homes within the Sterling Hills community, the current plan will be a win for the majority of homeowners, the golf course, and the Camarillo residents. We ask you to please grant the Zaruka Family's General Plan Amendment and Referral Agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker will be Robert Kwong.
Good evening, Mayor Craven and members of the Camarillo City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the homeowner group Save Sterling Open Space. You have received 2 letters from the law firm that I am affiliated with, Arnold, La Rochelle, Matthews, Vanconis, and Zerbel. We have been serving the legal needs of the community for over 30 years. And we are privileged to represent this organization in asking you to deny this request for a general plan amendment, to deny an alternative request to apply general plan policy 4.6 to simply to exercise flexibility on rezoning this property. And we would ask you to send this back to the developer, because he has simply not answered the questions that have been raised. First and foremost, in this general plan assessment hearing, you act as gatekeepers for something very special in every city. That is to control the land use and development of the city. And in order for you to exercise the ability to change the general plan, which is well known as the blueprint for the city's growth and livelihood for now and for the future, you have to be very confident that what is being presented to you is on the up and up and is squarely answering legitimate, legal, factual, and environmental questions of this project. So first of all, Councilmember Tremblay made a very good point about identifying items number 7, 8, 9 in the 2019 pre-application letter. Those questions need to be answered. They should be answered, because that will give you the confidence to even address the question should they get referred to the Planning Commission or to the Planning Department for further review. That has not been done. At a minimum, this project is an incomplete application for a JPA, because it has not sufficiently answered those questions about CUP 150 that my associate Joshua Smith raised, and that is in both of our letters. Simply not answered. There is no legal basis or argument that's been presented to you this evening. And I echo the comments of fellow speakers and residents and constituents and voters in the city of Camarillo, who clearly identify, even from a layman's standpoint, that this does not pass muster from the legal standpoint. So you cannot have confidence in this going forward because those fundamental questions are not being answered. When Mr. Zaruka talked about the fact that things have changed, yes, they have, but some things don't change. And that things that don't change is something called the rule of law, and that should apply in this case. Mr. Zaruka has not met the rule of law. This application should be denied. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kwong. The next speaker is Eric Tisdale.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Craven. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Honorable council members, my name is Eric Tisdale, and I'm a Sterling Hills homeowner. Our home values are clearly linked to the well-being of the golf course. This makes us very sensitive to threats on it. And unfortunately, we've been pushed into the false dilemma of the development or else to exploit this sensitivity. Zaruka has been hand-waving and hard-selling ever since he pushed us here. Zaruka has admitted that paying off his debt with proceeds from the development was part of the purchase decision. This is important to recognize, and it should immediately bring skepticism to any after-the-fact argument Zaruka gives for the development. Here are 4 points from my January 22nd letter as to the development not being wanted or needed. Point number 1, petitions show 77% of Sterling Hills households oppose any development. This is whether it's 5 units per acre per Zaruka's sales pitch or the potentially higher density development he's trying to push through tonight at 10 units per acre. The resolution from the Sterling Hills HOA reflects this opposition. Now, point number 2 is about trust, and I just have to say that Council Members Santangelo and Molche addressed this. It's notable how Zaruka avoided providing any information on how much he would invest in the golf course. And I want to point out that it's not been mentioned here tonight, but the golf course is supposed to be easier to maintain, yet John Zaruka wants to increase assessments on community members from $25 to $50 a month. So it's also instructive to look at the accounting Zaruka has provided. This is on page 39 of the PDF of public comments. Like so much of Zaruka's campaign, the accounting is purposely misleading. Financial data for 2018 was included, but that for 2020 was conveniently excluded. 2020 was a great year, but 2018 was the third wettest year on record and one of the worst years for the golf industry in at least the last 20 years. And Zaruka exploits this. It's misleading, doesn't make him appear very trustworthy, not to mention the bribes and thanks for the letters. Point number 3, as to golf course supply, there's been 15 years of market correction since the overbuilding of golf courses. Nowadays, the mismatch in the supply of golf courses is not a mismatch to golfer demand, but a mismatch to developer demand. Indeed, the National Golf Foundation indicated this upon the release of its 2019 Golf Facilities Report. Just think about Camarillo Springs and what we're discussing tonight. Point number 4 is on the general plan housing element update of October 2020. There's already an indicated surplus of 321 housing units planned through 2029. In a point of contrast to earlier this evening, the Camarillo Springs golf course is 30 years older than Sterling Hills. Please deny this request. The development is not wanted or needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tisdale. The next speaker is Adeline Anderson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Adeline Anderson, and I am support with the Sterling Hills Improvement Project. I am a junior golfer that is the 2019 High School Girls Golfer of the Year for Ventura County. I just graduated Buena High School, and I'm getting ready to play Division I golf for Brigham Young University in Provo, Utah. I speak on behalf of the junior golfers that the improvements of the Sterling Hills Golf Project will only help us, the junior golfers, improve our games. Not only the junior golfers will improve our games, but all level of golfers, male and female. Sterling Hills Golf Course is my second home, and it will always be that. I am here at the golf course every day working on my golf game. I am always greeted with a smile on my face, and all of my needs have been accommodated. Playing and practicing at Sterling Hills has made me a better golfer and has set me up for success at BYU. I believe that the improvements will only help golfers improve their game. Thank you for listening. Again, my name is Adeline Anderson, and I am in support of the Sterling Hills Improvement Project.
Thank you for your comments and best wishes for your education at BYU. The next speaker is Bill Zaruka.
Mayor Craven and council members, I wish to thank you for your time. My parents, John and Linda, bought this golf course, and they did primarily so they could protect the livelihood of our family business and so that we could attempt to save a dying golf course in their own backyard. The previous owner, Tom Park, had already sold Empire Lakes and Rancho Cucamonga, where the course was closed and 100% redeveloped. They were worried that the same fate would come of Sterling Hills. Since then, they have put their blood, sweat, and much of their life savings into trying to make the golf course a better place. This includes a second-to-none customer service experience led by my sister, Stacy Zaruka. The physical improvements are notable, and the personnel is just what a local golf course owned by a local resident should be. Right now, you have engaged a local owner who wants the best for the course and the city, but doesn't want to lose millions of dollars in the process. As you already know, the golf industry is challenged. Hundreds of golf courses have closed in the last few years. The best practice for saving the sport, saving the open space, protecting property values, and keeping the viability of this recreational activity is clear. Cities across the country have been repurposing portions of the acreage of golf courses to shore up the financials of the golf operation. This is a constant winning model that helps protect property values, secures the recreation space for the long term, and provides much needed improvement to the golf course while assuring long-term financial viability for the owner. I represent the owner of the event venue on property Wedgwood Winnings, and I wish to protect my asset. Without the viability of the golf course, special events and weddings will likely suffer or disappear. I should note that the financials of the wedding business is separate from the golf course because my family, my mother and father, no longer primarily owns the business. It's owned by myself and private investors. Most of the arguments against the project have no merit other than that there are people questioning the reality or gravity of the golf course situation, throwing up false accusations, or people that oppose just about every project that comes through the city. The arguments for the project are steeped in expert opinion and the reality of what could come if this project isn't approved. The next owner won't be local, won't care about the city, and will likely be faced with the same cruel reality that the only way forward is redevelop or close the course entirely. Cities who have fought this reality have learned the hard way, costing residents huge amounts of home equity and leaving tumbleweed patches in the middle of community developments. Please do not make the same mistake they have made by succumbing to those who don't fully understand the reality of the matter. I know you have legal advice that has interpreted the CPP and CNRs the same way, so you have a chance to move forward and prevent a big mess. I will end by saying that without question, my father is honest, straightforward, and as transparent as anyone I've ever met. What he says is what he does. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zaruka. The next speaker is Alicia Thompson.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Alicia Thompson. I live in Las Posas Estates in Calle Aurora. For many of you who have come through our neighborhood, you would know we do not have sidewalks. An increase in traffic would be dangerous to those of us who even just want to go outside to get our mail. My mailbox is 2 feet from the road. Actually, it's a little less than 2 feet from the road. And people go flying down our street as it is. An increase in traffic is not what this neighborhood needs. I would ask you all to please oppose this project for the folks that live in the surrounding community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Thompson. The next speaker is Tom Com. Tom Com, you're on. You're unmuted. You removed your hand up. Can you hear us? Okay, you can speak now. Okay, we will go on to the next speaker, and if you still want to speak, you can raise your hand again. The next speaker is John. There is no last name on the sign-in.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is John Gonzalez. I live in Camarillo now for over 10 years, and I've lived in Sterling Hills for about 8 years. I ask you to please protect CUP 150. This is the strict restriction that John Zaruga wants to destroy today. These are the ones, in 10 years from now, he'll come back and say, yeah, I want to destroy these other strict restrictions I was talking about. Please do not let Zaruga separate the golf course from the banquet center. The first day he bought that golf course, he had surveyors out there trying to lay out the separation of the banquet center from the golf course. The CUP 150 is eliminated or modified. Zaruga will sell the golf course and keep his banquet center. That's been his goal from the very beginning. I make this opinion based upon my observations. Prior to the purchase, he had it surveyed. Zaruga takes the golf course personnel today to upgrade the banquet center while the golf course is falling apart. Sprinkler systems are broken, and he puts little work into the golf course or the surrounding areas. We have to ask for the property behind our houses to be maintained. We will not, then the answers we get, I don't have the staffing. So please do not modify or get rid of CUP 150. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. The next speaker is Alan Mishkin. Mr. Mishkin, could you unmute yourself?
I did. Can you hear me?
We got you.
Okay, thank you. I've been sitting here listening to all of these comments from people who are for and against the project. What I want you to know, if I may, is that we're buying into 50% of the golf course with Mr. Zaruka, and that is a cash infusion into the golf course, as well as Mr. Zaruka being a partner with us in the home building business, and there'll be profit from there. And he has stated unequivocally that the monies that he will make will go into the golf course to make the changes that are necessary and for the refurbishment of the golf course and fixing up all of the landscaping next to all of the homes that there are. I think that that is a strong enough statement that can be incorporated into the legal documents that have to be done. I had a whole thing that I wanted to basically say, but the Arizona Biltmore golf courses in Phoenix, Arizona, one of the two of them, and I owned them, was 123 acres. Deed restrictions were up, 147 homes were going to go in the most prime location in all of Phoenix. We did 113 condominiums on the side of the golf course and deed restricted the golf course for a golf course in perpetuity. That is preserving the value of not only the homes on the golf course, but all around. Conversely, in Tucson, Arizona, There's another golf course at Vistoso where we tried to buy it. We were in escrow. We were unsuccessful without any cooperation. The golf course has been closed for 2.5 years. Home values have gone down 17%. We were going to infuse millions of dollars and preserve this. So this is a very delicate situation. It's open space. There's animals there. It's a wonderful environment. And I would just encourage you to be able to take the next step and go forward, and let's see if we can satisfy.
Thank you, Mr. Mishkin. The next speaker is Mindy, and I'm going to explain. We have two Mindys. One person signed in as Mindy and one as Mindy McQueen. So this is the person who signed in as Mindy. Could you unmute yourself, please? Mindy, could you click your mute button so that you unmute yourself? Okay, we're going to go on to the next speaker. And Mindy, if you still would like to speak, then raise your hand again, please. The next speaker will be Mike M.
Hello, this is Mike McNamara. I'm a Sterling Hills homeowner and a resident. I'd like to thank Madam Mayor and the honorable council members for the opportunity to speak. I'd also like to thank all the presenters tonight for the varying viewpoints that they've put more clarification on. One thing that has stood out among many of the speakers is the fine character reference for the Zaruka family. And there's no doubt in my mind, they are a very good family with great character. That said, a family with good character doesn't necessarily translate into a development plan that's good for the community. So I'm asking the city council members to reject the development plan. My comments basically echo many of the other presenters, but they center around the plan, the original plan for the Sterling Hills golf and residential community. One of the attractive things that compelled us to relocate here was the open spaces. In fact, it was presented to me as an immutable feature of buying a home here. When I heard the city attorney and others speak about the language in the CC&Rs and the general plan, it's without discussion clear what the spirit and the intent of the original framers were. You can go through verbal gymnastics and contortions. You can parse the words, but the bottom line is it's clear they intended the property to remain as golf course related activities. Again, go through the verbal gymnastics and contortions and you can come up with anything you want. I suspect even so much as a motorcycle dirt bike course if you wanted to get the zoning change to that. The biggest problem with city council, going back on the promise, is the precedence this will set. The precedence is that, well, we carved off one swath and we're able to construct 79 homes on it. Why not another sliver here or another swath there? We need to preserve the intent and the spirit of the original framers of the development. One other item that concerns me is I think it's reasonable to expect that we would have north of 200 additional cars for the residents of the 79 homes, not counting friends and relatives, service people, delivery vans, et cetera, et cetera. This will ruin the countryside ambience that we're all enjoying. So let me finish by saying thank you once again. And I do appreciate the time you've allotted me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McNamara. The next speaker will be Mindy McQueen. Mindy McQueen, could you unmute yourself, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I've really had some technical difficulties. Anyways, thank you, Madam Mayor. So I've sent in a letter of opposition that I just wanted to make a couple of additional points. First of all, I've seen Mr. Zaruka's petition that was sent in today, which claims to contain 368 signatures. Only 84 of those signatures were from Camarillo residents, and it's unclear from looking at the petition where those people may have lived in Camarillo. But what is clear from the petition is that the petition is not in favor of rezoning and building 79 new homes. Instead, it's in favor of renovating the golf course, which I'm sure many people would in fact support. I cannot stress enough what a negative impact Zaruka's plan would have on all of us in Las Posas Estates, Sterling Hills, Bella Vista, and Spanish Hills. I live in Bella Vista, and I have for 16 years. It is not a matter of NIMBY. The fact is that this project is going to bring an increased traffic, noise, dust, disruption, to name just a few problems. And I would very strongly disagree with the woman who said she's never seen more than 2 cars out on Beardsley. The speed limit there is 55 miles an hour. It is a war zone. And if this project is allowed to go forward, it's going to become a death zone. Never mind the probably 160 new cars that it's going to add to the roads here for us, but we're now going to have heavy equipment and all kinds of other similar things to get these homes built. The fact is that a neighbor here in Bella Vista bought a piece of property for, it was about a little over an acre for just under $1 million about 10 years ago. Mr. Zaruka and his partners, and he seems to have a number of partners who specialize in buying and then developing golf courses, bought 220 acres in 2017 for $6 million. It is very clear that Mr. Zaruka's intention from day one was to purchase that golf course with an eye towards building a development in order to maximize his profits. And the fact is that his greed is going to result in tremendous sacrifice and life-altering disruptions for thousands of us here that live in the surrounding community. As I said, this is not NIMBY. When I bought my home, I inquired about Sterling Hills, and I was assured that it was as built out as it was going to be able to be because of the zoning restrictions. And he's coming in now and just saying—
Thank you, Ms. McQueen. The next speaker is Mark, and Mark, I hope we can get through and talk this time. You're unmuted, you're on. It's your turn to speak again, Mark. I think Mark is having technical difficulties still. Maybe his microphone is not turned.
Hello.
Okay, hello, Mark.
Hey, gosh, boy, that took a few tries. Good evening. My name is Mark Whip, and I'm a longtime golf administrator here in Ventura County. I am speaking in support of John and Linda Zaruka and the Sterling Hills Improvement Project. I have personally known John Zaruka and his family since 1992 when I was the head golf professional at Buenaventura Golf Course. The Zarukas are not only part of this community, they've invested in its success. Prior to the Zarukas buying Sterling Hills Golf Course, it was deteriorating and the ownership was not welcoming. Once the Zarukas took over and Lee Harlow began to manage, an immediate positive impact took place. With that said, this project is not about the Zarukas. It's about the survival of golf and the residents of Sterling Hills. Forrest Richardson is a talented golf course architect. He has designed and updated a layout that will appeal to players of all ages and skill levels. To say that the golf business has been in a tough spot for over 2 decades is an understatement. Many courses have closed as water, maintenance, and staffing costs continue to climb, making it more and more difficult to provide all that is necessary to successfully operate. adding a minimal number of rooms to the fringe of the property and beautifying the golf course in a meaningful way is absolutely critical for Sterling Hills to remain a viable golf and residential property. And that is what this plan is about, preserving long-term viability. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mark. The next speaker is Jerry Belzer. Ms. Belzer, could you unmute your speaker, please? Your microphone. It shows that you are muted. Can you click on the mute button where there's a microphone with a cross? There you go.
Am I on?
You're on now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. My husband and I are original homeowners in Sterling Hills. We have lived here for nearly 22 years and purchased our home for the open space and golf course located behind our home. We understood at the time of purchase that the communities of Sterling Hills, Fairways, and Sterling Hills Golf Course were approved by the city of Camarillo as a single project. I want to emphasize that, as a single project, and was protected by CUP 150, specifically numbers 168, 197, and 198, ensuring that no further development would occur on the golf course property. The developer of the golf course, Robert Fowler, was to prepare a covenant to this effect, have it approved by the city attorney, and recorded at the county of Ventura. Apparently, this did not happen. The remedy to this error is to deny the application and record the deed restriction as intended. In 2017, John Zaruka purchased the golf course property with a clear intention to amend the general plan, rezone 20 acres of the golf course, and develop that portion for personal financial gain. In November of 2020, John Zaruka did in fact file an application to do so. During Mr. Zaruka's term of ownership, we have seen a substantial decline in the appearance and maintenance of the golf course. Oftentimes, the water level has been as much as 6 feet below the normal water line. The rough areas are exactly that, rough, riddled with gopher holes, overgrown weeds and dirt. Our yard has between 20 and 30 gopher holes. We are now being forced to hardscape our entire yard. Mr. Zaruka tells us that golf play has declined. Quite the opposite. Even prior to COVID-19, an upturn in golf play has been noted. Currently, golf is booming. At a recent Zoom meeting, he said if the current level of play continued, he would probably make it. Proving the point, his plan is merely a money grab for financial gain. There are many reasons Mr. Zaruka's request for golf course development would be detrimental to our community, as well as Bella Vista, Las Posas Estates, and Spanish Hills. There would be significant loss of open space for many of Sterling Hills homeowners and subsequently lower their home values. Traffic. 2 additional entry points onto Beardsley Road would be required, which is already busy and difficult for cross-traffic turns. Another traffic. The additional car
Thank
trips.
you, Mrs. Belzer. The next speaker is Larry Anderson.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Craven and fellow council members. I have lived in Bella Vista for since about 2009, but in Camarillo for over 20 years. Actually, second generation of family members that had businesses here. I live here, I have a business here, and I am very familiar with construction as I am a general contractor. In my experience, developers promise a lot and they don't always hold up to what they promise. It's very hard to bind them in writing in any way, any kind of a legal agreement that you can put together. Trust was mentioned earlier several times. and I lack trust in this development. I oppose this general plan amendment strongly. I feel that this was a location that my family and I, got away from San Fernando Valley, the density to try to get to an open space like Camarillo with croplands and golf courses. We've got one behind us. We've got one in front of us. We go out on Beardsley, we see the golf course. And as someone mentioned, the golf course has gone down in quality and maintenance because the Zarukas haven't really invested as much as they could have if they bought the golf course with the intent of making it a better place. They bought it with the intent to enrich their own pockets. So at our detriment for their enrichment, I don't think that that's fair. I totally disagree that property values would go up. In my opinion, our property value will go down, and the traffic will be much worse. Infrastructure impact will be, severe. We just oppose it all the way. And I don't know, the open space that we have in this community is something that is valuable. It's something that we all came here for. We enjoy, and there's no reason why we should be losing that at the and have this be at our expense for his enrichment. I strongly oppose with this development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. The next speaker will be Scott oh, no, I'm sorry. The next speaker is Dan. There's no last name.
Mayor Craven, hi,
Yes.
my name is Dan. Council members, you're listening as a Las Posas Estates resident. I'm not here to speak to the merits of the Zanuka family or to listen to the legal dissection of the verbiage. I'm here as a simple resident who chose to live on this side of town for the open spaces. Help us protect our investments. You have many families who live here who have invested in their property. Giving the general plan amendment approval is setting dangerous precedent. You are protecting the investment of a single individual or a corporate entity at the behest of your local residents. Please do not approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. The next speaker is Scott Corey. Scott, I hope we can make it through this time. Hear what you have to say.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Thank you. Thank you, City Council members, for giving me the chance to speak. I am Scott Corey, a resident of Sterling Hills, and I love this community. Just like my neighbors, I want to protect golf in the community, although I've never played Sterling Hills course. I support the Sterling Hills Zaruka family development. What convinced me to do so was finding out certain facts. The Society of Appraisers found 93% of golf course closures were public courses. This is a public course with $6 million in debt. That scares me. I want to keep golf here. I'm concerned when I found courses in Southern California closing, and Ventura County had 3 to 4 of those. I was concerned when I found a golf course near my hometown recently closed, and that was the Escondido Country Club. And homeowners spent $763,000 fighting the new developer. And I think we know that new developer was New Urban West, Michael Schlesinger. The city of Escondido, which has twice as many residents as Camarillo, spent over $500,000 in legal costs. The developer spent over $1 million fighting for the right to develop the project. The court said the developer had the rights to develop the land. The developer started turning the shovels just a few months ago, and there'll be over 380 homes. The golf course is gone. The Zaruka family development is looking to develop only 13% of the land. This is a good guy. Let's embrace the program. If Sterling Hills Golf Course does not produce a profit, a reasonable profit for the investment, it could be sold to Schlesinger. That bought out Laverne, Escondido, Chino Hills, Camarillo Springs, and this Beverly Hills developer will spare nothing to get what he wants, and that's to develop as much land as he wants. I believe we need to help the Sterling Hills development move forward. I'd rather give up 13% of the cores compared to the developer that wants and waiting by the sidelines to develop 100% of the land. I believe reasonable residents with reasonable developers and reasonable government can find reasonable solutions. I vote yes, that we give Sterling Hills development a chance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corey. That is everybody who raised their hands. So I'm going to ask one more time, is there any other member of the public who would like to speak? So people are now raising their hands. So if you do want to speak, I encourage you to raise your hand now. The next speaker is Audra. There's no last name. Audra, could you unmute your microphone? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Audra Seldine. I have lived in Las Posas Estates for 50 years. Sterling Hills Golf Course is 25 feet from my house, just behind me. My comments are in support of the Sterling Hills Improvement Plan because number one, no farmland will be lost to build needed homes for those who enjoy recreational activities, especially golf. The homes will be of the same style as their nearby neighbors and the new residents will share the same interests. It will provide needed funds to make repairs and many other beautifying changes the golf course needs. Since moving here in 1973, I opposed the developments of Bella Vista, Spanish Hills, and Sterling Hills. In every case, the concerns of traffic and noise I had never materialized, but losing our riding trails and areas was devastating. All of these developments took all the riding areas away. Sterling Hills was the first development to mandate an equestrian trail to serve as a buffer zone between the golf course and Las Posas Estates. This is the last trail on the west side of Camarillo and has saved the equestrian zoned area. This was great foresight by Eldred Locker, Tony Bowden, and the city of Camarillo. The local residents were very happy about the equestrian trail and it made for a good relationship between the two areas. We have ridden the Camarillo white horses on this trail for the last 30 years. And the trail is the only riding area we have on this west side. This trail benefits the current residents of Sterling Hills as they use the 100-year-old eucalyptus-lined trail to walk their dogs, jog, and simply hike. The Las Posas Trails Committee has over 400 signatures on petitions from residents requested needed trails throughout Las Posas area. The original of these petitions were delivered to the Pleasant Valley Park District. Mr. Zaruka is supporting our efforts to keep the trails, which will benefit everyone. I hope you will approve tonight's application for Sterling Hills Improvement Plan in order that proper studies can be made and the City Council can determine the viability of this plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Saldine. The next speaker is Otto Canny. So Otto, be sure to unmute your microphone.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Second time around's good.
I apologize for the earlier technical problems. I have known the Zaruka family for over 25 years and have worked with them in the golf industry. And while I'm certainly not qualified to address zoning issues or traffic concerns, I believe I can address public golf and especially golf in Ventura County. My brothers and I managed and maintained and operated the River Ridge Golf Course in Oxnard for 26 years, from 1993 to 2019. When we began, golf was booming in America with 400 new golf courses opening every year. Most of the new courses were built with homes surrounding them. And in Ventura County, and I described Ventura County's golf as a 40-mile radius, 14 new golf courses, including Sterling Hills, were open. This really sort of distorted the supply and demand curve. In 2018, the economy soured and golf dropped off everywhere. At the same time, costs, especially water and labor, were rapidly increasing. Owners and operators approached the challenge by reducing services, increasing prices, decreasing maintenance, and deferring capital improvements. When John Zaruka bought the course in 2017, it really had deteriorated from when it originally opened. While Mr. Zaruka and Lee Harlow brought Sterling Hills back to good shape, the challenges continued and several courses in the county closed. In fact, over the last 10 years, more golf courses have closed than have opened. And while COVID-19 has brought an uptick to golf in the short term, that we're going to resolve this. We're going to get over this virus. And once that happens, we're going to go back to where we were. More activities will open, people will be interested in other things, and golf will go back to challenging times. Costs will continue to rise, demand will be stagnant, and renovation will be really challenging, especially without closing the golf courses. So the bottom line is, I don't want Sterling Hills to become like Camarillo Springs. I don't want us to get into that condition. I have not heard of any other better plans for how to continue to maintain and sustain this is a viable golf course. And I believe Mr. Zaruka's plan will best sustain it as one of the better public golf courses in the county. Thank you and for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Canny. The next speaker is Douglas Appleton.
Hi, my name is Doug Appleton. I'm an original homeowner here in Sterling Hills. I purchased the home as an investment because of the original open space environment. It appears that Mr. Zaruka he's convinced many people that this investment of his is deteriorating. Although, as I've learned from listening to the original statements, that he had original plans to develop the area without the awareness of the CCNRs for Sterling Hills. I've been golfing for over 30 years, and golf has never been better. I won't reiterate many of the other statements to keep the time limited, but as it was also stated earlier, golf has increased by 6 to 8% since his investment, on top of the COVID experience. I don't see COVID changing much. Being in the healthcare industry, it plans on extending for more than a couple more years. And I also know a lot of people, pros and people that have played over the 30 years, my contacts. The main question that they say is, how is a golf course going to exist if they don't have a practice range? Not a place to practice, but a place to warm up. The nice woman that is going to BYU, she practices a lot. Well, you won't be able to practice. If you can't practice, you can't warm up. And yes, there are other ways to practice. There are virtual ways to practice with new technology, but that's not getting out and in the environment and being able to warm up, practice your skills before you get out and start your first tee. So how can a golf course survive without a golf range? I know that there's a lot of, he's mentioned that there is some contentions to this, some debates against this, but from what I hear, the driving range is an essential part of the golf course. And with that eliminated, I don't see how the golf course is going to survive. I have also heard in the past that he is going to separate his investment from the golf course to simply maintain the banquet environment, which is a profit, which is able to provide him profit. And then if the golf course deteriorates, then that's not on him, and he'll still have his banquet facility, which is a major part of his investment. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Appleton. I again have no hands raised. I'll once more ask, is there any member of the public who would like to speak to us who has not yet spoken? Okay, I see Mr. Zaruka's hand, but I want to give other members of the public first, if you'll understand that. I see no other hands being raised, so I will let Mr. Zaruka have his 3 minutes to rebut. Mr. Zaruka? There you go. You'll need to unmute your microphone. It should be bottom left of your screen. I think you turned off your video. Oh, there you are. You still need to unmute your microphone. Very bottom left.
No, there it is. Is that it?
Okay.
All right. I am Linda Zaruka, and I'm the other half of the ownership of Sterling Hills Golf Club. John and I have been married for 46 years, and we moved to Ventura County in 1985. We have lived in Camarillo since 1999. We have 2 children, Bill. He lives in Temecula, and our daughter, Stacy, who lives in Ventura, and she's very involved in the golf operation at Sterling Hills. Our family bought this course 3 years ago with the realization that there's too much land to properly maintain with golf course costs and water restrictions. A second career for John also sounded good as he's entering retirement years, but he's not one to be content staying home. He loves the game of golf, and his father, who was a school teacher and coach, ran a pitch putt course on Long Island in the summer months. So John was exposed to the game and business of golf at a young age. Upon acquiring Sterling Hills, we dove in with much excitement to start making changes that would improve the course so that it is attractive to all players. We implemented food and practice balls included with your golf round, which has set us apart from the competition and helped increase play. Our innovative ideas are many, but we need capital to implement. John is an idea guy, and he loves the business of business and the challenge of making things work well. He will continue to think out of the box to provide a fun, recreational amenity for the Camarillo community. We feel the development would be a win-win as we add homes to provide funds for the necessary upgrades to maintain this full 18-hole course. The course at 21 years old is in need of many costly infrastructure upgrades. We are very pleased with the golf and housing development partners that we have assembled, and we think we've put together a great team of like-minded individuals that have the best interests in mind for this course and the community. As we all know, golf play has decreased over the years, and many courses have closed. We encourage people to not just take our word for it, but to research residential communities on failing golf courses and the resulting consequences. It is not a pretty picture. We, however, want to preserve, maintain, and improve Sterling Hills for all. Please give us this chance. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Okay, thank you very much. We have heard public testimony. We heard their initial presentation. We heard their wrap up. And so I will now turn it over to the City Council to see if any council members have any new questions to ask of staff.
Your Honor, I have a question.
Mr. Kildee.
Okay, let me put. Okay, I unmuted myself. I have a question, and I don't know if this is a legal question or a CC&R question, but let's just say that the golf course does get sold again, and it is a public golf course now owned by a private individual. And it's a hypothetical, but if the golf course does get sold, can it be turned into a private golf course only?
I think that's a question for Mr. Vaca.
So no, there are current requirements in place that it must be preserved as a public golf course.
Okay, so.
But as the city attorney has said, I mean, if what he says is right, any of those requirements can be changed by a vote. Or did I misunderstand earlier?
Well, I would need to check the CCNRs, see if there's anything in there about the public versus private. I didn't review them for that purpose. The sections that I commented upon were the sections 1.8 and 10.3 that Councilmember Tremblay had brought up.
Okay. All right, I had another question. You can go on to another council member if they have a question, and let me go back on my notes and see if I can find it, if you would, Your Honor, please.
Sure. Do any other council members have any other questions? Mr. Mulchay?
I'm going to jump around as to who the questions are directed towards. I'll start with Mr. Zaruka first, if he's still on the line and he can unmute himself. So understanding the basis of why you're pursuing this and the need for investment. In the
Let's see if he's on the line.
Are you there, Mr. Zaruka?
There he is. Okay.
All right.
So,
and you just have to unmute yourself. I'll ask my question. You can answer.
Can you?
there he's unmuted. Okay, so
Go
ask your
ahead.
question.
Can you repeat the question? Because my thing's
He
circled
hasn't
out.
asked it yet.
Sure.
Oh, okay.
So understanding the basis for why you're pursuing this GPA referral, in part to invest capital funds into the redevelopment or refurbishment of the golf course. Golf course is somewhere around 20 years old. What happens 20 years from now when this golf course is in 20 years older after a major refurbishment? If there is a deed placed on the remaining land, what do you put your business hat on? What do you think is the answer 20 years from now?
I have this came up as one of our conversations with the residents. We got this done. What happens now? We are prepared to put in the development agreement a requirement for a capital investment fund, which will be paid for by a percentage, probably in the 3 to 5% amount. We can discuss that. Will go into an escrow account. It can be handled by a third party, perhaps the master association, and then also an assessment on the new homes. Somebody mentioned that we said that we wanted the existing home to put it on it. I didn't say that. One of their residents suggested that to us. We didn't say that, nor we'd advocate it. So it would be funded by that. That'll generate enough income over the the 100,000 a year. It will add up. In 20 years, you'll have a big nest egg. So that needs to be done. That should have been done when the property was built. But we're ready to put that into the development agreement.
And then, because my next question is also directed towards you. I know I think I understand the gist of what your plans would be if this were to move forward for consideration and study. What happens if you're denied?
Well, Linda kind of mentioned it. We don't want to, we put it in, she always talks about, eventually, no, look, we may be lucky and this boom will continue. I don't believe it. The experts don't believe it. We should know by the time this thing's approved what the real number is in the next year or so. We're willing to make that risk and make that investment. My partners will be making that investment to do all the studies. If we are denied, Linda and I will likely sell the facility at the proper time within a year or two to somebody else. And, hopefully somebody will have deep pockets and be able to do what we can and control it. I'll look, but obviously we're not going to try to lose. We may lose money on the sale, but rather than, as she says, rather than in drips and drops, we'll lose it one time and okay, we move on.
Okay. I got two additional questions, both directed. One of Mr. Vodka. Joe, if you're on the line.
Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
What are, I am unfamiliar with, can an applicant apply, reapply? What happens to a GPA referral in the event that they are denied? Can they reapply, modify their plan if they want to?
Yes, next
are they
cycle. So
precluded
it'll come back.
Okay, you probably just answered. They're not precluded from reapplying.
No.
Okay. My fourth question really is directed towards our city attorney, Brian. And it actually goes to the question, Madam Mayor, I'm going to step on, not your toes, but I'm going to touch on the question you had asked prior to last time we were asking questions. And that pertains to what was in the CUP 150 in regards to development rights reverting to the city for the parcels, two of which are included in the parcels 208 to 212. And the mayor didn't really get an answer on that, and she said she was going to circle back. That piqued my interest, and I was curious as to what that answer is.
Well, the answer is I don't know whether or not the development rights were dedicated to the city or not. I have not researched that issue. We could do that, but it's not something was brought to my attention that was going to be an issue. As you know, a lot of this has been kind of coming together in the last few days, sometimes last few minutes. So that was not something that I was asked to look at or that I have looked at, but we certainly can look at that if that is something that the council wants to know about.
I would say that's rather important.
Well, I can say that my understanding, and I think Mr. Baca might be able to confirm this, is that the preliminary title report that we saw did not indicate that there had been a covenant recorded with a dedication of development rights. Mr. Baca, is that your
That's our understanding to date, yes. Of course, we want to do a deeper dive if we move forward, but as far as we know, we haven't found any records of dedicated development rights to the city of Camarillo.
Now it says it should, just because that wasn't followed upon, that I don't know, I'm not an attorney, you are, but that doesn't necessarily render that moot, does it not?
Well, as I said previously, it's part of the CUP. And so I was asked that question previously, whether or not the city could amend, and the answer is yes, you can do that.
Okay, and for all those wondering, because we've made reference to it, here's an idea of just how many, our reading materials that have come in just in the last few days, if not the last 24 to 48 hours as well. So it's a lot to pick through. I don't have any other questions. I will just speak on all of our behalves and probably everyone at home. I can't wait till COVID's over and we can stop doing the Zoom thing and we do this in person, because I think the technical difficulties are getting the best of all of us. Thank you.
Before we go on, we're in council deliberation. Let me say that, and I see that more people are raising their hands. I have to say that when I called for more hands were not raised. And so we gave the developer a chance to rebut. And now it's time for council deliberation. So we will not be taking more public comments. So other council members, do you have questions for?
I have a question.
Mr. Kildee found his other question.
Yeah. Now bear with me on this one a little bit with you. Earlier in the discussion, if I understood this, well, first of all, let me ask the question: how did you land on 79 homes?
You're asking Mr. Zaruka?
I'll ask Mr. Zaruka that, or anybody else on his team that can perhaps shed some light on that. And he is muted.
Well, Kevin, are you on there?
I am.
Kevin, why don't you answer that question as well as you can there?
So I believe Mr. Zaruka is referring to Kevin Waldron, who's the planner he has on contract with Jensen Design. So
he has his hand up to answer it.
Yes, I think he needs to be elevated to a panelist to respond.
We'll ask the city clerk to do that.
I'm sorry, I'm not seeing him in the list. Oh,
He's-
there he
He
is.
just
on the
popped
screen
in.
now.
There he is. All right, we're good to go. Go ahead, Kevin, and help Mr. Zaruka with the response, please.
Mayor Craven, Councilmember Kildee, other council members, thank you for the opportunity to respond here. As Forrest Richardson, the golf course architect for the team, mentioned, golf was the driving factor. If golf wasn't the driving factor, this wasn't going to be a success because functionally, experientially, it doesn't work in his past experience, as well as the Sterling Hills Golf Course community has open space recreational resource of golf. And so by not doing a project that injects and reinvigorates the golf course and makes it sustainable over the next decades to come, the city is actually at risk of losing a recreational open space opportunity. So what could make an 18-hole golf course viable to the player demands that are existing today and projected in the future? That was the number one baseline. So Councilmember Kildee, and to answer your question, what was necessary for an 18-hole golf course? And then what was the remnant? And where could that remnant be in a way that was far enough from the existing residential plan developments of 4 units per acre and 10 units per acre that would not restrict design for their views, that would not cut into circulation. If you see the proposed pattern does not share residential drives of the Sterling Park community. So those were some of the design objectives that really got us to 79. And it's to be compatible and to make sure that open space golf was kept. I do have an answer, Councilmember Kildee, to your question about the CCNR becoming private, if you'd like me to answer that.
Certainly, you can. I would like to have you answer it, sure.
So the CCNR is the mechanism that the city used to enforce track conditions 4948 and CUP 150. How I know that, I wasn't there in 1994, 1998, but the actual conditions themselves state in section 13.3D, in section it states it in 13.3. I'm pulling it up right now, and I'll just read for it. As council member mentioned Zoom, that is the negative side of this. 12.2 in the CCNR says the course has to be public. And that cannot be changed by city council coming in and deciding it wanted to change. There would have to be some initiation by the master association, some sort of desire for the city to then be able to change it. So the language there says the golf course owner, by accepting the deed for the golf course, acknowledges and covenants that the golf course shall be daily fee course open to the general public for course play. That's the answer to that.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Kildee?
Yeah, I have a few follow-ups if whenever
Okay.
the time permits that.
And I am available to answer that. Also, section 13.1 of the CCNRs of the Master Association explicitly says, in approving the project, the city has attached certain conditions of approval for the protection of public health, safety, welfare, and to ensure compliance with Subdivision Map Act and CEQA and the Camarillo Municipal Code. So that would include CUP 150 and conditions of approval for 4948 track. It says, it goes on further to say, one of the conditions of these approvals require the city to approve this master declaration in order to ensure compliance with conditions and other standards. So when the applicant team says the CC&Rs are the mechanism that enforces the conditions that the city applied, I go to 13.1 of the Master Association CC&Rs to say that confidently. Now, it's up to city council to make the decision. I think the fact still remains that golf course physical, social, and environmental conditions have changed since 1994 and 1998 when this was recorded. So it's the decision of city council to see that does those change in conditions merit further study? And
Okay,
that's
I think we got the answer to the question. Mr. Kildee, you said you had other questions?
I do. Did I understand that with the 79 homes, that you can fit that under the current rural density residential of 2.5 dwelling units per acre maximum? Did I understand that correctly?
I'll actually answer that because I want to make it clear that when we looked at the pre-application, the original intent of that pre-application design concept was that they thought they could develop under the existing general plan. When we analyzed it, we recognized that the original project was approved with the general plan amendment and a change of zone and a development agreement and a tract map and a CUP, and that it was done as a master plan community. And when we analyzed the inclusion of a new neighborhood with up to 100 homes, we wanted to look at that on its own merit. And when we calculated density for that particular project, it was higher than the existing density range that exists with the prior entitlements with the original general plan amendment. And we told them in a very clear and direct way that they would need a general plan amendment and a zone change for any future projects to be considered, which would require as a first step to go through this general plan amendment referral process. Subsequent to us issuing that letter, we did have a face-to-face meeting with our city attorney and Mr. Zaruka and his legal counsel. And we discussed that in detail, and we all agreed that the next step, if they were to proceed with development concept, would be a general plan amendment for a new neighborhood. And so that's where we are today.
Okay, so having said all that, Joe, with the 79 homes, if I recall, and it was earlier in the discussion, they're up to about somewhere in the 3.8, 3.9 range. Is that
Yes,
correct?
that's correct. Yes, 3.98. And that would be in the low density category, which allows up to 4 and 5 units per acre, especially in a clustered development. And so that would meet that criteria. And so staff would recommend that if this is referred, that the future general plan amendment application would be for the low density residential.
Okay, Your Honor, I have one other question, if you might allow me that time to ask this. I want to talk a little bit about the banquet facility, because my research has shown, and correct me if I'm wrong, that about almost 50% of the original price of the golf course constituted the banquet facility. Am I correct on that?
I will answer that. Not quite that amount. There is a lease in place with the Wedgwood people. I'm no longer an investor. I'm a very small investor, as my son said. I am no longer decision maker or anything on that. So it's basically my son represents that organization. Of course, this year we have gotten no lease. There is a lease payment. That's the value of that. If we sold it, we'd have a decision on whether we sell just the golf course portion and or lease the golf course portion and have Wedgwood maintain the banquet facility. We own it. They pay us a lease, but they haven't paid us for a year. So that's why we have no income from that right now.
Okay, so am I fair to say that both of the entities are married. In other words, the banquet facility needs the golf course and the golf course needs the banquet facility.
Right.
Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. You know, people come because they like the ambiance of the, that's why we got it 10 years or 11 years ago. That's how we settled on that place. Mr. Park, 2 years after into it, called us and said, can you want to run this? And we started paying him lease. And then what happened is when he started to get out of it, he put it up for sale and kept asking me if I wanted to buy it. And he'd give me a loan for that amount for the amount of what we thought was the golf course worth. And then we put up for the food and beverage side.
And
but we think out of the $6 million, probably 2.5 is worth on the, only because you have a really good lease. If there was another lessee in there, frankly, Wedgwood does a really good job. So they're a successful food and beverage operation at a golf course. That's very rare.
And just to follow up too, so my understanding is that you don't have a whole lot of interest in the banquet facility anymore. You have pretty much turned that over to another family member. Is that correct?
Operationally, yes, and income, yes, but they do pay us a lease.
They do pay you a lease. Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you for the time.
Okay, thanks for letting us clarify.
Okay, council members, it's past the time I said we'd take another break. What I'd like to do is finish questions, and then before we start deliberating, we'll take the break. So who else has questions? Nobody has any more questions of staff or Mr. Zaruka. Okay, at this point, we'll take a break and we'll come back. I have about 27 after 11 on my clock. Let's come back at 20 minutes till 12. We're in recess at this point. Okay, it's now 11:40. I'll call the meeting back to order. And it is time for council deliberation. Excuse me, who would like to start? Don't all rush. Councilmember Santangelo.
Why not? I'll go.
Okay.
I first want to start with thanking everybody for their comments. There have been a lot of them. I have read them all, and I listened tonight. And regardless of the side you're on, I'm grateful that you've shared your opinions and thoughts about this, and that you're invested in your community. These developments are always controversial, and they're difficult decisions to make. And as I listened to some people speak, I thought about where I grew up, which happens to be Las Posas Estates. And I remember when my parents bought their house, it was in 1978. They're still in the same house. And there's a barranca in the backyard, and we actually overlook the orchards and the real wide open spaces. And it was a beautiful view. And that view today includes Sterling Hills. I grew up riding my horses through the orchard, through the orchards at Sterling Hills. I fished in the pond that was Bella Vista. If people knew about that pond, it was a very small one, and I don't know what kind of fish were in there, but we were determined to try. The whole area of Spanish Hills was my backyard. All of those truly open spaces. So I know what it's like to see open spaces go away. I know what it's like to see communities change. There was a comment tonight about somebody, actually it was Mr. Keith that said, in essence, he was saying that he was glad that Sterling Hills was approved because it gave him a place to live, gave him the opportunity to live there. And so, and I have to start out with this, a lot of the people that are living in Sterling Hills today, in some residents' views, that development took their open space. But that's what development does, and that's what happens in communities. And growth is inevitable, development is inevitable. Somebody else tonight said that expansion cannot be avoided, and so we must have thoughtful expansion. And then I think about SOAR and how that is meant to protect our open spaces in Ventura County and to give us open land between our cities. But there are consequences with that, and the consequences to that are in order to continue development, you have to do it as infill. So it's a trade-off. Instead of expanding out, you have to expand and fill in and sometimes go up. Sorry, I've got a lot of notes, a lot of different pieces of paper here. You know, someone said they moved from San Fernando to come here for the open space in Bella Vista. But that community took away open space from this community. So it's all relative. I understand the need to want to keep the community just as you moved into it. I get that. I get that you purchase a home based on the views and maybe the amount of traffic or where it is or the amount of development around that. I get that. But I think thinking that nothing will ever change around you is maybe naive. General plans are not set in stone. Yeah, they are to give a general framework for land use. But the reason that we have a mechanism for general plan amendments speaks to the fact they are able to be amended. I heard a couple of people saying that this is going to set a precedent. Well, the precedent's already there because we have general plan amendments, and that's the process. I also want to reiterate that if the council votes to approve this referral tonight, that does not mean that the project is approved. It means that it goes on for further study. There are a lot of concerns brought up tonight about the CCNRs and the conditional use permit, and there's validity to those. But those are things that would be fleshed out during the process of further study. Somebody else tonight talked about don't kill this without studying it and being able to study it objectively so that we can make decisions. If anybody listens to me and tries to follow how I make my decisions, I try to base them on data and facts and studies. And at this point, I don't have all the information that I want to make the decision on this. I want more information. If we were to vote in the affirmative tonight, then that's what would happen. I've heard and read in the comments a number of claims that Mr. Zaruka and his family are in this for the money, or in it for himself. And I'll be honest, I don't know Mr. Zaruka. I hadn't known his name even before this. So I came with a clean slate, and frankly, I haven't seen any evidence or anybody speak with any legitimacy that that would be true. Instead, I heard people speak to his character and what they know of him and of him personally and working with him and being his neighbor and what he's done in our community. So I find him credible and I trust him. I trust him also because he said he would be transparent. I believe him when he says that the common goal is the sustainability of the golf course. And I think that's really important. My son's a golfer. Sterling Hills is his favorite course. His favorite holes are 1 and 2. So he's a little bit disappointed that this plan would relocate them. But as he said to me, but Mom, I want that golf course to be there. I am afraid that of what happens if this plan doesn't go through. Maybe afraid is too, I'm weary. I think on one hand, we have a family who live here, who are invested in our community, are part of our community, and have a goal of hoping that, of trying to get this golf course to last. And who has shown that he's working with the other residents in the area. And if we lose him, then we could have somebody that comes in that doesn't have those same ties to our community or interest in sustaining the golf course and the character of our town. And I have to mention that we are in a housing crisis. Do I think 79 homes are going to make a dent in it? No, not if you single out this project. But the housing crisis is real. Ventura County is especially suffering from the lack of housing. And so I'm hard pressed to not allow this to go forward to be studied. I compare it to what's happening at Camarillo Springs, where they're looking at taking away the 18-hole golf course, making it 12 holes, adding 300 plus houses. And we allowed that to go. Well, I didn't, but the previous council did, and allowed it to be studied. And so I'm hard pressed to find a reason to not allow this one to go forward to be studied. I would have a number of things that I would request if this were to go forward, be studied. Obviously, an EIR that would include a traffic study, view analysis. I would definitely appreciate that deed restriction, and I think that that would possibly make other residents feel better about that. I'm a little bit concerned about the entrances into the new tracks right off of Beardsley. I have driven that road many times. And I know that that curve can sometimes be difficult to navigate. And I do worry about the location of the entrance that's just, I guess, west of the curve. And finally, what I would really like to make sure is included is a pro forma. And actually, you know, I kept this page from the update on the NUI because we requested in their GPA referral a fiscal impact analysis, and I would ask for somewhat the same the same requirements. Of course, in that one, it was an analysis on the different formats and configurations of a golf course. But I do think that we should be able to see how the funding will be used to maintain. I want to see it on paper. I want to see it with numbers. Mr. Faruka spoke about a capital investment fund, but I think we need to see how the money from the development will be used. And how it will be used so that this golf course remains sustainable into the future. I just want to make sure that everything I wanted to say, I've said. But I think I've covered just about everything. But thanks again to everybody tonight.
Okay, who's next? Mr. Tremblay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So we've had a long evening. Thank you to Mr. Zaruka and to his team and to everyone who sent emails and who spent the evening with us, who testified this evening, both for and against the referral. We appreciate it very much. For the record, I've reviewed the applicant's full application, the city staff report, the supplemental red folder materials provided by the city staff, including the original CUP, the track map, the development agreement, the amendments to the two latter documents, the August 2019 pre-application review letter, all the emails sent to us. I think we had 4 sets of red folder public comments. I mean, they were this thick, and a lot of them came in within the last 48 hours. And I've listened to the testimony this evening, and I will go back to a comment I made earlier, and that is that I've had less than 48 hours to review Mr. Waldron's letter and the master CCNRs and the prelim for the property. And I'm not complaining. I'm just saying we had a very short time to do that. I want to start by saying I appreciate very much Mr. and Mrs. Zaruka's passion for the golf course property and more particularly what they do for our community. I don't know them personally. I have, like you, I've received some emails from some opponents who want us to deny the application, who are, in my view, ascribing ill intentions to them, and I'm really disappointed with that. I don't think that that's fair to them. I just prefer to stick to the merits of the matter. I'm generally, as you all know, I'm generally in favor of infill development, but it also has to be smart infill development, which furthers our city's long-term best interests, with an emphasis on creating affordable housing. I guess I'll start off by saying I'm still having some difficulty. You heard my question before. I'm still having some difficulty reconciling the assertions that the golf industry, and by extension this golf course, faces hard times ahead when the outlook for the golf industry appears pretty good according to the research. I'm not going to go any farther than that. I will say anecdotally, I've driven by the property a couple of times in the last week, once on a weekend afternoon and once on a weekday afternoon. And I know you can't really rely on that anecdotally, but I saw a very full parking lot on the first occasion and a pretty darn full parking lot on the second occasion with golfers' vehicles. I'm principally concerned about what, to me, and you heard my questions before earlier this evening, what seems to me to be a disconnect between the conditions in the original CUP 150 and Tract 4948 versus the language in the master CC&Rs. That last clause in the master CC&Rs, and specifically sections 1.18 and 10.3, are of concern to me, because I didn't see that language in the original CUP conditioning document. I wasn't on the council back then, but it seems to me that based on my reading of the materials, that the city council at that time made a very, very firm statement of open space intent on limiting the uses of lots 208 through 212 to golf course uses. And I'm thinking of the comment by our mayor that when she, and I probably didn't take this down exactly right, but parenthetically, when she had voted for these conditions, she thought that there would be a follow through. And I took her to mean that if those had been recorded, we'd be having a whole different conversation now. Another person who testified indicated that in their view, the CUP 150 clearly indicated an intention of the prior city council to keep the golf courses open space and use only for golf course purposes. And the property owners making that their investment in their properties thought it would remain open space. We can argue about the legal implications of the language used in the CC&Rs, but it seems to me that separate and apart from the legal issue, which is separate, there is a compelling argument, in my view, that in purchasing residential property in Sterling Hills, residential property owners have detrimentally relied on the representations that were made concerning the limitations on future use of the golf course and the restrictive conditions, which were clearly spelled out in in the original CUP 150 and Tract 4948. And it wasn't just then, it was in 2003 when the city modified condition number 197 in that planning commission resolution that we looked at earlier. And there was also, there's also some disconnect, I think, in that there was to have been a dedication or a transfer, or dedication, I guess would be probably a more precise term, of development rights. And that was in condition 180 to CUP 150. And then in condition 164 of Tract 4948. And that, for whatever reason, that didn't happen. We don't know why, but it didn't happen. When I asked the question earlier about what's the response to those residential property owners who are aware of the restrictive covenants in the CUP and the CCNRs when they purchased their properties and relied on those conditions? The answer that we heard was that, well, when they did their research, there wasn't a deed restriction and the homeowners must have misunderstood it. I don't agree with that. I think there was a clear intention by the city. I think it was evinced in the CUP and evinced in the tract conditions. I think on its merits, the burdens of this project outweigh its benefits. I'm not persuaded that placing 79 homes in Sterling Hills with a potential for higher density in that area is in the best long-term interests either of that area or the city. So for those reasons, I'm going to vote against the referral.
Who would like to be next?
Like me to
Mr.
go?
Kildee.
Yeah, if you kind of bear with me on this a little bit, like all of us, I've got tremendous amount of notes and a lot of thoughts and ideas and everything that's been going through my head. Like all council members, I've spent countless hours on this subject here, kind of point counterpoint with this. I grew up in the area as well as Miss Santangelo did as well. I was raised on La Crescenta. We do not own property anymore. We did. My parents actually bought the house in 1962, which was a long time ago, but it was, as Miss Santangelo aptly stated, it was horse property. I actually owned a horse at one time too, and there were several avocado orchards before root rot came into that area, and I used to ride my horse through the avocado orchards, dodging the mini bikes and motorcycles that were also like the trails up there. And I have to say, it was a wonderful, wonderful place to be brought up. It was special. There's no question about that. And those roads up there are, to a certain extent, as would say, a country road. I mean, a lot of them are relatively narrow. And I do have a very much of a concern about the traffic up there. Those roads really weren't, at least in the older part, I used to call it the estates, and I'll refer to it as such, that the roads were rural. And I understand that. I actually, as a graduate, as most of you know, of Rio Mesa High School, and I did drive to school my sophomore year. So in those days, a long time ago for me, you know, I'm very familiar with those roads and the winding nature of it, and the fact that there isn't any, or very few streetlights up there. That's part of the ambience of living up there. And I can remember when at one time, years and years and years ago, that they wanted to know if we wanted to hook up to the sewers up there. And a lot of the residents, you know, had plainly stated they liked the rural atmosphere up there. They really didn't want to have lights, and they didn't necessarily want to have sidewalks. They liked the rural experience up there. I was on the council, let's see, 1996. I was not on it in 1994. But golf was booming back in those days to a certain extent. And so was housing to a certain extent too. And I'm going to say that Camarillo Real Estate has done nothing but appreciate that I've seen in my life here. Now, it's had dips due to you know, nationwide downturns in the economy, a statewide downturn in the economy, but Camarillo real estate to me has always been golden. There's always been a market for real estate here. So I think we have to remember that if we want to say that property values will decline with practically any development, in my experience here, I have not seen that in our city other than perhaps an economic downturn that we don't have any control over. That's been just speaking for myself. And I understand the traffic that if you do refer this, so that will be part of the study, and it probably does need to be studied. I do know Mr. Zaruka. I do not know him extremely well, but he's been a very decent, forthright individual to me. And I do think he has a love affair with golf. I do think that he truly wants to save this golf course. To me, the sad reality is we have not built a golf course in Camarillo in 20 years. And I'm not sure that we're ever going to build another golf course in Camarillo. We may. I've learned in my life that you never say never, but I certainly would not be surprised if we never build another golf course in Camarillo. And I can remember my dad grew up, and I grew up watching my dad play golf and how important golf was to a lot of people here. And it was a very popular sport. But it is going through a change now, like all sports and industry does at some point go through a change with the changing dynamics. It's inevitable that happens. So when I go through a general plan referral, there's a couple of issues and thought process. And if you allow me to kind of wander here a little bit, I always kind of think, okay, eventually, does this have an opportunity to be approved? Does it have any legs? Is there an opportunity for this to be approved? Well, that's a question. We can't necessarily answer that. Another thing I've been thinking with the golf, because I think most of us and most of the people that I've talked to do want to preserve golf out there. Now, the question is how do we do that? How do we preserve golf? And then another question is, yes, there's been an upswing in the golf in the last year, but will they stay? And how many of them will stay? Now, golf's a relatively expensive sport. You've got to, eventually buy some clubs, and there's a lot of other expenses. So you do have some sort of an economic interest in golf, but how many newbies, and that's not talking about the seasoned veterans, but how many newbies will stay with golf? That's another question. I think it's a little premature yet to answer that question. I got into the traffic, and obviously the EIR will have to decipher whether or not the traffic issues up there, if they do exist, can be mitigated. That will have to be answered. I've kind of been going back and forth about how much profit is needed to redesign and reconfigure the golf course. And in a lot of ways, you're getting a brand new redesigned golf course to a certain extent up there. Certainly, at least a third of it you are. So that's where I believe it's the $90 million, and the fact the applicant said that he'll do the golf improvements first, and he's going to get right on that. The timing in things is always so important. Timing means everything. And I've been kind of going back and forth about, have we exhausted every other means other than approving a development to pay for a golf course? Have all the other economic opportunities been exhausted before we get to this? I haven't been able to really answer that completely. I believe that there's been a lot of time and effort and even some money now to get where we are now. So I get that. And I'm a big a fan of golf, even though I'm not a golfer myself, to try to, promote and protect this golf course. It may be the only 18-hole public golf course that we have in this city. And it may be the only 18-hole golf course that we're going to have, public golf course, in this city for a long time. Don't know that for sure, but it may be. Now, having said all that, I'm not a lawyer, but I am troubled with this CUP 150 and the legal issues with that, and the fact that I couldn't quite get an answer as to whether, and I think there's reasons for this, whether or not the deed has been recorded or not. It looks like it has, but we haven't done enough analysis thoroughly to say that or not. But I have to say that when I was an early council member, that in my wildest imagination did I ever think that there'd be any more homes up in Sterling Hills. That was the furthest thing from my mind here. And I understand that times change and economics change and that it does change. But I have to say, I can only speak for myself, but I did take that seriously. And I did have several people through the years come in and say that's specifically why they bought up there, is they were really looking for the rural experience there. That was very important to them. And like all real estate in Camarillo, over time, it's been a good investment for them. But I don't think people necessarily buy homes and property for the investment. I think there's a quality of life issue that we have to at least acknowledge exists with this too. And there's definitely a high quality of life. To me, I think all property owners, residential property owners in Camarillo have a slice of the Shangri-La pie. I think everybody does here. Now, I also believe that some people have a little larger slice of that pie than others, and I commend them for it. I think that's terrific. That's why in my tenure on the council that I've tried to always have mixed use development, so as many people as possible can really benefit from the fruits and the benefits of Camarillo. And I think having a balanced community is extremely important here. And I commend those that have been able to partake in that. That's certainly was one of my goals here. So I've said all those comments, and I want to try to wrap this up in a tight a bow as I can. And I get the economics of the golf. I totally support a state-of-the-art golf course up there. I get that it's probably millions of dollars of improvements that needs to be made at some point in that golf course. I don't know if the current golfers, the newbie golfers will stay there. I think time will tell. We'll probably know more, excuse me, in a year from now than what we know now. But I just am really struggling with the fact that the CUP and specifically the CCNR said one thing, and this is going to change that. And I'm uncomfortable doing that at this point, unless that somehow can change. So my thoughts and my feelings right now, as much as I believe that anybody ought to be able to make a pitch on things, this is what makes our country so great, that if you have an idea, if you have a project or something, at least be able to bring it forward and have some discussion on it. I think that's important. But we do have this legal issue that I think needs to be addressed here, and it hasn't been at this point. So my thoughts are now to not go forward with this at this particular point, at least until these issues have been addressed. So I'm sorry for the long dissertation, but I wanted to be able to be as articulate as possible on this issue, this very important issue. Thank you.
Mr. Mulchay?
All right. For the record, I grew up in Camarillo. I did not have a horse. I had a Power Wheels, but I wish I had a horse. Land use decisions are one of the most important decisions that we on the council have to make. Because of all the decisions we make, I think it's fair to say that those are by far one of the more permanent ones. Policies can change, but once you pave over soil, it's going to stay paved over. So it's really important that we give a lot of weight to the decisions. And that's certainly what I'm doing here. Colleagues, likewise with my colleagues. I want to be as direct as I can and as short as I can with some of my comments and some of my thought process. So everyone watching and listening can understand where I'm coming from. Is golf declining? I believe so. I'm mainly going off anecdotal. I am the younger generation. I can tell you certainly that younger people are not taking up golf as frequent as our elders. I think golf is in a state of decline. And I know most trade publications are always going to take the side of their industry, and they're always going to make their industry look rather rosy, and always try to look at the you know, as a glass half full than half empty. For the people, or I should say, golf courses are also going the way the same as country clubs, and now because of COVID-19, movie theaters. It's just, you know, times change, society changes. So country clubs and movie theaters rezoning is another thing that we're going to have to address, I think, in the coming years. I have no issue with one's profit motive. If they want to make a profit, we do everything for profit. That's kind of the bedrock of our economy. No one's going to invest a lot of money if they can't make money off it. So that doesn't, that's not detrimental to my decision in regards to this, nor does it really add any weight. I don't decide whether we should add housing or not add housing because someone needs to make a profit or not. But I have had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Zaruka. I don't know him personally. I met him once about 1.5 years ago. He invited me to the golf course and just to kind of show me the golf course and what he had done with it since 2017 when he had bought it. So I heard him out then. That was when the proposal was significantly different than what was presented today. So I just like to air that and be transparent that I have met with the applicant. I've spoken with the applicant. From all intents and purposes, from what I can gather, to the people who've written and spoken this evening, both he and his wife Linda seem to be rather outstanding citizens, good people. They support our community. Say what you want about developers. I know there's a lot of people make them out to be really bad people, but this is everything you want in a developer. You want a developer who's local, who has roots in the community, who's lived in the community, who contributes to the community, and I think that all that stuff adds up to someone who wants what's best for the community. So I don't doubt what he said. I don't doubt his morals and what he says. I believe he's someone who speaks his truth. So with that said, I do believe that a project like this would infuse significant capital into the golf course and would be successful in renovating the golf course. I like Mr. Kildee. I agree that development has never really negatively, at least I can speak to Camarillo, never negatively impacted one's house value. I don't buy the argument that building these homes would negatively impact the value of the surrounding homes. I just haven't seen any evidence of that. I will air some of my concerns. What I feel is missing are conditions. I do want to take Mrs. Zaruka at his word, but in this day and age, I need everything in writing, and I need more than just promises verbally. I want to see conditions attached to it. We had spoken about an escrow account, the timing of the golf refurbishment, placing deed restriction on the remaining open land. More or less, all this comes down to sustainability, making sure that this would be a one-time deal and you wouldn't have to do it again. I wouldn't have flushed that out. I do have concerns with the language between the CCNRs and COP 150. The big hangup and what I think needs further conversation, needs further conversation is development, something that Mayor Craven had brought up in regards to development rights. And there's a question I had asked the city attorney, he didn't have an immediate answer. Aside from the fact that we could waive and or transfer those rights if we so choose. I understand that we have that right. I'm not comfortable making that decision at this moment. I asked a few questions because I was getting at whether or not there's opportunity down the road to bring a different proposal or a similarly modified proposal later. I do have concerns about the sustainability of golf and golf courses in general. I will go back to Mr. Kildee again. He made some comments about how golf and the banquet center kind of intrinsically tied to one another. You really need both for that kind of property to work and to be profitable. It is important that those two things remain kind of conjoined. I ran banquet centers with one of my former businesses, and they can be terrific profit centers, for sure. At this point, I do think that the golf course can be operated. If it's operated well, it can be operated at a profit. I think it can sustain itself in the short term. I do have doubts about the long-term sustainability, but I've said a lot, but at this point, I'm not comfortable with moving forward and recommending referral to GPA. Although, for a lot of reasons I've also stated here, I'm not necessarily closing the door either, because I think this is it's at some point this is going to come up. In all honesty, I prefer that we do it. That if this were to be referred in the future, that it happened with someone like Mr. Zaruka, if not Mr. Zaruka, someone who has local roots and has investment in the community. Who's I would take them over an outsider any day. So those are my general comments.
Okay, for the record, I did not grow up in Camarillo. I grew up in the Wild West, and I did not have a horse over there, which has nothing to do with any of this, but I thought I'd toss it out. My notes are written all over this page of paper, so I'm going to have some pauses while I follow the arrow to my next thought. I listened to everything that the applicant and his team had to say. I read everything that he sent us and that all the other people sent us. up through things that arrived at my computer or in my hands here at noon or after today. From noon on today, I was doing other city business and didn't have an opportunity to read the things that came in late. So I wanted to get that on the record. Unlike the other council members, I was on the city council when this was approved as the Knightsbridge project. At that time, it was clear to me, and I believe it was clear to the other city council members, that it was conditioned so the designated lots would remain a golf course with ancillary facilities forever. That condition was supposed to be recorded as part of the conditions to run with the land, and people bought homes counting on that recorded restriction. At least what we told them was a recorded restriction. I feel that the people who were our staff members at the time let the city council members down. I've got really strong feelings about that for the last 3 or 4 days. They let us down by sloppy wording of the CC&Rs that did not conform with the wording of the conditions of development. And it was the conditions of development that we thought were going to be recorded. There was also no follow through. So there was no dedication of development rights. And that was very important to the city council at the time. And I really have strong feelings that our staff let us down on both of those ways. Originally, I had planned to stop right there and have no further comments. I also thought I'd seen everything a few years ago when a guy bust in a slew of people from Crowds on Demand in Hollywood to try to prevent a next door neighbor from building his home on a next door lot. However, I hadn't seen everything. In the past week, I've been sent things that showed me that on this development, things have taken place the likes of which I've never seen on my 34 years of the council. At an educational meeting, there apparently was a thinly guised threat that if these people didn't get their way, then they or the next owner would not maintain the golf course. Now, they can only speak for what they are going to do. They can't speak for the next owner. They also sent out a bribe offering a $10 green fee to anybody who would send an email supporting the project. Shortly after that, and only after that, we started to receive a whole slew of messages of support. There must have been some talk with employees because the day before yesterday, we started getting lots of emails from what he says are 23 employees, at least there were some, who wrote to us and told us they needed to keep their jobs, so we needed to refer this. Those aren't the kinds of things in my book that are ways to get support for a proposed development. Mr. Zaruka bought the course with a mortgage for a good price, and he knew what he was getting into, and he should have known what was recorded on the land. In order to buy land, you have to sign that you have read the CC&Rs. Now, the CC&Rs are not what I thought they were going to be, but at least they were there. Now he's asking us to change what I believe we meant years ago by the term "and any other uses not prohibited by zoning or any other ordinances." I don't think we meant that. That was not in the conditions, but we are being asked to change that definition and to let them in turn turn part of the course into houses so they can pay off their mortgage by selling lots that I firmly believe were to be conditioned to remain a golf course forever. I just don't see why the city would do that. The city of Ventura's study a couple of years ago showed that golf is not a losing game unless the owner, whether it's a municipality or private, unless that owner piles a whole lot of unrelated expenses onto the course. That study is available for everybody to look at. So I cannot support this being referred for further development. Is there a motion?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'll move that the city council
Deny?
does not approve the request from Mr. Zaruka for La Vida at Sterling Hills for an amendment to the city's land use element of the general plan.
Is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
There's a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Kildee,
Yes.
Councilmember Santangelo,
No.
Councilmember Tremblay,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Molche,
Yes.
Mayor Craven.
Yes.
That motion carries 4-1 with Councilmember Santangelo dissenting.
Okay. That is the end of the agenda. In just a moment, we will adjourn in the memory of Bill Golubix, who was a former city employee who passed away on January 6th.
Mayor Craven,
Yes.
forgive me for interrupting that. I would,
Mr. Kildee, you muted yourself.
okay, can you hear me now?
Now we can.
Before we adjourn, I was wondering if with the council concurrence that we could also adjourn. There was a special person in my life, a former business person, Mike Lonigan, and I don't know if others on the council know Mike Lonigan, but Mike Lonigan started the Sizzlers. He was a longtime Camarillo resident. He started the Sizzler in Camarillo. And unfortunately, Mike died very unfortunately from COVID. And Mike was a personal friend of mine. He was a longtime customer. And he was one of these guys that, as a small business person, there's not very many of us that have been around as long as Mike had. And he used to come in the store and we'd talk about business, and he'd talk about the success of then the Sizzler franchises. And he was an avid golfer. And Mike was known as, in the early days, as having the best hamburger in Camarillo. It was wonderful. I'll never forget. It was in a red basket, and he had French fries, and he had a hamburger there, and sawdust on the floor, and you'd go up and order, and then you take your hamburger in this red basket with your French fries and put a whole bunch of salt and ketchup and all that, and a big old hamburger. And Mike became real successful with these Sizzler franchises, and he was a truly great Camarillo person and a big supporter of our city too. He really enjoyed living here. And Mike was in a situation that he could live pretty much anywhere, but he chose Camarillo. So with the concurrence of the council, if we could adjourn in his memory, I would very much be in favor of that.
We will adjourn in the memory of Bill Golubix and Mike Lonigan. And we are adjourned.